Oh my gosh, it's so good we're doing it again. It is the NFL Draft Day 2, which is rounds 2 and 3, and I can't wait to welcome you in officially to the BR NFL Draft Show presented by TreVeyon, where money means more, a whole lot more. Instead, including it's divinely blessed when you put it in TreVeyon. It's my favorite new company. We had so much fun last night. Shout out to Micah, Mike, Big Play, Slay. If you are watching us on the BR app, hello. If you are watching us on YouTube, hello. If you're watching us on Max, wow. I can't believe we're here. Yeah.
Just like that.
That was good. I am Adam Lefkoe. I am hosting this. We will be taking you all around the NFL for these 2 rounds. To my left, let's do the formal introductions. This is your first NFL draft with Bleacher Report, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many of these have you been a part of? I know you did some at ESPN.
Yeah, I've been a part of probably 5 now.
This is
5
Mike
drafts.
Golic Jr. He is one of the true, honest voices in this space. He is not afraid to show love to the big men, and he is not afraid to be honest. Give it up for Mike Golic Jr., everybody.
Thank you. That was my alternate title. Reformed Fat was what we workshopped beforehand, which leads to the big man love. So it's all deadly.
I mean,
Reformed Fat, you're right, did turn into he likes the big guys.
Yeah.
Next to him is a man that, how many years have you been doing this now?
geez, I mean, we did 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then we took a break and went to
You're at 10.
2022, 2023, 24, 25. This is 20, so this is
So
probably
11.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Michael Felder, one of the original true voices of BR in the bleachers on social media, whether it is buttering a pan for a Detroit-style pizza or breaking down Nick Emmanwori in the box. He's the best in the business. Michael Felder,
Come on
everybody.
now.
I'm also a reformed fat.
True. Well, I think
look
we're
great.
all in the process of being reformed. That's the reason I wear a hoodie. And we have a new man to the mix, and I have read his work, and I'm excited to hear it.
Let's go.
He is a BR draft analyst. He is Dame MFing Parsons in the house to be.
Come on.
Dame, for myself, for everybody out there, how did you get into scouting? How did you get into the draft world? What's your experience with everything?
Man, I mean, I played through high school and, living, just enjoying life. But I was always a guy that I would skip lunch, go to my D coordinator's office, like, hey, you got a dead period? Let's watch some film.
Yes.
I would scout all of our opponents and everything. And I just kind of took that from high school all the way through life and really kind of found my niche in it, found that passion, the thing I love the most.
Yeah.
Love to watch film, love to break down players and see where guys can fit within the NFL system, their strengths, their weaknesses. I love talking to these young men and really getting to know who they are.
You're at the Senior Bowl, you're at all these places.
Senior Bowl, Combine, all of it.
Great.
So one of the biggest things I always tell fans is understanding that talent gets you drafted, but character keeps you in the league.
Facts. To everyone out there, I know that you love the draft and we love the draft. Back when it was Saturday and Sunday and it was 1 through 3, 4 through 7, and you would be the only one watching on TV, the promise that I can make to you is that we do not have commercials. If we do, they are 15 seconds and we are right back. There will never be a moment where your team says the pick is in and then we leave and you need to hope that we talk about your player on the other side. I promise you, we will be talking about them all night long. You guys were not here for night 1.
Sure.
Why don't you kick it off? Your big reaction after night 1 of the NFL draft.
I think for me in night 1 of the NFL draft, it was hot out the gate with big trades and then sort of backloaded with, I thought I felt terrible for Atlanta fans, the ebb and flow of everyone universally coming to praise that team when all of a sudden you go up and you take Jalen Walker and everyone's like, okay, yeah, this feels good. This feels like right. And then we get the news and the alert from all the insiders that they're trading back into the first round to take another pass rusher in James Pierce. And now everyone's starting to come out with the same old Atlanta Falcons takes. It's less so an indictment of James Pierce, who I'm sure we can discuss at some point on here for the Day 2 crew, is a guy that's got a lot of gifts, but that idea of giving up capital to come back, doing something like we saw with the Atlanta Falcons, who were addicted to surprising us on draft night, it appears to be. I thought that one ends up being the sort of lasting taste in my mouth of the best of times and the worst of times for Falcons fans who thought they were going to get out of night 1 without being the story.
So here's the thing for me. I'm going to go bigger picture.
Okay.
I played safety in college. The lack of safeties and corners, the lack of defensive backs.
It was 4 total?
I think so.
3 corners, 1 safety.
Yeah, in that first round, that was honestly, like, you can't tell me that some of these guys, and we got them obviously on the best available prospects, and we're going to get into it with Dame about some of those guys, but you can't tell me that those guys didn't belong there. You can't tell me that they weren't better football players. Football players. Better football players than guys that got drafted ahead of them. I think they come in. I will say this. I think as we go through day 2, we are going to see a lot of folks that are going to enter the league with the chip on their shoulder because they know they're better football players than some of the guys that went ahead of them.
100%. I think for me, it was kind of that 16 and 17 pick run where you had the Arizona Cardinals getting Walter Nolan, who was my IDL 2 in this class. Yeah. I think he has the highest upside in this class. Saw him down in Mobile, and when you extrapolate him from that Ole Miss defense that at 6'4", 305, they had him playing 0, 1, and 2I.
Yep.
While J.J. Begees, who's 330, was playing defensive end. Then you saw him at the Senior Bowl. You saw him at the Senior Bowl, and they said, hey, no, we're going to put you in your natural 3-tech position. You saw the first step quickness, the length, the hand usage, the power. Yeah. It's like, yeah, if I put this guy as a single gap penetrator, we're going to make some things happen. And I think Arizona understanding we got to get to Brock Purdy. You got to stifle Sam Darnold, right? You got to get to Matthew Stafford. I love that. 17 was a little...
It felt high?
A little high. It's more so because you already signaled that you cared so much about your offense if you're Cincinnati.
Sure.
Re-signing both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. That interior offensive line needed some help. And with Greg Zabel sitting right there on the board to me, Donovan Jackson being there available. Right. Like, there are some guys on day 2, but those was kind of the cream of the crop for me at the IOL spot. I felt they could have went right there at pick 17.
Let's take a look at the best available prospects. Yesterday we were going off of Renner's list. Today we are going off the BR scouting department's list. So right now, Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan that we've been spending a lot. 2 secondary guys right off the top. Emmanwori, the physical, incredible testing specimen from South Carolina. Mike Green, some character concerns off the field is currently being into question. The story of the day is when will Shedeur Sanders go? And there are some other great names there, and we will get to it. And it's interesting because Cleveland is on the clock now. Then Houston, they traded with the New York Giants when they went and got Jackson Dart. Then Tennessee, then Cleveland again, and then the Raiders. Those are the first 5 picks. Whether it is going to be the Raiders there, whether it could be Cleveland in one of these 2 picks. Let's just go with 4 minutes left on the clock for the Cleveland Browns. Do we think, let's just start here. Raise your hand if you think Cleveland takes him with one of these 2 picks. Okay. Do you think it will be the first or the second pick?
I think it'll probably be the first pick.
So you think it could be this very next pick?
I think his long journey could be over here very shortly.
What do you think, Dame?
I think 33 as well. I think they great value to be able to sit top of the second round and get the guy that you probably wanted this time.
Felder, you said no. So then where do you think it could be for Shedeur?
I just think that I think he's an enigma for NFL teams because he doesn't need to be in the NFL. Like, his dad is, like, he's already...
You mean financially?
Yes, financially. Like, he's not, like... But I also think, I was talking to my dad about this when I was in the Uber on the way up to get to the airport. I said, they should look at this as a blessing. This is a kid that doesn't have to want for anything. All he wants to do is play football.
Yep.
All he wants to do is play football. That's all he wants to do is go out and play football.
So the pick is in. So hold on. So if you don't think it's Cleveland, where do you think he'll go? New Orleans has the pick at 40. After that, the Rams are at 46. These are
Not
just
the
other
Rams.
teams.
I'll take New Orleans.
New Orleans at 40.
I'll take New Orleans.
I'll say this. I think that for Shedeur, man, I hope he does end up in New Orleans. From this perspective, it's the weakest division.
Yes.
It is inside of a dome.
Yep.
Yes.
And when I think of that coach, Kellen Moore, I think of a completion percentage monster in college that didn't have the physical tools, that just led a run-centric offense with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right.
And you have Alvin Kamara. Now, does he want to combine his career with Shedeur? That's the other question for a new coach.
Yep.
Because
they're linked.
you are linked forever.
100%.
Yeah. You'll be
all right, so
intrinsically
if
linked.
Cleveland doesn't go quarterback here, Dame, what other needs do you think they could go for?
I think they could go wide receiver.
Okay.
They do need another receiver. But
All right, the pick is
Ooh.
in, and we are going linebacker with the 33rd pick. It is going to be Carson Schwesinger out of UCLA. We're going to get to the video. You guys will each give your grade, and we'll talk about the fit and the value here. First team All-American, first team All-Big Ten, started as a walk-on, played 38 games, just 10 starts. But man, he models his game after Roquan Smith and Matt Milano, 90 solo tackles last year. Dame, you are our guest, so I'll give you first. What do you think of the value here? What do you think of the fit?
I think the value is great. I think the fit is also good. JOK had that injury.
Yeah.
So it's like, does this mean you're more worried long term?
I could say this
he
seems
might not
big
come
JOK
back?
insurance policy.
Yeah, 100%. This guy is explosive. He's got good range downhill. A guy that can blitz through the A gaps, but he also has that speed and ability to drop off into coverage and zones, get to a spot, get depth to be able to take away some of those deep end cuts that you see so much in the NFL. He plays with his hair on fire, and I think this is a guy that brings kind of a, no pun intended, a dog to the dog pound. So if I'm gonna grade this,
Yeah, what grade would you give it?
I'll give it a B+.
Felder, what grade are you giving for this?
I'm
What do
going
you
to
think?
I'm going to give it an A. And the thing I like about what he brings to the table is that, like you mentioned, Dame, the downhill process. But I also love the fact that he can play in coverage. And I think in today's NFL, if you want to stay on the field as a linebacker, you better be able to do this. And folks,
Especially in the same division as the Bengals and
Yes.
Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
you better get used to hearing this. The other thing I like about it is, think about this. I think about this a lot because of the Carolina Panthers. The way that they picked Julius Peppers, this is a guy, he's going to have to run side to side.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure.
He's going to have to run side to side. You got Lamar Jackson in there.
Oh, that's I mean, and it fits well into what they already have. Like to the point about JOK, like similar-ish skill set in terms of, hey, not the biggest downhill thumper in the world, but can fly sideline to sideline. I think JOK has got a little more pass rush wiggle and did coming out of school. But you talk about being able to turn and drop in coverage. I mean, this dude can flip his hips and really run and get deep. He is every white linebacker buzzword known to man in terms of nose for the football, always around
High
it. But
motor.
he does a good job, again, kind of like JOK in the box of
Yeah.
being able to get around it. If you get your hands on him as a bigger lineman, you can swallow that guy whole. That part is still going to be a worry for people, but he is going to be in a place where, hey, he's working with someone every day who does the stuff that he's going to do to be successful.
And your grade?
I'm gonna go B+2 on this. And I like getting to press the button. This is exciting.
Yes.
Buttons are fun to push.
Buttons are fun.
Now, Lefkoe, can I throw something out real quick?
please.
When you look at what they did in round one, trading down, getting Mason Graham,
Yep.
this is a clear distinction that we're trying to make sure that we can win this division. And not just win this division, but we're drafting to deal with the guys in our division.
Bingo.
Mason Graham paired with Michael Hall, they drafted last year, with Myles Garrett, now Carson Schwesinger. It's a clear sign.
Texans pick is in. This is their first pick, and they go with a weapon for their young quarterback, C.J. Stroud. I think everyone was expecting about offensive line help after trading Larry Tunsil, but they go Jayden Higgins, the wide receiver out of Iowa State. And this is a guy that is efficient, is big, and doesn't drop the ball often. Third team All-American, second team All-Big 12, played in 26 straight games, never missed a game because of injury, 117 targets of 10 yards or more, and he didn't drop the ball one time. Felder, what do you think of this guy in and out of breaks?
I'm going A+. I love him. I love him getting in and out of breaks, like you mentioned. But the thing I love, we 50-50 balls, but also the targets over 10. Targets over 10 in today's college football is a really interesting stat to track because so many teams throw the ball short and then let the wide receiver do all the work. He's putting his work in on the front and then going to make it work.
What do we think of this weapon for C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, well, I think to your point, there's always
They lose Stephon Diggs, they lose Robert Woods,
Right.
and he comes in.
and you've had the injury issues with Tank Dell, unfortunately, that have popped up a bunch. And there are two schools of thought when it comes to helping out your quarterback. Like you said, O-line was the obvious place that people look. But if you're not going to build the wall there, it's the old meme going back to the Penei Sewell, Jamar Chase draft of at least giving the guy to go downfield with. Love a big body target. Basketball on grass guy does a great job of shielding. Using his body to keep defenders out of the way here. So really like this pick for them. I'll go I'll go A- on this one, just to freshen it up a little bit. But I think this is a great spot for him here, too. And a big year for C.J. Stroud in this offense. They make a lot of changes to try and get him back to playing the kind of ball he played as a rookie.
So, Dame, they traded back. So right now their wide receiver room is Nico Collins, big body. Now you have Mr. Higgins, big body. Christian Kirk signed as a free agent. Tank Dell underneath as well. They also got Justin Watson. We saw him with Mahomes, scramble drill, all of that stuff. What do we think of this wide receiver room now?
I think it's a good room. I feel it's a room that CJ is going to walk out, break the huddle, and feel comfortable with because Nico being a big body target, but he's a big vertical target.
Definitely.
So he's going to take that safety over the top.
It seems like a solid starting five, and everyone has a different specialty.
And that's the key to me. That's one of my favorite phrases is when I'm building a receiver room, I want it to be like a basketball team. That's starting five. I want my point guard, my three-point shooter, my slasher, my center, and my power forward. And for me, I think Jayden Higgins, Nico's going to make his life a lot easier because he's very good against zone coverages. Being able to press vertical, push guys off the ball, and then snap in between the middle of the hashes and be able to settle down as a 6'4", long arm, big body target. CJ's going to have a lot of fun, especially off play action, getting the ball to him. So you think about those post 12-yard dig combinations. You're going to have him basically on base sets, 12 personnel. You know what I mean? You'll have Jayden Higgins being able to work the middle of the field, be that possession receiver that can run routes and get in and out of breaks. I think this is a really good fit for him because he doesn't have to come in with the pressure of being number one. My grade, I would give him an A. I'll give him an A.
All right, so we do have a trade. The Titans were sitting there at 35. The Seattle Seahawks have moved up 15 spots from pick number 50 to pick number 35. This is a Seattle team, Dame, that you were just celebrating for taking Zabel, that can play all parts of the offensive line. That was undoubtedly what they needed. The question that I have now is they also need a wide receiver. They lose DK, they lose Lockett, and could we see with that Higgins pick the start of a wide receiver run? That happens in the NFL draft where you think there's a certain amount of guys in one level. Could we see that? Are there any other positions you think they could be targeting?
No, I feel like it's got to be wide receiver here. I mean, again, once you go, Gray Zabel was an awesome pick, stood up on the table for that one last night, one of the best interior offensive linemen in this class at a spot they desperately needed to firm up for Sam Darnold coming to town, but now you got to restock the cupboard around the weapons, so I think you're right.
What do you think? I want to ask you, Dan. Trey Harris, Luther Burden, is this where we see one of those two guys come off the board?
I think Trey Harris makes a lot of sense. When you have Cooper Kupp, you have JSN. I think you losing DK via that trade, you lose size in that receiver room. Now you go get your power forward, a guy who I think my comp from Michael Thomas was, Michael Thomas for Trey Harris, a guy that wins in the short to intermediate. He's very quick-footed, who can also run routes and get out of his breaks, but he has the ball skills. I think this should be Trey Harris here and give them that size that they're missing at that X receiver spot.
Felder, two random thoughts. Number one, I would love to see Will Johnson on the Seahawks. Three thoughts. Number two, man, you talked about Cam Chancellor. Nick Emmanwori in a Seahawks jersey would also be really awesome. And then the third one, this is crazy, is when they drafted Russell Wilson, they signed Mike Flynn to a big contract.
Oh, yes, they did.
So is there any chance that you're trading up for a Shedeur Sanders?
This is not the same team, right?
No, this is not.
It's
still
same,
John Schneider,
but it's not
Pete Carroll.
It's not the same regime.
So These are just like my rumination.
Adam Lefkoe let us into his mind palace.
Yes.
So
it's spacious.
Look,
lovely toilets.
We had a meeting before the show, and you know how I feel about Nick Emmanwori. Would love to see him go. Because again, I do comp him to Cam Chancellor if that's what you want him to do.
Right.
But I do agree with both of these guys that wide receiver makes the most sense. It's you've got it. You have to. You got to do it.
You remember who in the meeting who Renner's comp was for Luther Burden? He comped him to Percy Harvin.
Right.
Now we didn't agree with it completely.
I comped him to
DJ Moore.
DJ Moore. Yeah.
But that's still a valuable little chess piece there.
DJ Moore's a good wide receiver. That's a good wide receiver for the
So right now, the wide receiver, I would imagine their number one is going to be Jackson Smith and Jigba. They signed Cooper Kupp. They signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling. What they are going to bring, we'll see. But the Seahawks selection, as Richard Sherman steps to the podium, official predictions, go.
I'm going to go, I'll go Luther Burden.
Okay.
Trey Harris.
Trey Harris.
All right, nice.
All right, let's see what we got.
I'm going to say complete chaos, Shedeur.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to go complete chaos. And the pick is in. And the Seattle Seahawks, with the 35th pick overall, the third pick of the second round, have selected Nick Emmanwori.
Let's go. I knew they were going to make Richard Sherman go up there and announce an offensive player.
Right point.
They wouldn't do him like that.
They tipped their hand there.
They did.
Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and do this right now.
Nick Emmanwori is the pick. Felder, you know what? Let me just do one quick thing.
Come on.
And then I'll let you do it.
Let him loose.
When you look at combine measurables, there is special and then there is blow your face. 6'3", 220, run a 4.3 840. Everything this guy does was sensational. Did not allow a touchdown last year. Has led the team in tackles for 2 straight years. Multiple pick sixes, and most importantly, Michael Felder's draft crush. Felder, take it away.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go A+ right now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be quick, and then we'll get back to it. But this is a guy, Seattle, right? Cam Chancellor, bam, bam. He can be that. What else can he be? If you want to turn him into an Isaiah Simmons type player, he can be that guy. If you want to turn him into a true linebacker like Thomas Davis, with what the Panthers did with the safety coming out of college, he can do all those things. He can run. He can cover from underneath. He's got great ball skills. He has everything that you want. Nick Emmanwori, this is my draft crush. This guy's an A+ pick.
All right.
Wow. I love this for you. I'm really glad you got your moment here. I'm glad Seattle has confirmed that they have a type when it comes to this. But this is one of the guys, I mean, to Lefkoe's point, sat down and got to interview him. He was the first guy I talked to at the Combine this year. And the moment that dude walked up to me, I said, good God almighty.
Yeah.
You are not supposed to be built like that.
Yeah.
Safeties are not supposed to stare eye to eye with me and look like they're carved out of marble. So what do we always talk about? Top end of the draft, rare body types to go along with the productivity, the skill sets, all those different things. Mike McDonald trying to make sure his house is in order on the defensive side of the ball. Like, one thing became clear, we're going to come in here and make sure that if anything hits the fan, especially now that you've gone out and risked it all on Sam Darnold signing him, at least my side of the ball is taken care of.
A 43-inch vert, an 11.6 broad.
Vile.
Yeah. What? That's, you know what, when you were saying McDonald, this isn't just a Seattle type. This is also a Ravens defense type, which is where he comes from. I mean, it's special, and I believe we do have some footage of Golic at the Combine.
Oh, come on.
If we want to physically compare Nick Emmanwori to Mike Golic. But we do, let's get to the next, okay.
Oh, yeah. You want to see it?
Yeah. No, that wasn't real. That was real? That was
real, and I'll let you guys in. This was actually a big moment for me. I've had a bad back since November. Messed it up working out. This was the first time I had done anything even remotely explosive, dynamic, swift. I was sitting there hoping and praying that I wasn't going to pull up lane. That 40-yard dash, I felt my groins pulling off the bone. Oh my God. Like good barbecue, just falling off.
Good barbecue.
The next Browns pick just hit, so I need to keep up with the show. I love you very much. Quinshon Judkins, the running back out of Ohio State, and I think this is going to surprise some people, goes to the Cleveland Browns here. That is the official pick. Some people thought TreVeyon Henderson would jump him.
Yeah.
Quinshon Judkins was the one that came in with all of that excitement from Ole Miss and the transfer. He is durable. He has finished with 50 career touchdowns, over 5 yards per carry. Dame, take us away on what you think about Quinshon to the Browns.
First of all, my grade is an A+.
Nice.
I love this fit for them. This is a team that runs the football. He is violent. He is physical. I'm so sorry, Golic, that we had to see this film pop up, but he's physical. He's got good vision. People don't know. You go back to Ole Miss, he was listed at 205. Mm-hmm. He ran 4.48, 4.46 at 220 pounds. He bulked up going to Ohio State to be the hammer for Chip Kelly. This gives the Browns offense that identity, that run game. And I think Nick Chubb is a free agent, so there's no
Nick Chubb
telling
is
if he's coming
gone,
back.
Deontay Foreman is gone, Nyheim Hines all gone.
No. Great fit, great pick. This is a guy that can be a 3-down back for him. He actually sneakily catches the ball out of the backfield. They didn't throw it to him a ton, but when he did it, he was very functional with it. Lined up out wide as well.
I'm going to go A on this one. I really love the pick. I love Judkins. Judkins, for me, I love the fact that this is a guy that wants to work in pass protection. Mm-hmm. That's something that we don't talk about nearly enough. But he does want, and obviously you're not going to get a clip of that in a highlight reel.
We should, and we'll talk to management for those that appreciate such kinks.
So, but you go ahead, Golic.
No, it's the Ohio State running back room in general. Like, he is not even the final boss of pass protection and violence in that backfield.
Agreed.
We'll meet TreVeyon Henderson a little bit, who's been my draft crush. But Quinshon Judkins, when we were thinking about comps at the next level, just watching his running style, I think he's a little twitchier, but I got a lot of Isaiah Pacheco in that he runs like he's angry at the ground.
I'm comped him to Kareem Hunt.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. I'll give him the A on that. But Cleveland kind of has to rebuild the ground game. The offensive line, the foundation that was set there for so long before they lost the Deshaun Watson bet, has cracked. Yeah. Injury, age, the transition of time, and now Nick Chubb out there. They got to rebuild that, and a good back like this can certainly help your offensive line out in that transition.
All right, real quick, let's take a 15-second break where we're going to hear from TreVeyon, where money means more.
With TreVeyon, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. TreVeyon, where money means more.
All right, we have a trade. Miami has moved up. They were at 48. They move up to 37 to trade with the Raiders. Really quick, before we get to that, your thought on them, because you said how much you like TreVeyon. The fact that they took Quinshon over Henderson. What do you think about that?
A little more explosive, like TreVeyon Henderson, a little more tightly bound. I think good three-down back does everything right, but if you're looking for that little bit of extra gear, I think Quinshon's probably your guy.
Okay. Do you guys agree? Who did you guys have ranked higher?
TreVeyon. But I agree with everything that he said. Go ahead.
Yeah. I have Quinshon rated a little bit higher.
Okay.
The injuries, when TreVeyon, after his freshman year, as the bell cow for Ohio State, he kept getting hurt those 2 years. Then they brought Quinshon to be the hammer, take some of that wear and tear off of him. So that's kind of how I have them, but they're very close in grade.
All right, so we thought the Raiders, maybe they could be a Shedeur spot. They're going to drop down 11 spots to 48, so maybe that's where they're going to be now. Miami moves up. They give up pretty much a third-round pick to make the jump. Miami in the first round yesterday took Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, with the 13th pick. Some other holes they have, offensive line. I'm not sure who you guys see there. And then also, this could be an amazing spot for Will Johnson.
Yes.
Possibly looking for a corner right now. They lost Kendall Fuller. They lost Saron Neal. Look, they lost Javon Holland. They lost a lot of pieces from their secondary, and this was a secondary that was 9th in the NFL. But we'll see. They are going offensive line with the pick.
Yep.
And I'm going to let you say the last name.
Jonah Savaiinaea.
Let's do it one more time.
Jonah Savaiinaea.
No, you had it right.
I did.
You were right the first time.
I had it, and then as soon as you threw it back to me, I'm like, oh no, deer in headlights.
No,
but
I loved it. Okay, so Arizona, big-time offensive lineman, ran a 1.72 10-yard split, was the fastest at the combine among prospects over 315, only got flagged one time last year, and he's versatile. 16 starts at right tackle, 15 starts at right guard, 5 at left tackle. Big boy goes to Miami. What do we think?
In that range for comps, and I shout out to Nate Tice. I heard him reference this guy as a SpongeBob SquarePants body last night. But Cooper Beebe, in terms of big, thick body with a ton of versatility, that's going to play his best ball inside, majored at both tackle spots after early on coming in and laying waste at guard. But this guy's a true dancing bear, just a fridge of a human being. He pops right off tape, but good and solid, like not a road grader or a mauler, more going to wall guys off than anything, moves well in space, uses his arms really well, and his issues came out on the perimeter when he was challenged athletically in ways that he won't on the inside. Faster rushers, he'd get leaned over his outside leg a little bit much, sometimes get a little top heavy going that way, but I think you kick him down inside, you've got a really solid day one starter.
I think left guard, I think putting him, replacing Eichenberg, putting him in that spot. You got Patrick Paul, who's supposed to be the starter now that Teron Armstead retired. They're going to have a probably young left side of that offensive line.
Right.
And that's not the blind side for Tua. So that's good. Tua can see the pressure coming from that.
That's a really good point.
And they brought in James Daniels from Pitt to play right guard, a much more veteran presence on the right side.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and do. I'm gonna go B, and I think that this is a great one. I think there is going to be some transitional things for him as he has to kick down inside. I know he's played some guard.
He played guard when he first got to Arizona.
And then they kicked him out wide.
And then they kicked him out. I believe he was a freshman All-American.
So there's gonna be some growing pains, but at the end of the day, like you mentioned, Dame, this isn't a blindside situation. Like, you know what I mean? He is, as someone who's left-handed, is we built different.
I'm curious, for anyone that really has comment on it, last year, first-round pick surprised some. Jordan Morgan out of Arizona went 25th to Green Bay. How would you compare Jonah to Jordan? Because he was also one of those interior guards. Could he play tackle? I'm not sure.
Really different build, and I think overall athleticism. Like Jordan Morgan, I thought he could have had a chance. If you wanted to put him at tackle, I thought he would have fared all right.
The length, I felt like the length was there for him.
Yeah.
It was
so
there.
For him, it really is.
It's
It's a lateral agility that could prevent him from being a left tackle.
Yeah, I think he's just more that anchor inside that when he gets to tighten up his footwork a little bit now, he'll be out of position a little bit less. He uses his hands and his arm really well. Like, he's got a good strike. He uses the arm length, all that stuff that'll matter, also less in the interior. So I think he's more of a true inside guy. But he's played a lot of tackles. So, I mean, if you get in a pinch, he's got experience enough out there. And at this level, you only have so many bodies on the sideline, so it all helps.
And to be honest, what Miami did is this whole time they've been a track team. It's been speed.
The whole thing's been a track meet.
With Kenneth Grant and Jonah Savaiinaea, they went ahead and said, we're going to get physical in the trenches. Get physical. Get some guys that can beat you up in the run game on both sides of the ball.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Man, the Miami Dolphins look really good in September and October.
Yeah.
But when it gets December and January and you're going to Foxborough and you're putting up 9.
You got to go to Buffalo.
Yeah, there's a reason why Josh Allen can win those games, because he's the biggest dude out there and can exact his revenge. All right, we got 35 seconds on the clock for the Patriots. They went Will Campbell with their pick. Tackle out of LSU yesterday. He cried on the stage saying that he would kill and die for Drake May, which when you draft an offensive lineman, that's
you want to hear that.
You want to hear, bro. I will kill for him. I will die for him. What are we thinking here for Patriots the second year with GM Elliott Wolf?
Oof.
Could this be a TreVeyon Henderson spot? Ramondre Stevenson struggled even with Belichick was there with fumbles. You got to be able to protect the ball.
He could run. He just couldn't keep the ball in his hands.
I mean, do you go receiver here, maybe?
It is Vrabel, and so I wonder if we're going D-line here.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Green?
They lost Dietrich Wise. They lost Godchow. They lost a few other people. Could it be a Shamar Turner?
Are we going to see Xavier Watt?
Oof. Boy, would love that. I mean, at some point, I'll get to wax poetic about my sweet, sweet Notre Dame boys on the board. But
I know.
Xavier Watts, especially in round 2, is going to be a steal for somebody and a guy with so much range in terms of what he can come downhill and do for you there. Would be awesome to see him get a chance at a place like New England, where especially with Vrabel in town,
Could they go potentially tight end, too?
I was going to say a Mason Taylor here.
Yeah, Mason Taylor, Elijah Royal, getting that guy that can control the middle of the field. While Stephon Diggs is on the outside, you got the young guys, Keyshawn Butte, Javon Baker, Jalen Polk. And just getting another tight end to kind of unlock this offense and give defenses more things to think about.
Well, they were at their best, right, when they had 2 tight ends. We don't have to talk about which 2.
Yeah,
go.
Yep.
Gronk and Hernandez played in the NFL, and things happened. But yeah, the Patriots, it's just curious to see. They said, look, we're going offensive line with Vrabel. Josh McDaniels is back. I'm just curious. This is a defense that was last in the NFL in sacks last year.
Right.
Do you get someone that can get after the quarterback?
But there's the other side of that coin. What if we get somebody that can cover somebody?
Yeah. Will Johnson.
And do you pair a Will Johnson with a Christian Gonzalez? Now, they did sign Carlton Davis in the offseason.
Right.
That was a big one. You got Duggar and Jabril Peppers at safety. But it is a changing of the guard in New England. 4-13 last year, last in the AFC East. They really can't. Look, last year they move on from Gerard Mayo. Alex Van Pelt was the OC there. But this is a second-year quarterback with a new coach that spent $300 million in free agency.
Jeez.
And the pick is in. And the Patriots, with the 38th overall selection, the 6th pick in the second round, have officially selected TreVeyon Henderson.
There we go.
Dame Parsons officially knocked out of the park. The running back out of Ohio State. So 2 Ohio State running backs in the first 6 picks of this second round. He was a team captain for Ohio State. Not only could he run the ball, averaged over 11 yards per catch, used his NIL money to help his mama retire, which is incredible. Finished 5th on Ohio State's all-time rushing yard list. And when he carried the ball, he averaged over 6.3 yards per carry. So, Dame, you called it. What were you thinking? What was the reason, and how does he fit?
Man, I think you want to continue to put things around Drake May. And with Mike Vrabel, you know he's going to run the football. He's going to run the football. He wants physicality, but this guy gives you elite speed and burst to make those big plays down the field. And in the passing game, he's that easy button for Drake May, where if everything downfield is covered, you tell Drake, check it down to TreVeyon, let him make the plays in space. And also on 3rd and 10, you break the huddle and guys they show you something different. You're like, okay, we got to go max protection here.
Yep.
You know he can max protect. He can sit in the backfield. He can take on those free running linebackers. This is an outstanding fit. I give it an A+ here.
Yep.
I think they did a great job getting another explosive weapon to now. I said this when he was drafted. Don't tell him, hey, you were a Superman for North Carolina.
Yes.
Sometimes just be Clark Kent. Grab the suitcase, throw the glasses on, suit and tie, and go to work. I don't need you to step in that phone booth. This is one of those moves that lets that happen.
And this is, I'll go A+ and join you in that as well. This is the attitude that he is trying to cultivate. Remember, we heard the story that Mike Vrabel had Will Campbell punch him in the chest on their visit. And when he knocked him down, he knew he had their guy. That was the story that was going viral. I'd imagine TreVeyon, I want to know if that's going to be the standard in New England, because TreVeyon Henderson is bloodthirsty.
Yes.
Like, this man seeks contact. It doesn't approach him. He goes and seeks it, and then he punches it in the mouth. That's why I'm in love with running backs who not only protect, but he's a willing blocker in a backfield that used both of those guys last year. Fits into the protection plan really well. And we talked about the explosiveness of Quinshon compared to him. I really love his change of pace. Like, he can gear shift really well, hide behind, and all of a sudden hit the gas and cut outside for good yards. So I think, again, build that core around Drake May, and he's an easy add to that.
Felder, 1 out of every 4 times he touched the ball, he went for 10 or more yards.
Yeah, that's insane. First of all, it's unacceptable as a defensive player.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I'm giving it an A+ as well. I love his explosiveness, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Golic, when you said, like, you said start, stop, but, like, to me, there's a suddenness to his game.
Yes.
And that suddenness is bothersome to defenders because it looks like he's kind of just going a little bit slow, and then all of a sudden, you throttle down.
Yep.
And then he goes. And once he goes, you're not going to catch him. And that's how he has those big plays that Lefkoe mentioned.
Yeah.
That's how he has those big plays. Like 1 out of 4, oh my gosh.
Now-
It's that Le'Veon Bell that just get you off balance a little bit.
Yes.
Foot in the ground.
We showed the weapons for Drake May earlier, but now you go out and you get Stephon Diggs. You have 2 solid tight ends in Hunter Henry there, the Austin Hooper. And now you have this. I think of the James Whites. I think of the Shane Vereen's. I think about all those Patriots running backs that you could dump it down to and pick up. But he seems more explosive, bigger, and more of a threat. He's not a Corey Dillon in his prime.
He's not Corey Dillon.
But he seems like he's a mix of all those Patriots running
And he's
backs.
angry.
Yeah.
Yes. He's an angry young man.
He's angry.
I like the idea of Vrabel just trying to go back in time and recreate all the Patriots guys that
Let's
he
look
saw.
mashed together.
So on the clock right now is the Chicago Bears. They have this pick because this was the DJ Moore trade. I think we're finally done that Carolina trade from when they moved up to get Bryce Young. This was the DJ Moore pick. So the Bears are up now. They shocked a lot of people by going Colston Loveland in the first round, but if you like Colston Loveland, it makes sense.
Yeah.
He is not an inline blocker, but he is this new out-of-line tight end wide receiver hybrid weapon. What are we thinking here as the Ben Johnson experience continues?
Well, I mean, I know.
O-line, D-line.
I know this is a guy you were high on. I mean, if we're seeing some running backs right now, could this be Caleb Johnson territory for Ben Johnson, who we know wants to get tight ends and running backs involved, comes from that place where they're certainly not afraid to take him high either in Detroit.
Yeah, and remember, he was on staff when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs and they traded away DeAndre Swift the very next night in the draft. I think this could be a running back here.
What's very interesting is it's easy before the draft to say there are so many good running backs, but when you start seeing them go off the board, you might need to take your guy now. The Bears have officially they're making their pick right now. 7th pick of the 2nd round, 39th overall. Des White announcing it for the Chicago Bears, and they have officially selected. Bum, 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 bum. Luther Burden III out of Mizzou. So
Wow.
we knew it was going to be an offensive guy. They go Colston Loveland at tight end, and now Luther Burden, the jackknife, the jack of all trades out of Mizzou. Luther Burden III caught a pass in 34 straight games. He also was a heck of a punt returner. Nearly 200 receptions at Mizzou, nearly 2,300 yards and 21 touchdowns, and he forced 78 missed tackles. Luther Burden III, Felder, you cleared your throat. Do we think that this is, I feel like you're uncertain here. What do we think?
I love Ben.
You love Ben Johnson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Played football with him in college.
Okay.
This makes sense to me. It's perfect. I'm going to go with an A+. He knows he needs weapons. DJ Moore, one side. Luther Burden, the other side. Move him around. We saw the
Roma
gap.
Dunze, too.
Roma Dunze. Move him around. Hide him. Sneak him. The thing that Ben is really good at is sneaking guys. I mean, think about the most famous play that they had during his tenure with the Lions. The fake
Right.
Yeah.
fake fumble to Laporta.
Yep.
I'm trying not to cry because I'm so happy for my friend.
Really?
Yes. He's my friend, man, and he's getting a guy that can be a real playmaker, and I really love to see it. So I'm very happy for him. He's just don't ruin him, Chicago. Don't do it.
I mean, you saw that before and after picture of his first press conference to 5 weeks in the job where he looked like he'd aged presidentially. But no, it is an exciting time for Chicago again, a place that knows all about this, and for Ben Johnson, who did wait his turn for this, right? He waited for the right opportunity. And so, I'm sure this is an emotional night for him to finally get his hands on the joystick and be able to go and get a guy like Luther Burden.
I'm going to tell you why I love this. I love this for multiple reasons. Number one, I don't believe Keenan Allen is under contract. And Keenan Allen man in the slot for them.
Yeah, he gone.
Number two, who was his slot receiver in Detroit? It was Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yes.
A guy that ran routes, who was strong, who was physical after the catch, who can make you miss. And he has more athleticism and juice as a pure athlete. So putting him in the slot where Mizzou played him pretty much 98% of his snaps. You got DJ Moore outside, Roma Dunze outside, Colston Loveland, Cole Kmet.
Nothing wrong with having two DJ Moores.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. And if I'm Caleb, I'm calling Ben, I'm calling the GM and said, thank you. Thank you for this, because you didn't do me the way that they did the previous regime.
Right.
Did Justin Fields, did Mitchell Trubisky. You give me weapons, and this offense on paper, man.
You talk about that starting five. So now you have DJ Moore, who I guess is in that Jamison Williams role of the deep shot, but he's so much more than that. Roma Dunze, I guess, is in that Tim Patrick role.
Big body.
And he's so much more than that.
Right.
Luther Burden now goes into the Amon-Ra St. Brown role.
Yep.
And now you have the blocking tight end that's already on the roster in Cole Kmet. And now Colston Loveland. That's a heck of a dynamic receiving corps.
And you get to have fun like that because you already ate your vegetables this offseason when you went out and addressed O-line
Joe
and
Rooney,
and the
Drew
trade
Dahlman, and Jonah Jackson.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I got real quick, guys. I think it was maybe I looked at these stats a while back. During his tenure in Detroit, Ben Johnson was one of the league leaders in 11 personnel. He will spread you out and still run the ball right down your throat and put you in those nickel and dime packages just so he can out-physical you at the line of scrimmage. So this is a pick that allows him to do that even more so and really make you play horizontal so then he can get vertical with his run game.
All right, I need to pivot from all this love because the Saints are on the clock and the pick is in.
I'm just
and there
telling you,
is a chance that
that's
this
my
could
boy,
be.
dude.
I can see it is. At first I was like, oh, he swallowed a grape or something. But then you're okay.
I'm okay.
It's love. That's true love.
Yeah,
The second BR broadcast I've been on where somebody has cried.
I cried in front of Brian Dawkins. It was really embarrassing.
It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
I haven't posted it because I'm still embarrassed about it, but I will post it one day. Could this be the Shedeur Sanders pick to the New Orleans Saints here at 40? Again, you have new coach in Kellen Moore. You have a new offensive coordinator in Drew Nussmeier.
I love the Kellen Moore thing. I think that's important. He wants a quarterback that's like a plussed-up version of him.
Possible.
Why wouldn't he want that?
Because
You went Kelvin Banks,
more.
old line.
Because he had Justin Herbert and was like, wow, it's awesome when you can throw 70 yards.
I was going to say, I don't know how you are. When I watch players that played like I did, I'm like, no, thank you. Give me the mutant. I would like the freak, please and thank you.
All right, the Saints have officially.
Oh, my God. Oh, we're getting real weird now.
Oh, this is getting out of hand.
Okay.
Ooh.
The Saints have officially selected Tyler Shough out of Louisville.
We are Tyler
And
Shough
here's
right
the
now.
thing. I have been we've all been hearing that teams have been loving Tyler
Yes.
Shough. The interesting
Yes.
thing is he will be 26 years old
Yes, he will.
by the time the season gets going. Let us talk about Tyler Shough, his fit in the Saints, and then we could talk about the decision to take him over Shedeur. Tyler Shough, a 12-0 touchdown to interception ratio on play action passes. He engineered an offense that averaged over 36 points per game last season. He has been at a few schools, 3 years at Oregon, 3 years at Texas Tech, and then Louisville, but he only played one full season of starting quarterback in those 7 years. Who wants to take this first?
I'll start.
Go, Dave.
I like Tyler Shough. Like, his tape is actually good. This is a guy that plays, and we talk about process and getting through reads. He can go from 1 to 2 to 3 in the progression. The reason why he's 26 is because he's had 3 season-ending injuries. He had a broken fibula, I believe, 2 years ago on a hip drop tackle.
Collarbone
I believe the
injuries.
collarbone and everything like that. So that's why, and like you said, Lefkoe, 1 full year, and that was in 2024, and we saw him play really good ball. Got arm talent, he has accuracy, and he's mobile. Main thing with him is just when pressure gets back there, he starts making some Disney character decisions. He starts making some very wild decisions with the ball. Channeling his inner Brett Favre, just underhand shooting it to guys that's not the same color jersey. You can't do that type of stuff. But I do think that in this offense with Kellen Moore, like Kellen Moore also had Jalen Hurts. He coached Jalen Hurts. You can use some QB design run stuff with Tyler Shough in the low red zone. Good. I like the player much higher than I had him graded. I had him graded as a 3rd-round pick because of the injuries and everything. Also with Shedeur on the board, I'm just shocked.
Yeah.
You would have gone Shedeur.
Yeah, I would have went Shedeur.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I guess I'll go with a B for this grade-wise.
Yeah, I didn't even grade it.
I do.
C+.
I do like the player. I'm with you. I would have taken Shedeur here as well. I think we're getting to the point now where Shedeur Sanders underrated.
Right.
Like, I think we've rode that seesaw all the way back down. But Tyler Shough, I remember, again, the book on him had been, the guy's been in college forever. He never finishes the season. And then he walked into South Bend and threw that underarm howitzer to the back of the end zone. And I said, oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with your game. So he's got some of that off-platform stuff. Him and Cam Ward tied for 4th last year with 7 completions of 50-plus. So can sling it deep, has good touch on the deep ball, and it is mobile enough. Like, to your point, he over-indexes on that because he is so contact-averse and does not want to get hit that he'll do whatever he has to get rid of the ball, to your point, sometimes to his detriment. But this is a good player. Kellen Moore, again, a guy who, can do some things they can work with down there, but I'm just kind of stunned still.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go. I'm going to go B-. I like him as a player. I think they should have taken Shedeur. The big thing for me that I look at, and he's the 3rd quarterback off the board. Thought he could have been maybe 4th, obviously, because we talked about Shedeur. I met this kid in 2017 when we were doing the opening.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's how long he's been in school.
I was just going to say, do we want to do that? How old is Tyler Shough? He was the #1 recruit in the state of Arizona the year Brock Purdy was the 12th ranked recruit in the state of Arizona.
That's when I'm.
He's
that's
up for a contract
Yes.
extension.
Let me tell you something. We didn't know how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, you call him Shough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we got on the plane to go, I think he went to the opening either in L.A. or the one in Texas, and we were like, Shough, tough. Surprised like
You ever thought he'd be an NFL player?
I thought he'd be an NFL player
Gotcha.
for sure.
I'm Shucketh. That's all I know. I'm Shucketh.
Yeah, so can you explain? So, by the way, the Buffalo Bills have traded up with the Chicago Bears. The Bears had 2 picks in 3. They traded up. We will have that in a second. But how do you explain this, Dame, as you're processing this? Because there's a difference between Shedeur is on the board and then Tyler Shough goes and Shedeur is on the board.
Trying to explain that it's the New Orleans Saints. They've always been a team that kind of led by the beat of their own drum. Like team that's always in cap hell that somehow still signs guys.
But you definitely know though. You said this earlier. Kellen Moore's there, and he's a quarterback guy.
Yep.
So this was likely his decision.
Oh, 100%.
Because he'll be tied to him the entire time.
A guy that has
Derek
that
Carr's still there,
mobility.
but with the injury stuff.
Yeah, like I said, the Jalen Hurts thing I think does play a part. Is like, hey, I know I can do more with the guy that has at least above average or plus level athleticism. If I can use you in the run, I'm not probably you're not going to use QB. You're not going to call a QB power with Shedeur.
No.
You know, you might get away with QB zone read, maybe, but highly doubt it. You're going to run QB power or QB counter with the Tyler Shough because he does have that. You know, I think you talked about it earlier. Golic, the white narratives. He's gritty.
Yes.
He's tough. He's got moxie.
Yes.
All those buzzwords. That's Tyler Shough.
He lives in
as well.
Scottsdale.
So I can see it working out, though. I can see it working out.
Doesn't get much whiter than that.
Wow. Okay, so we're processing. So that means that the Giants have taken a quarterback, the Saints have taken a quarterback, the Titans. Cleveland still has yet to take one. The Raiders, as we mentioned, they traded back. They'll be up again in about 7 picks. What?
I was just looking at Buffalo, wondering if this could be Xavier Watts' time, if we can get a little safety action off the board here.
I'd love to see it. I mean, I truly would. I love his game, man. It's so versatile in terms of what he brings to the table.
It is. It'd
And
be great here.
maybe he's the piece that you need to get past the Chiefs.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, and that's, one of the obvious, in addition to, what they've done to try and rearm pass rush now, try to, would they bring in Joey Bosa this offseason?
Right.
Basically try and be a cheaper version of what they had brought Von Miller to do expensively before, which is bust through the wall during the postseason when we need you to get some clutch sacks. But the back end of that defense had atrophied for a while. They had kind of rolled the dice with DeMar Hamlin and a group back there that just ultimately wasn't good enough. So a young injection of talent.
Especially when you think about all those teams that had Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer, where the safeties were the heartbeat of that defense. That could be an interesting pick. 41st pick overall, after we are still kind of sitting here shocked that the New Orleans Saints did that, but it is their choice to make. The Buffalo Bills are up. They went Max Hairston, Mad Max, and now they come back and go D lineman. They trade up to get TJ Sanders, defensive lineman out of South Carolina. And he is one of those late bloomers that doesn't have a ton of football, but that means there's a ton of potential. Coaches say he really matured. He didn't focus on football until his junior year of high school, 39 games, 6 starts. Golic, what do we know out of TJ Sanders?
Well, like I said, the bunch of ability, like it's trending upwards there. And you can see here, good hand use, getting back into the back end. And that whole Carolina defensive front was just twitched up and terrifying. We're going to be talking about that group for the next few years. But as a guy who, to again, the point where Buffalo's at, where you're trying to arm yourself to beat the final boss, having a guy that can push the pocket from the interior like that's going to go a long way to continue to help them.
Grade?
Grade, I'll go B here. Solid.
I'm gonna go ahead and go A. I think he's a really good player. I love his versatility with what he brings to the table. I will say this, Golic, we cannot call them Carolina. There's only one Carolina, and it's UNC.
That's right. Yeah.
So,
my favorite thing about college football, the regional sensitivities.
but realistically, this is a guy that can play from a 5 to a 1. And if you can do that, like look at him. Where's he lined up right here?
Yeah.
That's amazing. He can do that, and then he can kick inside against Mahomes in the playoffs.
And then chase down the pass catch.
And then he can
And
chase
then
him
line
down.
up over
Look
the
at where he's
center.
lined up now. And he's standing up. Like, this is what I love.
And he's got great size, 6'4", 305. Ed Oliver's there, and Ed Oliver is kind of an undersized D tackle. This kind of brings the versatility you're saying and the size.
Yeah, I give it a B+. I was at the South Carolina Pro Day, and he looks every bit of what he's listed. Like, this young man is fluid. He's strong. He's well built.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he might have close to a 6-pack. So this is not a.
That's crazy.
He looked very.
That shouldn't be allowed. We should outlaw that.
And good.
Aaron Donald has done irreparable damage to the brand of big people
100%.
by allowing
He
you to
looked
believe
great
that's
out
possible.
there. And I think to the point of just like we talked about this, like off air in our production meeting, teams typically like you see teams like really draft for their division. The Bills have owned that division, right? Remember when the Patriots owned that division, they were drafting to beat Peyton. when Tom Brady was there.
Right.
This is one of those picks, after watching what the Eagles did to Mahomes,
Yes.
this is one of those picks that I'm not worried about the AFC East. I'm worried about one man, and that's Patrick Mahomes. We got to get to him with 4. We can't blitz him because he beats the blitz. This is one of those picks that adds to that, where you can get to him with 4 late in January, playoff game. If you're hosting, you know the crowd's going to be loud.
I just trust all defensive linemen from South Carolina.
That's
I
fair.
just always
That's fair.
They're just they always seem to perform. They're always upper tier athletes.
Yes.
And look, you can't have too many guys on your D line, whether it's because of injuries, whether it's because of rotations,
You're an
whether
Eagles
it's because
fan, of course you can.
well, but like I just experienced it.
Yeah.
I mean, I totally get it now.
Wave after wave.
Yes. And you brought up the AFC East. Jets are now on the clock as well. We'll see if they have the same mindset. They went big with their first pick in the first round, 7th pick overall. Armand Membu, the offensive lineman out of Missouri. Other needs for them, they filled their offensive line need. Wide receiver is definitely a piece they could still use right now. After Garrett Wilson, it's Josh Reynolds, Alan Lazard, maybe also a tight end.
Yeah.
A lot of people were mocking the Penn State tight end, Colston Loveland, Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland. Could they be looking at an Elijah Arroyo there, maybe a weapon? Or do they go maybe with the Mason Taylor? Different. What are we thinking here, Dame?
Man, I think it could be tight end. I know they haven't needed edge. Jermaine Johnson's coming up off of an injury, and I believe this is a contract year for him. And even with him, I think they still need another edge along opposite of him on that defensive line. We could see potentially maybe a Mike Green, Nick Scourton, Donovan Ezeroku is also still on the board and everything. Because remember the whole Hassan Reddick debacle, the trade with him and Josh Huff with the Eagles did not work out. He didn't play until maybe week 10 of the season or whatever it was. So it could go edge here. But you said wide receiver.
There's no way they go Shedeur. I'm just saying, like, I don't think Justin Fields is 100% the answer, but there's no way you go from Aaron Rodgers and all of that, and then you go, let's ride the Shedeur ride now.
Conversely, you've got recent experience, and you say it can't get worse.
That's the thing that the reason I thought he might go to the Jets in the first round, speaking of Shedeur.
You really did?
Wow.
Because I thought he's someone that can handle it.
Yeah,
sure.
The bright lights.
He's a guy that can handle it. And I do think if you can get a guy that maybe you were looking at in the first round, if you can get him in the second round later, he can handle being here, right? Yeah. We're in New York City. This isn't like special to him. It's not. He's not a kid from Utah.
I just want to remind us, though, it's a first-year GM, and then you have Aaron Glenn trying to bring that Detroit mindset. Now, that's the part where I go, what would Detroit do here?
Great call.
That is a great
And I would
call.
just say take big people.
Yeah, when in doubt, draft you a nice glass eater.
Yes.
Yeah.
They could go safety as well.
I would say we just had
back.
I had a conversation with the brother of our producer, Michael Kaplan, who was advocating for Xavier Watts. So they definitely could go secondary here.
So I'm looking for, oh my goodness. Mason Taylor.
Oh, all right.
All right, we did mention that. All right, so tight end Mason Taylor is headed to the New York Jets, I believe the son of NFL great Jason Taylor, correct?
Yes,
sir.
Started the SEC right away, caught passes in 37 of 38 games, as you can see, can get open, can roll with the quarterback. Ranks first in single-season catches by an LSU tight end. He also ranks 3rd and 4th. So 3 of the top 4 seasons ever by an LSU tight end. It was him, Mason Taylor. Who wants to take Mason first going to the Jets?
I like this pick a lot. I'll give it an A. I think the value is great. And remember, you brought in Justin Fields. When he was playing for Pittsburgh last year, he got the ball to Pat Fryer. He got the ball to the tight ends in Pittsburgh. Right. And this is a situation where Mason Taylor, to me, was highly underused at LSU.
Okay.
And I feel like this guy's from athleticism. Saw him at Mobile. He can win one-on-one as a route runner. He's a willing blocker as well.
I was going to ask about blocks.
Strong-handed. I think this guy has a higher ceiling than what the statistics would say. And I think pairing him in this offense with Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson, I think this is a really, really good fit. And he could potentially be their Sam Laporta if you want to run that Detroit-style offense.
Grade?
What I said? I said a B plus or A? B plus.
Okay. Felder?
I'm gonna give it a B plus too. The thing for me, the thing that I see when I look at him is I see Evan Ingram, and you got to know how to use him. You got to understand what he's gonna do and what he can't do. So we look at this, and they have Jeremy Ruckert. That's the guy that's going to be doing most of your blocking.
Yep.
So this guy's going to be your F, right? So he's going to be your move tight end. So you ask him to move around. You ask him to be. But here's the thing. Now they can play 12.
Yep.
Right.
You play 12. All of a sudden, when you play 12, for people that don't know, 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, and what you get is base football.
Yeah.
Right.
You get base football, but you can flex him out, as you can see right here.
Exactly.
You flex him out, get a mismatch, and now all of a sudden, now you have a chance to create big plays.
See, this is, speaking of the AFC East, kind of gives me Dalton Kincaid vibes, where it's almost 11 and a half personnel.
Yeah.
Like, you've got, and I think he's an even more willing blocker than Dalton, who also, like, that was the word for him, was willing, which honestly, for tight ends and running backs, if you've got receiving ability like that, good enough for me. If you want to stick your nose in there and try, Travis Kelce, same way. He'll get in the way with the best of them. But I think with this guy, big, smooth athlete, a lot of people thought maybe they would go tight end in round 1. But I think taking a guy with incredible rare body type movement skills like Armand Membu, getting him there and then being able to get this kind of value at tight end in the second round is a big win. I'll go A- on this one.
San Francisco 49ers have officially made their pick, and another defensive lineman comes off the board. It is Alfred Collins. So they go Michael Williams in the first round, Alfred Collins in the second round, back-to-back D linemen for San Francisco. Are you preparing for the Philadelphia Eagles? They had an elite man, this guy, he not only can he get in there, he is durable. He played in 64 out of 65 games. He can knock down passes at the line of scrimmage, 7.5 sacks, 18 tackles for loss in that career. Let's give the big man some love.
And big man, the operative word, this man is a refrigerator out there playing on the D-line. Maybe not the most advanced hand usage or anything like that, which honestly, like, just knowing San Francisco and kind of having a type there, like, I was interested to see this one, but big body can get in the way. Like, ascending talent had to sit last year behind a couple of really great defensive tackles.
Huge guys,
Murphy and Sweats, huge guys. So I like this pick for them as some, to your point, beef in the middle. You got to be able to stop the run, especially in the NFC, and so load up on this guy.
6'6", 330, 34 and 5/8 on the arm. He's got the length, the power, the size, the 2-gap. If you leave him one-on-one, he can't slow cook and push the pocket into the lap of the quarterback. And at the end of the day, you want to disrupt Kyler, you want to disrupt Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, and stop their rushing attacks as well. This is a really good fit. I give it a B+.
Longest wingspan in the draft, Felder, for a defensive lineman.
I love it. I'm going to give it an A. I mean, huge humans are important.
Yes. They're people too.
Like, they are people too. But, like, the reality for me is when I look at this, I see a team that's like, we got to get some big bodies. We need bodies. We need bodies. And taking it off the track, but look, come on, man, just eat it. Come on. And I'll tell you what, I know we're going to do winners and losers at the very end, but based upon what I've seen, I think Texas might be. I'm going to go ahead and show my hand. I think Texas might be my winners because we're still going to see some of their other guys come off the board.
Yeah.
And look at the way that he moves. Come on. Where are you going, buddy?
He's a gap quarterback.
Where are you going?
And at that point, like, that's kind of the maturity of San Francisco at this point, who is in a transition period right now. Everything's changing out there. The core of that roster that had been perennially at the top of the NFC has now started to slide. Because I was thinking about, like, guys that would have normally fit there. And looking down a little further, like Shamar Turner out of Texas A&M was kind of the archetype of what they used to do. Just mutant, one-gap penetrator, get upfield and do your thing. They got a guy whose job it is to be the grown-up here and stop running.
The 49ers lost 6 defensive starters in free agency. They lost 3 of their 4 starting D linemen. Malik Collins, Javon Hargrave. Remember, they lost Drake Greenlaw as well. They go out and they get Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, an injection of young, bigger guys. I mean, that was the talk about Michael Williams as well, as of all the edge guys, he was the one that could really set it. And now you had Alfred Collins. So I just want to do some back of the napkin math. He's 330 what?
336.
336, and I have Michael Williams listed at 267. So you added about 600 pounds right there to your D-line between those two guys. And I also love huge people named Alfred.
Yes.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
what's your name? Alfred? Oh, yeah.
Like, there's only,
You got
there's
Big
only,
Al on the menu then, all of it.
there's only two things that Alfred can be. Alfred
A
can
butler?
be the butler
Yep.
or a huge man.
Yes.
Is this like a boy named Sue situation where you call him Alfred to make him tougher? Very
It's a
possible.
self-fulfilling prophecy.
All right, so the Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock.
Come on.
And I'm going to ask it one more time. Do you think there's any chance that Jerry Jones is like, you know, we can get Dion?
I was thinking the same
And
thing.
Brian
know.
Schottenheimer's kind of a placeholder.
Yep.
And then we can bring in Dion as the coach and have Shedeur.
Oh, my goodness.
I was
just-
thinking the same thing.
Thank you for writing the first take headlines for tomorrow. They
Right.
appreciate your contributions to society.
If this happens, this is just a giant conspiracy theory.
So, but let's be realistic here. It could be weapons here. It could be a Trey Harris situation.
yeah.
They really need wide receiver help. Running backs, it could be a Caleb Johnson. It could be a Dylan Sampson. And then also, I mean, Will Johnson is on the board.
And they need corner.
And they do
TreVeyon
need
Henderson
corner
coming off
help.
of ACL. Like,
Yes. They lose Jordan Lewis in free agency as well.
Do they take another corner that's got knee issues, though?
And they go
point.
Donovan Ezeraku, the defensive end out of Boston College. So they go Tyler Booker and then Devin Ezeraku. Wow, this is interesting because we did have Micah Parsons here yesterday. So this will now, I guess, be a running mate as they did lose DeMarcus Lawrence in free agency. Donovan Ezeraku, a consensus All-American. He won the Ted Hendricks Award for the ACC Defensive Player of the Year as well. Very productive, 30 sacks in 36 starts. What do we think of Ezeraku here?
Well, I think he's interesting body type, like in 34-inch arms, like disproportionately long, and shows up on tape. Like sometimes you get that and guys don't use it. Like you see him pterodactyling all over it. To your point, in a Boston College defense, he was the sell this year. Everyone knew it was coming, and he still managed to get home all that much. Not a super twitched-up athlete. Like if you're looking at him and Mike Green, very different. He's really going to long stride his way to the quarterback here. So he's an interesting guy. Like this also, you know, for anyone that might look at Micah Parsons' impending contract, wonder if the Cowboys might do anything crazy. Like this guy is not a Micah Parsons replacement by any means.
And it's Matt Eberflus is the DC right now. I don't know if that impacts anything, but what grade were you going to give this one?
I'll give this one. This feels solid B territory.
I
to
feel
me.
like you
I
guys all went.
don't love.
I feel like Ezeraku is the prospect in this draft where you're like he's a solid B. Would you agree with that, or am I making too much out of it?
No, I agree with you.
What
I
do you
like him.
think?
Well, I think so because he doesn't like scare me. Like when you put on the tape with him, like the immediate thing you're always hunting on either side of the ball is who's the fast guy that's going to scare me. Who, if I'm an offensive lineman, is the guy that's going to get a jump on the ball and all of a sudden make me uncomfortable. He's not that guy. He'll work to the end of the rush. You got to watch out for the long levers and all that.
He's like a
But
solid pro.
Yeah, solid pro. And to your point, in a room with Micah, what a great place to go and learn.
Right.
So here's what I'm going to give it a B+. Here's what I like about him. He has a tool. He's got a toolbox.
Yes. Yes, he does.
And I think that is something that so many of the defensive linemen, specifically like these edge guys, they don't have a toolbox.
Sometimes it scares me when they have tools in college, though, because I wonder if they've got close to their ceiling.
Sure.
already.
All right, that's fine. Okay.
But you're saying, though, he can come in right away because he has those tools.
Yeah, well, you see that spin move? He gets upfield on a spin. That doesn't usually happen in college. So I like that.
Yeah.
You
Got a
know
good
who else
build,
had?
too.
You know who else had tools in college?
Nick Bosa.
Yes, Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Yeah, like like this is. He's not a guy that's going to show up to your house with a screwdriver and you need him to fix some pipes. That's what I'm saying.
I'm with Felder on this. I give him a B+ as well.
Okay.
I like watching edge rushers that know what they're going to do and how they're going to get to the quarterback.
And
He
then the
does that.
second part.
He does that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, finish. Like, I know
Yeah.
we are in an era where we understand pressures can be a great indicator and probably tell more of the story. Speaking of guys that know what they're doing on the edge and come in with a pretty, decently full toolbox out of Ohio State with the Colts taking JT Tuimoloau.
Nice. Nailed it.
Yeah.
JT
Say it with confidence.
All right, so now we're going on a little bit of a run here. So JT, 3-time first-team All-Big Ten, the highest-ranked defensive recruit to ever sign in Columbus, which is just shocking to say out loud. He played his best ball really in those college football playoff games as well. Who wants to take JT first to the Colts?
I'll take him. Look, I love this kid. Like, I think that he is, again, we talked about having tools in your toolbox. This is a guy that's going to show up at your house. He's got a full toolbox ready to make things work. He's ready. He can build you a house. I mean, he's got power. He's got speed. Yeah. He's got a spin move. He's got a rip. He's got the dip. Again, spin move, then spin back down to go make a play. I love this. This is an A+ for me. I love this guy as a player. I love the fact that he was such a huge part of that Buckeyes team.
This is an interesting pick. I'm going to give it a B+. The one thing with JT, I want to see him consistently. He at times, he's a little bit too speed to power to me. And in the NFL, like, you know, you're going to deal with grown men who have 4 kids and a mortgage. You're not going to be able to just overpower those guys. But he does have that first step quickness, that explosiveness to win the outside. I want to see him consistently use that to his advantage to open up that inside track. I think he's a guy you want to play as that wide non-rusher. I like pulling tackles onto an island. Get them away from that guard. Sure. You don't got that bumper inside. Nice. Now I got that 2 lanes that I can attack you, just like a slot receiver. It's cool at a corner when I can, arm bar you to the sideline. But when you walk down into this nickel and there's space and opportunity, I can beat you each way. And I think that's what they need to do with the Colts. Interesting pick, pairing him with Latu from last year.
Yeah, I was going to say very different players too. Yes. Like, this is a grown-up playing against the run too.
Defense,
like, Latu was a little more like higher freewheeling, great arm and hand usage. This guy, like, low center of gravity, great wide base, bull stab nature.
Leverage, yes.
Just a leverage king, really active. Like, he is, to me, like what you think of with an Ohio State defensive end coming out of college. Like, he's ready to go.
He was a 5-star recruit, if I remember correctly.
He was one of the 6 5-stars in that 2021 class that changed Ohio State. How about this? Looking at this draft class, it was him, TreVeyon Henderson, Jack Sawyer, Emeka Egbuka, and Quinn Ewers.
Wow.
Good Lord.
Quinn Ewers. Kwity Paye is also a free agent for the Colts at the end of this season. Remember, they brought over Lou Anarumo from Cincinnati to be their defensive coordinator. This was a Colts defense last year, 26th against the pass, 24th against the run, 25th in sacks, and 24th in scoring. They just needed people. They needed bodies. They go Tyler Warren, and then they go JT in the second round. Now, the Rams pick is in.
By the way, just to clean up my own mistake, it was Donovan Jackson as the other 5-star.
Gotcha. Rams pick is in. The Rams were the team that the Giants traded in front of to get Jackson Dart. There's the thought that maybe they are ready to find the next guy after Matthew Stafford. Now, I just want to say, what if they go Jalen Milroe over Shedeur? What if Shedeur is, you know what I mean? Like we're talking about him as 4. It could be 5, but if they don't go quarterback here, where else could they go?
I mean, just thinking about Greg Roman having a quarterback with Jalen Milroe's skill set on that roster, because let me tell you what, like, I would still take Shedeur, but we're at the point now where if you take Jalen Milroe, I get it. The passer stuff, a lot of concerns. College football fans are all screaming. And then you watch that guy move around, and there just aren't that many of them there. So besides that, like, could this also be Will Johnson territory? Like,
could be.
They had to go to a lot of young guys who ended up making plays down the home stretch of the season, but getting a real bell cow on the back end for them to go along with that D-line, they put a bunch of young guys in.
I could see linebacker potentially as well. This is a team that they played.
No, can I tell you why? Because I watched Saquon run for 200 yards.
That was my point.
And you had Fisk and you had Verse, and we're like, wow, this D-line's great. But as soon as he got through that line, nobody could touch him.
And I think that's when you look at Fisk and then Kobe Turner, both of those guys are more pass rushers than run stuffers. So if you have somebody at the second level that can kind of clean up the mess and fill those run gaps, like.
What do we think? Are we thinking like a guy like a Barrett Carter?
Like a Stutzman out of Oklahoma.
South Carolina. Big physical. I watched him at the Senior Bowl.
Smile Mondon.
Yeah, like with Demetrius, he's a physical dude that plays downhill. There was a play during run drills in the Senior Bowl where I can't remember which running back had the ball, but he thought he had a clear lane outside. Boom. And Demetrius came out of nowhere, just gave him a shoulder bump, took the kid almost out of bounds. I was like, that's a physical football player. He just walked off all smooth like, listen, I gave you just a love tap. This could have been way worse if this was a live game.
I'm going to be the first time where I take a random ass guess. I'm going to go Elijah Arroyo here.
Tight end. So they've been tied to tight end in round one.
They were.
If they fail.
And then with Higbee, he had that injury late in the year.
Right.
And you saw how important that was for them. Wide receiver is also something here, too. You lose
Trey
Cooper
Harris.
Kupp.
Yeah.
Trey Harris.
Be a nice student behind Devontae Adams.
Yes. So this was, they traded back their 26th pick in the first round. They moved back. They really can go any way here. But a very surprise season for the Rams last year, a very dangerous team before losing in that snowstorm to Philadelphia in the divisional round, where I was talking with Slay yesterday.
What a game.
We both thought when Puka caught that, we're screwed.
Yeah.
And after that game, my wife looked at me and said, I don't think it's a good idea for you to watch the game in front of our child. And I said, you don't understand. We should have lost it.
Oh.
Okay, they do go tight end,
They go tight end.
but not the one I was thinking. Terrence Ferguson at number 46, the pick out of Oregon.
He's bad slippery, dude.
So Fannin Jr. was on the board, Arroyo was on the board, but they are going Terrence Ferguson. So we did have the position right. Catching passes here from Bo Nix. Terrence Ferguson, 72% of his catches were either for a first down or a touchdown.
Yep.
Last year, 43 for nearly 600 yards and 3 touchdowns. Who wants to take? Let's go you, Felder, first, because you were saying he's slippery. It sounds like you like him.
This guy slipped like you lose him. And I don't know how. He's big. This guy weighs almost 250 pounds, but somehow teams don't seem to know where he's at. And I don't get it. He's not afraid to block, but how does this guy get? How does he get behind you like that? Like,
6'5", 247, ran a 4.63.
Oh, why did they get show him falling down? Oh, okay. I was like, they better pay this off on the back.
Funny if it went to the next play.
Look at this idiot.
Why did we put a blooper in?
I'm gonna give him a B. I like him. I really like his game. I want more. Want more physicality from him after the catch. But overall, I mean, this guy, he's got an opportunity to make it, and we see what they're doing right now, right? With Omarion Hampton, shout out to UNC, Terrence Ferguson. You go out and get a guy.
Marion Hampton is not on the Los Angeles Rams. I have to correct
Oh,
this. He's on the
yeah.
Chargers. So there go Ferguson to kind of pair with Higbee there.
Got it.
And also maybe help him there.
There we go.
I give it a good C+. He's a route runner. This is a guy that you can move around the offense. He can get open. Oregon got him a lot of easy access to grass with their play design, and Sean McVay can do the exact same thing.
Is that the tight end you would have taken?
No. I would have went Arroyo because I think Arroyo is a better route runner. Like, both those guys were difficult to cover. At the Senior Bowl, Arroyo, no one could cover at the Senior Bowl one-on-one. I think he has better ball skills as well. But I think that Arroyo has some neat issues from what I was told.
Gotcha.
So,
Here we go.
There we go.
This one right here.
All right, let's finish up talking about Ferguson.
I'll go B- on Ferguson. He was a guy for me. I love distractions, watching tape. You go to watch somebody and somebody else ends up popping. Terrence Ferguson, every time I went to watch Oregon, he would do something, whether it was outperforming what I thought as a blocker, to your point, being slippery downfield, that I always ended up walking away from, looking and thinking highly of.
All right, let's drop the Ferguson B-roll here because we have one of the guys we've been waiting to see. The Arizona Cardinals have selected the cornerback out of Michigan, the #1 remaining player on the BR Scouting Department's board, Will Johnson, a second-team All-American, 9 interceptions, and 3 of them were taken back for a pick 6. Story I like about him is that #2. Every school has a number that matters more. He asked for that because he wanted extra motivation to be great. Felder, give a crack at it.
I love him. I thought he was a top 5 player in this draft.
Same.
So I'm just going to go ahead and say this is an A+. If you get a guy that I think is a top 5 player in this draft, and I understand there's questions about his health, but he is incredibly explosive. We see right here, he can turn defense into offense. He's great in zone, he's great in man, and he's got this length that is remarkable. And then you see that trigger, the trigger that he has is absolutely beautiful. He is I'm not going to sit there and call him Einika Mosley, the hot stepper, but this dude, he will absolutely murder you. He's gonna make you pay. And he does what I like to call machine gun feet. He's not a T-stepper, really. He does a lot of
Chop.
Yes. And look at that. He's physical. I love it.
Yeah.
So there we go.
A+ for me as well. He hit. Honestly,
You said he was top 5 on yours as well.
Yes, absolutely. The knee checks out. My comp for him was Patrick Surtain II.
I was just going to
And
say.
that was
There we
since he was
go.
a freshman. When I first watched him step on campus there, this guy he's got technique. He's instinctive.
Can you
high
explain to
football
us the injury stuff as to what they're saying right now?
from what the only thing I've heard is that it's a knee issue that they were questioning the longevity, that it could compromise his career. And I'm just like, I think he had a foot injury that cost him. He played like 3 or 4 games, and he was out the rest of the season.
He picked off Fresno State, took it to the house, and then he was out.
And then he was out.
Toe injury.
Yeah, toe injury. So it's like he went from a toe, then the pro day came about, it was a hamstring. Then he did work out in front of scouts on his own pro day. Then right before the draft, it came out that he had kind of a flaring knee issue. So it's kind of like a leg problem for him. That kind of compounds. But for me, it's like for Arizona to get him in the second round, with this guy that can take the ball away, he can cover man-to-man, play off coverage. They have Sean Murphy Bunting. Yep. They have Starling Thomas as the other outside corner. Mm-hmm. They needed a guy to me.
Yes.
And when we talked about the Rams, right? The Rams just took another tight end.
Yep.
But you also got to deal with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'll go A just with the caveat of the injury stuff is kind of the boogeyman in this whole conversation.
It is.
But Pat Surtain was the exact one, just like a calm that comes with knowing exactly where you're supposed to be. Pedigree from that Michigan defense, was the MVP of the national title game for them. So love that for him.
It's I remember like Stingley was similar in that his junior year or the year before his last year tape was better than that last year tape. But yeah, I mean, the stories that were coming out about Will Johnson's leg, when it could threaten his entire career, that had to be the only reason. So remember, the Raiders traded back from, it was 37 to 48. They trade back again. Texans trading the 99, so an end of the third round pick to move up. And the Texans are moving up now. So they took Jayden Higgins with the 34th pick. So they've been moving around accumulating picks, which is what Nick Caserio is going to do. Right. And now they move up here. Still need offensive line help after getting rid of Laramie Tunsil. Are there any offensive linemen left, whether it's an Ariante Ursary, a Charles Grant, an Ozzie, a Tate Ratledge? Is there anyone that you think could play left tackle?
I don't think left tackle of the group that we just mentioned. Like, I like Ariante Ursay, but he's very and I don't even believe in the archetypes of tackles as much anymore in the way the league structure. But he's a real right tackle.
Because he played 38 games at left.
He did.
But you're saying the stiffness.
Yeah, I think athletically, he reminds me a lot. This is a random old pull, and only because I was in Saints training camp with the guy, Zach Strief, who's the offensive line coach for the Denver Broncos now. A guy who maybe wasn't the smoothest mover, but knew exactly how to wield his overwhelming size. And this guy is a mountain. You might see people go up and under to get inside of Ariante Ursay. You ain't going to get around that dude. No. You're going to spend days trying to get around that mountain. So I think he'd be great, but I don't think, especially replacing what you lost with Laramie Tunsil, which, last year wasn't as great. There was certainly some slippage there, but that's still one of the better athletes at tackle in the NFL. And I don't think at this point there's a one-for-one answer there left on the board.
They signed Cam Robinson, and I guess he could play that left tackle spot, but I still feel like you have holes on the rest of that offensive line. 54 sacks on C.J. Stroud last year. That was 30th in the NFL. And also, I just think about that Kansas City game. I felt like Stroud was under attack that entire
time. It was like that all season, really. Yeah. Like he was making nothing out of something. He was righting a lot of wrongs in with that pressure that he was dealing with. They lost Kenyon Green, you know what I mean? So it was like
who's going to enjoy a career renaissance at Stoughton University.
So I'm not sure. They had a Kendrick Green and they had a Kenyon Green. Yes. And sometimes I forget which one the Eagles traded. I think it was Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green was the one they took in the first round with Derek Stingley in 22 and hasn't panned out. So that was the one they traded.
Which, to your point about the guard loss there, like losing Shaq Mason there.
Big too.
It gets interesting to me. To me, a guy who comes in, we talk about kind of the Will Johnson grown up in the room kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I know the injury is a concern every year, basically. Something happened with him. Tate Ratledge.
Yes.
That's what I was going to say.
Set it and forget it. Like
team
that guy.
Captain, first team All-American.
He is the Madden create a guard. He's a self-described dirtbag. He's got a mullet. He's covered in tattoos. Yep. He hurts something every year. He sounds like the glue guy in that locker room.
He's got the physical offensive line aesthetic.
Yes, he does. And at 6'7", plays with great leverage. Routinely gets up under guys. I really like his game.
I never noticed that he's 6'7" watching him play.
Ever. Oh, all right.
And they go Ariante Ursary, the tackle out of Minnesota, 6'6", 331. We talked about that size. Second-team All-American, Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year. That's an honor to win in an incredible year for the Big Ten. I mentioned 38 starts at left tackle. He played 1 start at right tackle. Never played football until his sophomore year of high school. Take us inside the trenches with Ariante Ursary.
Yes, credits basketball and dance for his footwork there. So big fellas, get on the dance floor to make it happen. 38 straight starts to end his career. More of a waist bender, like you always hear that knee bender, waist bender thing. He's definitely a little more stiff, so that's why you'll see him look a little bit out of control, especially when guys want to go up and under. Change of direction is not his strong suit. It's a bit like turning a barge. But again, this is a guy that can move east to west a little better than he gets credit for at that size, and is just so difficult to get around. We've done the violent game played by big people. Sometimes just having a dude that it takes a minute to get around is worth its weight in gold, and he can get out there and get after folks.
I like the pick. I give it a B. I give it a solid B. And I think with this pick, it's a simple fact of like they're a balanced offense. They run the ball.
Right.
And he's going to help in that regard. The question I didn't have is like what happens to with the right tackle that they drafted, Blake Fisher. One of these guys, Cam Robinson is going to be a free agent after the season.
Right.
Somebody's got to play left tackle. So if it's not Ariante, does Blake Fisher get the job to kick over the left? One of your boys from Notre Dame.
And just thinking to Nick Haley coming in as the offensive coordinator now, coming from Los Angeles. So remember, late stage LA, that's a duo team, one of the better duo tackles in the NFL in terms of big, meaty double teams, downhill runs. That's a guy you want thick up the middle to help you try and pop some of those holes open.
Absolutely.
I'll go quick right here. I'm going to go C+. I think that they could have got somebody else, but the reality of it is you're getting a guy that is I just want to watch him play with better leverage. That's just the reality. I want to watch him play with better leverage. I know he was the Big Ten, like he was their offensive lineman of the year, and he was offensive player, and I know all those things happen, but the reality for me is I just want to see.
The Cincinnati Bengals, we knew they were going to go defensive with all of their picks. First round, they went Shemar Stewart. Now they are going Demetrius Knight Jr., and we have another defensive lineman from the University of South Carolina off the board. This player right here is big, he is mean, and he is going to get up and down. Demetrius Knight. Why don't you take it, Golic?
To this point, we're going to have to start talking nice about South Carolina as draft prospects coming up the way we talk about like Georgia, Alabama in the past, where just draft South Carolina defenders and you're going to be okay. And to your point, they ain't got no more money to spend on offense. No. You don't have any more of that. So you go Shemar Stewart in the first round, who is a little more of a risk in terms of incredible ability, raw skill set. This one, getting a hammer on your defense in the AFC, not a bad bit of business.
Is he an edge or a linebacker?
He's a linebacker.
Off
True
the ball.
linebacker.
Yes, off the ball linebacker. We just saw him run down Jalen McMillan.
Does he have that ability to go and rush the passer as well, or is he going to be the middle of that Bengals defense?
I think he should be the middle of the defense. I'm going to give this one an A because I think he fits really well. And look at the patience. Get off the block. Let's go punch this ball out. Like, this is all stuff that you want to see out of your
football
linebacker.
player, man. I'll give it an A as well. And then also when you look at what Shemar Stewart and what Demetrius Knight, they bring physicality.
Yes.
They bring an attitude to this defense.
And they need it. They play in the AFC North.
Exactly. Your guy.
Well, I was going to say, Al Golden coming in here, which, listen, we'll put respect on Lou Anarumo.
Yeah,
that might have been more of an ingredients than a chef type thing. They were asking him to do a lot with a little based on how they structured that team. But Al can coach some ball, and the one thing about his defense, you're going to go fast downhill. He is going to empower these guys to get downhill in a hurry and try and solve their problems with aggression on defense, which Cincinnati desperately needs.
So Bengals now D-line, linebacker, touching every part of that. Safety is the one that they really need to do next. But going through. And the other thing is one of the knocks against Demetrius Knight, already 25 years old. But here's the deal. The Bengals window is now. We're not building for 4 years from now. You want guys that can come in and have that impact immediately.
Because if you look at the NFL right now, we're talking Chiefs won. If we're just looking at the AFC to get to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Chiefs won. Bills 2.
Ravens 3.
Ravens 3. And then the Bengals.
And the Bengals.
And I would even say you could argue about the Chargers in there. You could argue about the Texans in there.
It's
just in teams that actually went to the playoffs.
Four spots open.
But it's like, there's Who cares if he's 25?
Right.
And I think a misnomer that a lot of fans don't think about, guys coming out that's played a lot of ball, that means they're kind of ready.
Right.
Like from a processing standpoint, triangle reads, being patient, slow until you know as a linebacker.
But also being more professional.
And mature, yeah.
They're more mature. Like they like you're not getting. I can tell you what you're not going to get out of him. He's not going to get caught speeding.
Right.
Yeah.
Like he knows. This is my
go
chance.
to Georgia.
I was trying to avoid that.
Dance around it. Let's just knock on the door and open it right up because that's where we're at.
Seattle Seahawks are on the clock, and I think by most estimations they are having one of the better drafts out there. Gray Zabel in the first round attacking that offensive line. Nick Emmanwori had us all in our Cam Chancellor feels.
Yeah.
I still think wide receiver is a need. I still think, do you go corner even though you went Emmanwori? And then there's that weird, do you go Shedeur? But any wide receivers that you'd like from here? Maybe a Jalen Noel, a Jalen Royals, a Trey Harris.
We still have Trey Harris on the board, man.
Trey Harris. They need size. They need an X.
Yeah.
Trey Harris would make sense there.
While we wait, let's take get a quick message from our sponsor, TreVeyon, where money means more.
With TreVeyon, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. TreVeyon, where money means more.
We were laughing about what if we ate pizza in those 15 seconds that we were away. We all just came back like.
I want it coming down Hunger Games style on the little parachute.
Yeah.
They've sent this to us.
Why don't we use this time to look at the top 10 available for the BR scouting department in terms of prospects? Name there still on the board that has been a surprise to some in a very deep defensive line draft. Mike Green still available from Marshall. Obviously, Shedeur in that story. Benjamin Morrison and Xavier Watts, two Notre Dame players. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, for Ben Morrison, it's been injury. That's kind of been the story of this last year for him. Had ended his season early, I believe, because of a hip.
Yeah.
But has also had a shoulder in the past. But listen, when healthy, if he had been healthy this year, he'd have gone in the first round. Like
Absolutely.
He is, in my lifetime watching Notre Dame football, the best corner we've had in terms of on-field ability to go out there, play sticky man coverage, a little undersized. We just haven't had a lot of dudes
Turn
like
on that 2023 tape, man.
Dude.
Turn the 2023 tape on. He was locked down.
How much of that is Freeman, you think?
What's that?
How much of that do you think
Oh,
is Freeman?
that is free. That's the biggest difference. When Cincinnati, coached by Marcus Freeman, came to South Bend, they had the better corners. That was Kobe and Sauce.
Yes.
And now Notre Dame has finally added to that as we get the addition here for Seattle.
So this pick, I believe they traded down. This was the DK Metcalf trade, and they use it to get an offensive weapon in Elijah Arroyo out of Miami. He only had one career drop. He led all tight ends in 2024 with nearly 9.1 yards after catch. So he catches and he goes. Felder, why don't you lead us with Elijah Arroyo?
Oh, I love this kid. I'm going to go ahead and give this. I'm going to give this an A. Like this, you see what he's able to do. He can stack. And for people that don't know, what that means is when he gets his shoulders in front of a defensive back or a linebacker, heaven forbid a linebacker trying to cover him, he got a problem, and he stacks, and then he makes those catches. You mentioned only one drop. That's what he's able to do. He obviously, I think he's going to be an F. You guys correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
But he can stack you. He can stack you from inline, and he can do it from. I mean, look at this guy out of fade. Like, let's go. I'm wide open. You can't run with me. So I love that about him.
I'm going to go A as well, man, and go back to the Senior Bowl. When they went one-on-ones, there was no one that could cover him. His ability to shake at the top of his routes, if he stacks a defender in man-to-man, they're typically beat. Like, as he has the long stride and the speed vertically, can hit up the seam off the RPO. And Miami ran a ton of RPO.
Yes.
And I would even say they didn't get him involved enough because they had a lot of smaller receivers. He was the big body that they should have been feeding at times. No disrespect to my guy Restrepo, but he should have been more involved. This guy can make plays, flashes late hands, good nuance and detail and technique. I think, and they have Noah Fant.
Who is a free agent after this season.
So this is a really good fit for next year, especially, and you can come out with some 12 a little bit with them as well.
Yeah. A on this one for me. What you said, average depth of target last year, 11.1 yards. Just insane stuff there as a home run hitter and a more willing blocker than I think he gets credit for in that offense.
Yeah.
Felder, here's another one that defenses are going to hate. 1 out of every 3 catches for Arroyo went for 20 yards last season. That's disgusting. The Panthers have taken a defensive player with their pick here.
Praise be.
And they are going with Nick Scourton out of Texas A&M. They went Tet in the first round, the wide receiver, and now they come back and they are going D-line, or defensive line here. Scourton, second-team All-American, first-team All-SEC, one of the youngest players in this draft class. He played at 285. He plans to play at about 265, but Carolina needs all defensive players.
Did we ever get an answer on why he put on so much weight at A&M? Because he played lighter when he was at Purdue in his big season where he had double-digit sacks.
That's what I was going to say. Like, why did he get bigger?
I never heard an answer for that throughout the pre-draft
food's better
process.
in Texas than Indiana?
Yeah, honestly,
That's
facts.
fair.
As
That's
someone
fair.
that went to school in Indiana,
You know what I mean?
you're not wrong. That being said, like, what experience? If he is lighter and has a little bit more juice, because that was the one thing he was lacking was initial get off to really threaten you there, but. Active hand use can be an absolute wrecking ball go up the field. Go watch his tape against Armand Membu and watch the way he blew up some plays in the backfield, just knocking him all the way back. Good Lord.
Yeah.
He looks like a different man.
Like, that's
Oh my
not a defensive.
God.
That's a linebacker.
Yeah.
That's a linebacker. But I also think for him, I think he's like 20 years old. Like, he's very young.
He is one of the youngest.
He's one of the younger guys in this class. And the spin move is, I'm not going to call him Dwight Freeney, but it's Dwight Freeney-esque with that spin move and how sudden
As a
and how
Syracuse
quick.
grad, that's like the one thing we got is the Dwight Freeney spin and Marvin
Dwight Freeney
Harrison.
spin is
Let's
always
let's do the grades so that we can get to the next one because it's already in. I'm going to go ahead and give it a B+. They need this. They need this. They need this.
I'm gonna give it an A-. This was definitely a need. They needed a bucket getter on third down. So I think this guy could be that.
Yep. Clowney, a free agent after this season, but Carolina 29th in sacks last year. Tennessee has officially made their selection, and guess what? They're going edge as well. Femi Oladejo. And I know immediately that that's Nigerian, which means I love this player with all of my heart. Shout out to Niger, the greatest country other than the United States of America.
Amen.
What do you got for me, Golic?
Heavy-handed, like a big physical guy, just super raw. Like you see it there. When in doubt, he's just going to kind of go into bull rush on guys and out-effort you to get to the point. But there is so much power to work with that I get it. You get to a place that can do a good job of molding him and sharpening the tools a little bit, and I think you got a really good player.
Great.
Character's big with him.
I'll go B-.
I'll go B. I'll go B- as well. Character is big for this kid. This young man was at the Senior Bowl. He brought the energy and juice to every drill. He was getting guys amped up. This is also a guy that's converted from linebacker to edge.
Yep.
So he's still raw with a high ceiling, and he has the physical tools. That motor, it does not stop. Like, he has that Energizer bunny, like, battery in his back, like, and it doesn't need to be recharged. It's charged up all the time. I think this is a good fit for them. And he's going to be a culture guy, a guy that leads by example, but also leads by his voice in that locker room.
They need that. I mean, you could say that more than anybody, Felder.
Yeah, this is the thing for me when I watch him play, and I'm gonna go with a B+. The thing I see when I watch him play, you mentioned that heavy-handedness, right? Like those are paws.
Yes.
Those are paws that he's putting on people. And you mentioned he's a converted linebacker. So he's got a linebacker skill set. He's learning how to do things. So to me, I sit him in that room with my defensive line coach. And we're going to go through, and whether it's on the field or it's in the meeting room, we're going to go through what is your backup plan, because that's something that he doesn't quite have yet.
Yeah.
You got to figure out what your backup plan is. I think that's the most important part of playing defensive line when I look at it is if your first rush is the bull rush, if your first rush is that dip and rip, if that's your first thing and they stop it, then what do? You got to have a backup plan, and that's what he's going to be working on.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, so we are now up to the team that I think this was the most surprising pick of the first round to me. I did not think that Tampa Bay needed a wide receiver yesterday.
Right.
Whether or not you like Emeka Egbuka, that is up to you. That is your flavor of the month. And a lot of people do. But I just thought there was a lot of defensive needs for this Buccaneers team that was 29th against the pass, and they were top 5 in almost every category in offense last year. This is a team that does need some cornerback help. Levante David is going to be a free agent after this season. In terms of names on the board, Mike Green, I could see that being a piece here. They need edge around Vita Vea. Benjamin Morrison at corner could make sense. Trey Amos at corner from Ole Miss could make sense as well. And then Revel, who we haven't talked about, out of East Carolina. You want to talk about him in this commercial break really quick?
Bro.
So
My
Siobhan
parents
Revel
both went to
Jr.
ECU.
Oh, let's go.
What did you say?
My parents both went to ECU.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know his story?
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Go for it.
He was working overnights, overnights in an Amazon packing plant.
Wow.
And somebody called him and said there's a camp at ECU. Shows up, 6'2", 6'3", super long arms, runs a 4.4.
Dear God.
Offered him on the spot.
I mean, this is like this is Carolina invincible, right?
Yeah. Well, he's another, we have a whole host of guys that are going to get drafted high that, like Cam Ward, 0-star recruits. Like, nothing and nobody coming out of high school, had to get his grades right and go the JUCO route, and then all of a sudden, like you said, lands himself at ECU and, stays. Now, this year gets hurt early on in the season, and that's kind of a part of this conversation as well. But a lot of tools there to work with. And, to your point with that story, like a guy who wants it, has the drive.
Yeah, it's literally the opposite of Shedeur Sanders.
Well,
in terms of background.
That's what I'm saying. This guy is this is my chance.
Yeah.
I also see Harold Fannin Jr. on that list. I don't think Cade Otton is a lock to be the tight end. He's also a free agent after this year as well. I look at the Bucs and I feel like they need that defensive battery to give them some new life.
100%. They have to. You're in the division that's not the greatest, of course. But it's okay.
It's the worst.
Yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst.
Quite the opposite, as a matter of fact.
So you win your division, and then you get to the playoffs, and you got to see the Rams, the Eagles, the Commanders. You need to be able to defend those quarterbacks and those offenses. And I think edge is Mike Green to me, and with the off the field stuff, everybody knows about. I think a big part of this is media markets. When you go to a small media market,
they lost Shaq Barrett. They lost Tryon Shoyinka, which was their first-round pick from 2021. They signed Hassan Reddick, which could do a lot, but that's still an up-in-the-air situation.
Yeah.
Look, I just don't
What? Say it. Which guy?
I mean, Xavier Watts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pair him with
Come on.
Winfield Jr.
Why wouldn't that be the thing? You're playing, you're going to have to play teams where your safeties are going to have to cover people.
And I will say this, there were two teams that scared me going into the NFC playoffs last year. It was the Rams, and it was really the Tampa Bay Bucks, because they're the team with Vita Vea.
The other one.
And they go with Benjamin Morrison. So the Buccaneers are up, and they take Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame, the cornerback there, a 2022 freshman All-American. He was also a team captain, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Notre Dame, because you said this was the best corner you ever saw at Notre Dame.
In terms of skill set, what he could do on the field, we had not seen anything like him in my lifetime at Notre Dame. Announced himself with authority, the 3-interception game against Clemson his freshman year that really let people know. And then that next season, if you want to see the apex, I understand Marvin Harrison Jr. ended up rolling his ankle in that game.
Yeah.
Benjamin Morris was strapping everybody in that game. It was man coverage across the board against those Ohio State receivers that we're all going to watch go in the first and second round of the draft for the next umpteenth years. A little bit undersized. The injury history that we mentioned might have been the reason
What was the injury history again?
Hip injury and a shoulder injury prior to that. I believe that he had in an off season prior. But again, this is a guy can get up to the line and play press man coverage and is a little bit undersized, but I believe, is going to be able to do whatever you ask him to do in a defense.
Great.
I give them an A for this pick. I think there's insane value for getting the guy that should have been a first rounder if it wasn't for the hip injury. And like you talked about, his ability, him being kind of a smaller, leaner corner, he does a great job in terms of understanding when to play physical press and when to play soft press.
Yes.
And knowing when to mirror and match and use footwork, vision, and instincts to beat the receiver to the catch point. I give him an A. I think this is an outstanding fit. And if his hip, I saw some of the footage from his pro day, he looked fine. He was sinking and driving out of his breaks and stuff. He looked okay. If the hip is fine, great fit.
All right, Mr. DB.
He changed what they were allowed to do on defense under Marcus Freeman and Al Golden.
Oh, interesting.
I'm going to go A+. The things that I see when I watch him, understanding. And there are two things that you have to play defense. You need to have effort You have to have understanding. He's got both. When he's in zone, when you watch his film, the way that he helps his safeties out,
Yep.
and then his ability to drive on the football. We talked about machine gun feet earlier. He does that. When he's in man, you watch. So for people that don't know this, there's a zone turn where you open up, like let's say this is the quarterback, right? You open up to the quarterback, and then you have to carry your guy. When you're in man, you open up to your man, and you have to push and carry him, and he does both of those really well, which gives him scheme versatility. He's not a guy like, because we're going to see a bunch of Iowa guys come off the board too.
Yep.
And those guys, those are this. They catch, they move, they do all that. They're not as good at this.
Yeah.
And I think that's a huge thing that we have to like, I don't know, it's a part of football that most people don't even think about.
Sure.
But it's something that's huge to me because there's a difference between a zone turn and a man turn.
And Packers are on the clock. I'm wondering if that was a player that they wanted. Corner is something they're interested in right now. There's a lot of discussions about whether or not Jair Alexander will be on this roster next year. They addressed Matthew Golden, the wide receiver position, yesterday. He fits into that Christian Watson. But they are going with an offensive lineman. Tackle out of NC State. Anthony Belton is the pick for them right here. Anthony Belton out of NC State. 32 starts, all of them at left tackle. 2 years ago, was a third-team All-ACC guy. This is a team right now. They currently have Rasheed Walker at left tackle. They brought in Aaron Banks on a big contract to play left guard. You got Elton Jenkins there, Sean Ryan, and Zach Tom. What do we think about this prospect?
Yeah, and a line that has really prioritized versatility. This guy a little more straight up in what you're going to ask him to do. Gigantic ass. Like, this guy has ass for days. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not in here, but I just did, so it is what it is. He is massive. Tons of finish, like plays with all that stuff. Clean hands in the run game. Clean up his hands in the run game could really unlock him.
His ass was measured at 67 inches. I'm just kidding.
You could give me anything, and I'd believe it there.
The combine was stunned.
The combine all stunned there. But, no, just a guy, again, good mover in space. Again, just big. Like, it's one of those things, size does matter at certain
What
points.
are the concerns?
The concern from technique for me is just a little bit raw. Like, I think it's inconsistent is probably the way I describe it. But you just saw there, when everything's in the right place and the hands are dialed in inside, he can anchor with the best of them. So I'll go B- here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'm gonna go B+, and that's because what he had to do was take over for Ekwonu. He had to fill those shoes, and those are big shoes to fill, and he did it. He did it with aplomb. So I'm going to go B+. I think he did a really good job.
Yeah, I give him a B. I do wonder, though, is this a guy that can kind of have that career arc? If you're worried about the athleticism and the footwork, be able to keep up with the speed rush in the NFL, could he become the next Mekhi Becton as that big 6'5", 330-pound tackle that kicks into guards?
If they have Coach Stoutland as their O-line coach, anything is possible.
Yeah, it's only one Stoutland, baby.
Oh, my God.
One Stoutland.
But yeah, more footage from here. And you're right. I mean, these guys are hard to come by when you're that size with those measurables.
There's a handful of them that live in America, basically, that play football.
And the Packers last year had so many injuries to that offensive line. Let's get to the explosive pick that just happened. The Los Angeles Chargers, they went out and got Omarion Hampton with their first-round pick, and now they go out and get one of the explosive wide receivers in this draft. Trey Harris, the do-everything wide receiver for Ole Miss, a second-team AP All-American last year, where every time he touched it, it seemed like he was taking it to the house. He calls the slant his money ball play, had 10 100-yard receiving games in only 20 games at Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin said he preps like a 10-year NFL vet, and he is going to a place where he is going to be one of the main receivers immediately.
I love this. I love this fit. I had a second-round grade on him. He was one of my favorite receivers in this class. He was one of the better man-beating receivers in this class as well. And I think if you're Quentin Johnston, you're looking over your shoulder right now and say, I got to catch the football. I got to catch the football. I got to catch it now. No more of the drops, because this young man brings in the route running, the secure hands, the plays at the catch point. He's got body control to adjust to balls that are underthrown on the back shoulder.
AJ's only 6
I was
feet.
just going to say, that can't be
That
right.
can't be right.
I don't want to call anyone out again, but if A.J. Brown's 6 feet, then I'm Shaq.
And with the fact that you brought that nugget up about him loving the slant route,
Yes.
it fits well with my comp for him is Michael Thomas. Like, this is the guy that, I know he won vertical a lot at Ole Miss, but I think his ability to win in that short to intermediate,
Right there.
he's a well-tempoed and paced route runner. He doesn't, you can't really speed him up, man. I give this a good A for me. Getting Justin Herbert another weapon, I love it.
I'm going to go A+. I'm glad you brought up the tempo. For people that don't realize this, you don't run your routes at full speed.
Thank you.
That's not what you do. What you're supposed to do, and we saw it here when we watched this film, right? You saw the hezzy,
Oh, yeah.
that little hezzy, defensive back, then the defensive back stops their feet, then you go. You don't run routes full speed. And that's something that I don't think a lot of folks realize. They think you're just supposed to go full speed all the time. You're not. What you're supposed to do is lull them into something, make them think you're doing something different. That's why we see double moves be so successful, because they're deliberate.
Yeah.
But the reality of it is, every route has some extra stuff. Every route has some extra nuance to it. Where the slant is his bread and butter, but he comes off the ball and he stems you wide.
Yeah.
Make you flip those hips, and now he's up underneath you, and now he's going to go get the ball.
Which is good to have, especially for the Chargers, because Greg Roman.
Yes.
Greg Roman experience is always an interesting one. And you saw it a lot last season, where the first half, he busts out all the fine china. New folks are coming over for dinner. I have fun stuff to show you. And in the second half, y'all are going to have to go win him that football game if the run game's not hitting. So a concerted effort to put weapons around Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
You knew when they let Hampton fall that far, Jim Harbaugh's kink would not allow him to walk out of the room
Right.
without the first-round running back in tow. But to go get another guy you compare with Ladd McConkey, who fills in all the intermediate stuff as well, the route runner, the stereotypical white guy stuff. You're in good hands here now, adding another weapon.
So A.J. Brown is 6'1", which is shocking to realize.
nuts.
Ladd McConkey
He's just
last
mad
year.
yoke, dude.
He's so jacked. 82 catches last year for Ladd, over 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns. Even though that Texans game was a tough watch, he had the big touchdown in that game as well. So now you kind of have a nice duo. And then if Quinton Johnson wakes up, man, now you got a heck of a 3. Because I don't want to give up on him.
No.
he
But
was
at the
better
same
last
time-
year.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to be really, really good. I thought he was going to be very good, Quinton Johnston. I thought he was going to be very good.
I remember.
And every week I check his stats. And every week.
Dude, we all have that guy. For the NBA, mine was Johnny Flynn. It was really hard to get over. I thought he was going to be great. I really did. For the NFL, I think we've all had a guy that we love. Do you have one that comes to your mind right now that you loved and it just didn't hit?
Auburn running back Trey Mason. I could've
Oh,
sworn
dude.
he was the next great. I just felt like he was going to be.
I thought Brady Quinn was going to be great.
Same. I
Oh
thought,
yeah,
dude.
yeah.
I thought Trey Mason was going to be like another like Marion the Barbarian.
Yes.
Mine was Isaiah Wynn.
Oh, wow.
In the draft
Back
class
out of
with
Georgia.
Quentin Nelson, I thought he was easily the second best lineman in that class.
Yeah.
Was incredible as a technician at Georgia. I rooted for him I'm like, this is the time. They're going to turn it all around. And it just never freaking
Never.
The Broncos have traded with the Lions. That will be happening a little bit later. But right now, the Bears are on the clock, and the pick is in. So the Bears, they have kind of gone some interesting offense thus far. And I wonder if we're going to get more tears for Ben Johnson. Colston Loveland at tight end, Luther Burden at wide receiver. So now the question is do we get more offensive linemen do we add to that? Do we go more on the D-line? They were 28th against the run last year. Give Dennis Allen some pieces to play with on that side of the ball. Or do they go running back with DeAndre Swift as your lone running back there?
Yeah.
Caleb Johnson makes
on the
sense. I
board.
think Trey Amos makes sense.
You were saying Caleb Johnson before the last pick,
Yeah.
and he's still on the clock here.
Yeah, 100%. I think getting that other running back makes a lot of sense for the Bears. Honestly, I could look at a Mike Green here as well as that first step explosiveness, speed to power guy opposite of Montez Sweat.
It's really just Sweat right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Legitimately.
They lost Jacob Martin. They lost DeMarcus Walker. They lost Darrell Taylor. All three of those at the edge. They did add Grady Jarrett and Deo Odingbo. Thank you. But let's see.
Come on, Nigeria.
You just
No,
you can hear about that when you
I
go
don't
home.
think that's it. I might think it's Odeyingbo. I think it's Odeyingbo. My son is a crown prince, so I'll have to check in with him later. He's also sleeping right now, and he has a pacifier in, so it's
He's still
Can't
let
answer
you know.
the question.
he's unavailable.
I just wonder if they're still in like, hey, we have to revive Caleb Williams no
Right.
matter what. Let's keep at. Because you would think defense at some point has to be
some
on the
point.
menu.
Right.
But I do wonder if they're just like, hey, we want to build the exact kind of core we had in Detroit around our
Yeah,
quarterback.
to me, it's running back or defense here.
Yeah.
I could see it.
So
for
Mike
sure.
Green
Maybe
or Caleb
offensive
Johnson.
tackle. Maybe an old tackle.
Maybe. Who are we at left at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the Braxton Jones question.
Ooh.
Nazi
And
Trapilo.
they are
Trapping
back
ain't
up.
dead.
I like him.
I like it too.
I do too.
Ozzie Trapilo,
Yes.
36 starts, 24 of them at right tackle, 10 of them at left tackle. He also played a game at left guard and right guard. Felder, why don't you lead us off?
Look, I live in ACC country, man. I watch a lot of ACC football. I can tell you one thing. I don't care who the coach is.
Dude.
I don't care who the
Say
coach
it,
is at
please.
BC. I don't care who the coach is at BC. Their offensive linemen are coached up. They know what they're doing, and they show up every single time. I'm going to go ahead.
He's 6'8", 316.
I'm giving this I'm giving it an A+. I love this guy. I love watching him on a week-to-week basis. I love the way that he's look how, first of all, he's huge, but look how he carries that weight.
Yeah, he was able to get that bent.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's got this. They play with BC, and look, Gold, you can speak to it, dude. BC's offensive
Wayne
lineman,
Johnson
it's
step.
like Notre Dame Jr., right?
It really is amazing, to your point, how true that has been across eras. Like, they're another place. I would say in this day and age, post-2011 CBA in the NFL, having guys that come from factories that are going to teach you technically right, because you just don't have as much time to develop toolsy guys in the NFL. That's a premium. BC's one of those places. And this is a guy really technically clean, plays within himself, because he's not the best athlete in the world. He's another guy, waist bender, not knee bender. Like, he's 6'8", and we talk about that with Tate Ratledge, who's 6'7". You wouldn't tell watching Tate. You can tell watching this guy.
Yeah.
But he makes it work. And I just think having a guy that's clean like that can, come in here and maybe develop if you don't want to put him on there right away. But if you do, I think he can go out here and play clean football for you.
Okay, well, left tackle Braxton Jones, he fractured his ankle in late December, so they might need him to maybe come in and play
And
right
to
away.
your point, Lefkoe, like with every move, there's a domino effect. I think the domino effect here is potentially the guy they drafted a couple years ago, Darnell Wright, who's been playing right tackle.
Yep.
Yeah.
The year before he came out, he played left tackle at Tennessee.
Yes, he did.
So if Braxton Jones is not ready to go, or if he's
Flip.
not the long-term answer, you flip Darnell
Send him
Wright
home.
and you put Trapilo at his natural position.
Darnell Wright's another one of those guys in that Isaiah Wynn mold. I would really like to see that work
Yeah.
out.
Same.
Because that was a dude.
Absolutely.
Dude, we did
7
his
offensive tackles. Actually, I would say it's more because
Calvin
Calvin Banks is an offensive. So
video.
8 offensive tackles off the board right now. Another NFC North team on the clock, the team that Ben Johnson came from, the Detroit Lions. All we have seen from them thus far is Tyleik Williams, the defensive tackle.
Mike Green?
I was just going to say, you've needed an answer opposite of Aiden Hutchinson for eons.
Yes.
Go ahead and give it to him. And to talk about, like, again, we talk about the character stuff. What locker room do you feel better about bringing a guy like that into
than
the
Hutchinson.
Detroit Lions locker room?
Yeah.
100%. And you can't put all your eggs in the Aiden Hutchinson basket when he was healthy. Then he got hurt. Now he's coming off the injury.
Right.
You need to give him help. You need to give him a guy that can collapse the pocket from the opposite side. I'm all about closing all 4 quadrants of the pocket on the quarterback. And then also you're watching Ben Johnson build something in Chicago. You're watching that's directly in your division. Go get an edge rusher that can help kind of counteract that so that you're ready to go.
Well, and
Like he can also. This is a guy. Mike Green's a guy. Like, and again, obviously we talk about the character things, but he's a guy that, you know, what you can do.
Yeah.
Chase down Caleb Williams.
And you just had, in addition to Ben Johnson, we keep talking about, Aaron Glenn doesn't live there anymore either. Coached his ass off at the end of last year.
Yeah.
You're
all
going
those
to need to
injuries.
Jimmy and Joe this a little bit more this year in the interim. Mike Green's a Joe.
And I just
Jimmy. Yeah.
quickly, I just
Or
want to
Joe.
be the ESPN guy real quick. There's 8 picks left in this round, including this pick. And Shedeur is still there.
That's crazy.
And because I think all day all I heard was, well, he'll go in the second round.
Yeah.
He'll go sometime. I mean, he'll go in the second or third round.
Ooh.
And they're going offensive lineman
love it.
Tate Ratledge
Be
from
tough,
Georgia.
be strong.
Come on, man. A+.
Yeah.
Wow, we're already throwing grades up. Go for it, Golic.
Keep your. I apologize.
Brother, do
I got
it.
real excited for this one, just because good teams keep their strength-based strength.
Yes.
And again, you're going to have to Jimmy and Joe it a little bit more. Interior of that line starting to get a little bit beat up, a little bit older. And so what do? You bring in a guy could not fit the Lions moniker of what Dan Campbell wants any more than Tate Ratledge. You can set him in right. You could put him day one, and he'd be ready to start football games for you and win in the style that they're used to there. I love it.
And
I'll
they
give
lost Kevin Zeitler in free agency, so he'll probably slide right into that spot.
I give it an A+ as well. And the fact that Graham Glasgow, 33 years old, you can get out of his contract soon as well. I think after the 2025 season, you don't owe him really any guaranteed money. You got the voids in the end of that deal. You go ahead and grab a Tate Ratledge, and then also hope that you have a young interior offensive line between him and Christian Mahogany that you drafted recently as well. Another physical guy that can move people off the ball, that Boston College pedigree. I love this fit. There's teams that's going to be kicking themselves that did not take him earlier. Cincinnati should have been
It
all
sounds
over.
like the only reason he's here is because he's truly a right guard. And then, if you don't need a tackle or you don't need the he's got 37 starts all at right guard. 95% of Georgia's team, Felder, voted him team captain. He's one of Kirby Smart's favorite guys.
A+. I love this kid. He understands what's asked of him. And I'm a GMC guy, dude. Do one thing, do it well. Like, truly.
I have never heard anyone romantically talk about GMC.
I'm just saying, he does one thing and he does it better than just about anybody else.
It's
Raiders are up and Shedeur is available.
Come
Just
on!
saying, I'm sorry.
Let's do it. Bring him home.
You guys never heard that?
No.
no.
That's their slogan.
What is it?
They
Do
only-
one thing and do it well?
Yeah, they only make trucks.
Oh, I've never heard
Oh, yeah. No, I never paid any attention.
I've never gone to a GMC dealership and been like, I know you guys do one thing and I want to take a look at it.
I heard about that one thing you got, and I want it.
You guys sell sedans?
Nope.
No? Damn, I'm out of luck. That's right, they do one thing.
Son of a
Man.
Come on, man.
But it's what, like, just really quick on the Lions as we wait for this Raiders pick. They lose Zeitler. That was really the one hole in their offensive line. You plug this guy in, and they are not going Shedeur Sanders. They are going TC wide receiver Jack Besh is going to the Raiders.
Oh, my.
And it looks like he's there, and he is excited, and he is pumped.
I'm not against this pick.
No.
I actually like it.
Lead
They
us.
needed help at receiver. I give this a B+. Yes, I found the B+. I give it a B+. I think with this kid, tough, he's physical, sure-handed, can run routes, can get yards after the catch. They got Brock Bowers. They needed another receiver in that room. Geno Smith has a guy that can sometimes you just want to be able to dink the ball, dunk it down, and let the guys make plays for you. And he's got a great character as well.
Take us through the film, Felder.
I'm going to go B-. And when you look at him, I agree. Like, he's very good. His catches are going to come under 10, under 12 yards. That's what's going to happen for him. It's going to be to the interior. He's going to try to find a way to create some space, especially against zone coverage. And the big thing for me, I will say this. I like Nick Nash more. But this is a good pick for them as a guy that's going to be able to go out and make some plays.
I'll go solid B on this one. Big meathead. Love a meathead. Was a hybrid tight end at LSU.
Yeah.
Led that team in receptions in
With
2021.
Jamar Chase on the team.
I was going to say, remember who was on that team. And so obviously had to come here to explore the full depth and breadth of his powers because it wasn't going to happen there. But just thinking about what they've added around Brock Bowers now with Genty in round one and this for Chip Kelly to play with. Because I feel like there's some NFL people that kind of stopped thinking about Chip Kelly when he went back to college because there's some NFL people that don't dip into Saturdays.
Right.
You're getting a very different dude back.
He's going to fill that Emeka Egbuka role in Chip Kelly's offense.
Yes.
The thing for me that I see, Greg, you already gave me grade?
Yeah, I won't be on that one.
Okay, so the thing for me, when I watch him, I see there's so much interior stuff.
Yep.
So much interior stuff, and I wonder how that squares with Bowers.
Oh, I think Bowers is going to be like the move guy. Like, I think they're going to go back to using him the way he was at Georgia and Chip Kelly with how much motion he likes in that offense. Dame said it. The Emeka Egbuka, that role in this offense to me seems very wide open for him.
Power slot, 100%. Yeah. And of course, you know about his brother,
Yeah.
Tiger Besh, who was part of that catastrophic terrorist attack on New Year's Day in was it New Orleans?
In New Orleans.
And he caught the game-winning touchdown of the Senior Bowl, in the Senior Bowl, man. This high-character young man, he's going to come in and work his butt off, but that power slot role is going to fit him to a T.
One of many Lafayette, Louisiana prospects in this draft. Lafayette pumping him out. Used to be, and it's no longer the case, but it used to be home to the only Popeyes in America that had a buffet.
Wow.
How about that?
Yeah.
I've never seen you dropping knowledge I didn't even know about.
What do you just get like unlimited biscuits?
I don't know. My girlfriend from Lafayette.
As long as you got a drink, you're fine. If you're doing unlimited biscuits with no drink, listen, brother.
Those biscuits are.
They're gonna find you passed out over in the corner begging for oxygen.
On speed dial.
I'm not talking bad about Popeyes, but their biscuits are ashy.
They are. They will
Sahara
sit in the
Desert
back
Drive.
of your throat.
I'm a Bojangles guy, personally.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I'm a Bojangles guy.
I have love for everyone. Again, as a reformed fat, I did not discriminate. You were serving chicken and biscuits?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Dude, I'm telling you, everybody went crazy. What was it, 2020?
Yeah,
over the
Popeyes chicken sandwich.
I was like, bro, we've been eating this at Bojangles forever.
Yeah, but the Popeyes chicken sandwich used the steroid bird. That thing was huge. Like, there were all the GMOs in that thing. That thing
Ravens
was
are on the clock.
genetically modified.
Bojangles joints used to be just hanging off the side of the biscuit. You know what I'm talking about? Like you get the biscuit.
You knew we had to get here eventually.
So Malachi Starks was the pick in the first round. I thought it was one of the best picks for the Baltimore Ravens.
I love him.
Yeah.
He's a talker.
Oh.
And
also what it unlocks with the rest of their secondary, I think, is so darn special. The Ravens are one of those teams where I feel like they stick and pick.
Yep.
They take their guys when they fall, and as everyone's trading and getting crazy, they just go, who's the best player available?
Yes.
Could it be a corner here? Could this be where we see that incredible story from ECU?
Yeah.
We know they're not going to go safety. Offensive line is kind of a need, but I feel like that position has been attacked as of late.
Yes.
And then I could also go, are they the team that goes, hey, Mike Green fell?
Yeah.
And we're just going to take the best player available like we always do. They lost Brent Urban. They lost Michael Pierce on the D-line. You know, they do have some great pieces. Kyle Van Noy out there on the outside.
I didn't realize he was still there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That guy's like trying to block mist. It makes no sense to me.
Adafe Owe.
Yeah. He's coming up on a contract year, too, Adafe.
Yep.
Yes, he is. You know who was also up on a contract year? And he dropped that huge two-point conversion in the playoffs? Mark Andrews.
Ooh.
And I'm sitting here and I'm looking at Harold Fannin Jr.
I like him.
And I'll tell you what, that's one of those picks where you go, man, the Baltimore Ravens.
Yes.
That's like an Ozzie Newsome type of
My comp for him is Isaiah Likely.
I was just going to say, it seems
He's
redundant
right there.
almost.
That's my comp for him.
Other players that are a free agent after this year for the Ravens, it's a lot of big ones. Kyle Van Noy, Mark Andrews, Ben Cleveland, Derrick Henry, DeAndre Hopkins got signed on a one-year deal, and Patrick Ricard. And we are seeing tiers on. Oh, okay, those are just.
Those are
Those were dried tears.
But as we go through all of those names, which one feels the most Raveny? Because that's who they're going to take.
Trey Amos and Siobhan Revel to me.
Okay.
Those two corners. Yeah. Last year, they drafted Nate Wiggins in round 1. Teams really tried to veer away from that young man. He covered well. Then you had, I believe it was Stevens, was the outside corner opposite of him, and they lit him up like a Christmas tree. They attacked
You know what
him
the Ravens
every
were
week.
against the pass last year? 31st.
They attacked
Doesn't
him
seem real.
religiously. And I think
They were first against the run.
getting Trey Amos, a big physical corner, or Siobhan Revel, two big physical guys that can play on the outside.
Revel, a lot of block kicks, too. You think
Yes.
John Harbaugh might love that a little
from
bit,
the special teams,
coach.
yeah. 100%, because then that allows Marlon Humphrey to kick down into the nickel where they really have liked him over the past couple seasons. I think either Siobhan Revel or Trey Amos makes a lot of sense because this is insane value for both those guys.
And we talk about the thing that undermined Baltimore, who's they're Super Bowl mode right now. Secondary got bodied early last season. You shifted some things around late, but if you can really settle that and get Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey, everyone in spots they're comfortable in. You took care of Kyle with the first pick in the first round. Now all of a sudden you're back to being the Ravens' Death Star defense that we've been used to.
Absolutely.
Right. And I just, when I look at it, I mean, obviously I'm rooting for Siobhan Revell. But Trey Amos, also a guy that just, if he gets his hands on you.
You know what's underrated about Trey Amos as well is his instincts, because he is scheme versatile. This is a guy that back at Alabama, he will get at the line of scrimmage, be super fit. He still does that Ole Miss, but then also he can side saddle bail out in cover 3, pass off that post, spin backside if you want to run that wheel combination and take the ball away. The instincts, the zone eyes are there for him.
Zone eyes, I think, are such an important thing, especially if you're talking about playing in cover 3. Where they're going to try to make you stem inside. And then as you take this inside, they're going to run the number 3 guy outside here. And that linebacker's never going to get there.
No.
Linebacker's never going to get there. So that corner has to pass this guy off to the safety, and then he's got to be able to do that. But you have to have the eyes, the vision to do all those things.
You see how serious the Ravens draft room is? This is the longest that a pick has taken in a while that hasn't been commercial related.
Yeah.
They're arguing.
The pick is in, so it's already been submitted. So maybe it just took a while for this guy to walk out there.
Do you think they put up
Sorry, bro.
stuff? Wow, I was take a moment.
He just had to do this real quick.
Got to do a general belt adjustment. The board up in the background of that shot, they've got to have fake stuff up on there, right? Because it's so within the camera shot.
That was all the names.
Yeah, like I'd imagine like the Ravens are smart enough to put dummies up there or something. Like they know that's going to be on camera.
All right, Ravens are up. No matter what they take, we're going to go, oh, man, what a Baltimore pick.
What a steal.
All right, what's your pick? I'm going Fannin Jr. What's yours? You're going Trey Amos?
Trey Amos.
I'll take Revell.
Okay.
I'll go Revell with him, too. Doesn't have to change the colors in his closet.
You're probably
Lots
right
of
about
purple.
that.
Very good
Lots
point.
of purple.
Which I don't know how you're a fan of that or not. Like maybe he wants something new in his life.
I grew up, dude. Let me tell you something. ECU. I know LSU's got a great
Carolina.
LSU's got a great midfield logo.
And it is Mike Green.
Green.
That was
There it
the
is.
guess. That should have been the guess.
You didn't guess?
Yeah, you called it.
I said it originally. I did say that they're going to take Mike Green and we're going to go, oh, wow, the best guy fell to us. Well, that's exactly what happened.
We talked.
Mike Green, first in college football. He had 17 sacks. He also had the most tackles by a defensive lineman, 84. 31 games, 14 starts, 21 and a half sacks. Wax poetic about the number 1 guy left on your board.
On the field, when you see a guy from a smaller school, when you play the big dogs, how do you show up?
Right.
You see the speed, the explosiveness. He has a really good ghost punch into the dip and rip to be able to corner the tackles. But this is a locker room. We talked about it. Like, this is a locker room in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yes.
Zach Orr, former Baltimore Raven player who's the DC, they have the leadership in there that they can bring this young man in, plop him right in that locker room. And this is he gives them a guy, a bucket getter. On 3rd and 10, you need to get to Joe Burrow, Mahomes, Josh Allen. This is the guy that can get you the sacks.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give it an A.
A plus for me.
I think the big thing for me is he's going to come in, and the locker room part is the most important part because of some of the character issues. So having a locker room that's established from Lamar Jackson all the way down is important.
High school wrestler, you see it show up on tape. Leverage guy, like, he's small. Like, you see him on tape, and you're like, wow, the frame is pretty small. But then he gets his hands on guys and just Pez dispensers dude's back. Outside spin moves thrown into the mix. Dude's just a freak.
It is now my distinct honor to welcome in our first guest of the day. And when I heard his name drafted, I said, that is a proud Niger man right there. Femi Oladejo is in the building. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's good. How y'all doing?
Well, you know what? God loves you, just like your first name. Yoruba. Okay, I'm just going to admit it. My wife is Nigerian. That's why I'm very happy for you right now. What does it feel like to get drafted, man? What is the sensation like?
Man, I'm just grateful. Just being where I'm at as a kid, literally this table I'm using, like, I used to interview myself on NCAA 14. So to be in this moment, it's surreal.
Very happy for you, man.
What's the biggest thing you're looking to work on as you make this jump now to the next level?
pass rush. Just continue to be a great pass rusher, but then also being able to be consistent with my hands in the run game.
Brother, listen, the draft is moving at quite a speed right now, so we got to keep up with it. But I think the fact that you get to go to the same place as the first pick in the draft and you get to turn this new generation of Tennessee Titans football, we here at BR are so happy for you. Congratulations. Nija forever, brother. Go kick some ass.
You already know, man. Go Titans. Appreciate y'all.
Hell yeah, man. Olu! What happens every year, man, is like you talk to a guy for a second, and I'm like their biggest fan now, so I'm going to be that guy's biggest fan. Denver Broncos have taken a running back. There were rumors maybe it was going to be Omarion Hampton in the first round. Maybe they were going to go with the TreVeyon Henderson. They are going with RJ Harvey out of UCF. Take it away from me, Mr. Man.
I give this a B+. RJ Harvey is one of the shiftier backs in this class. Is a guy that can have the lateral agility and juice. He can press the A gap, jump cut outside to C, make guys miss. Running backs, when I look at him, understand that the football has a gravitational pull.
Yes.
Those linebackers are going to hit those gaps fearlessly and with aggression. He knows how to make guys miss, and he's kind of functional as a pass catcher. I think he's more of a RB2 than a true 1, but he's got a dense build, ran 4.4 at the combine. This is a good fit.
Dame, thoughts of him over Caleb and Dylan?
I wouldn't have done it myself personally. I think, for me, is I want to get a bell cow back like a Caleb to really help Bo Nix be able to settle that run game in. A guy that I can just feed carries to, give me that play action pass. But if they're going to be in a lot of shotgun, some pistol sets with Bo Nix, this is a guy that works well in that inside
the Alvin
zone.
Kamara light.
Which is interesting because I think Caleb Johnson's really good from the gun, too. Like,
he is.
Running outside zone from shotgun is really hard because the angles are all off, and that guy keeps his going this way. To your point, though, it is interesting because that, to me, a Caleb Johnson pick there would have indicated they're getting a bell cow for Bo Nix there. This is an O-line that's ready for it. That's the other big conversation we got to have this offseason after all the running back stuff last year, Saquon Barkley. It's about knowing your O-line and your offense can support this and are ready for it, because running backs can make good great. They can't make bad good.
Absolutely.
It's hurting my heart that the Commanders appear to be a good drafting team now. All those years where they were not, whether it was Jamin Davis, Emmanuel Forbes 2 years ago, but they come out now and they take Trey Amos, the cornerback out of Ole Miss, for a secondary that really needed it. Take it away, Felder.
Yeah, I love this player. This is going to be an A+ for me. He is someone that finds the ball. He has the ability to play zone and man, and he understands. Again, we talked about it we talked about it previous times that the defensive backs have been picked. Man zone, man turn, zone turn. The way that he triggers against slants, I think, is incredibly effective. He runs through the player to the ball because he sees the ball through the player. How do you do that? A zone turn. I see the quarterback throw, I see where the ball is, and now I can rip it away. So I gave it A+.
I give it an A as well. Man, you're drafting you're drafting for your division. And in Philly, you got A.J. Brown, you got Devonta Smith, you got CeeDee Lamb in Dallas. Malik Neighbors in New York. Yeah, this is a great fit because they missed on the last corner they drafted.
I was just going to say, they drafted light and got his ass promptly front. No disrespect to the young man. I shouldn't go that far. But he had trouble with bigger receivers, which they're going to see.
I don't see that.
We called that on draft night, too. We did. So Trey Amos, not that same issue.
No, not at all. And he tackles in the run game. He tackles. He's a physical kid.
I'll go A because this is the NFC, so you're going to have to come up and run support because everybody's doing it.
Right.
So 16 passes defense, 13 or 16. I've seen both numbers show up, but either way, gets his hand on the ball, plays through contact, great eyes, awesome pick.
Yeah.
And it's a Dan Quinn pick. And we know Dan can really confuse offenses with his front seven and then allow his corners to feast.
See that trigger?
I also love the bent chin straps at the top.
That's what I had. That
you were a bent guy. It's a little bunny ears.
Little
curl. I like that.
That was me.
Tell you what, man, the SEC, Ole Miss, South Carolina, all these teams, man, they just got dudes.
Yeah.
They do. Well, it's funny now. I saw the stat yesterday that the SEC had 15 picks, which tied 2020 for the most ever in a draft by a conference. The Big Ten had 11. It's the first time that two conferences accounted for 26 of the first 32 picks, which makes sense because there's 34 teams in those conferences.
Well, I was going to say, yeah.
So, by the way, the Bears.
Those numbers are quite skewed.
The Bears are on the clock now. When they were picking at 39, we said, maybe they're going to go Caleb Johnson. Then when they got a little bit later and they took Ozzie Trapilo, we went, maybe they're going to take Caleb Johnson. Well, guess what? We're on the clock again, and the dude is still there.
Yeah.
If they want to go, they've gone offense with every pick. They still have needs on the D-line. There are still needs there. They did go out there and get Grady Jarrett. We talked about getting an edge opposite of Montez Sweat. Here are the best available prospects. What are we thinking for Chicago?
Again, Caleb Johnson.
Yeah. Especially, you're an outdoor cold team.
Yeah.
You know what
used
defensive
to
players don't want to do in December?
Tackle.
Hit 6'1", 225 30 times a game.
He was another one at the Combine getting to talk to these guys. I interviewed him and Amari and Hampton back-to-back, and it was like, remember in Avengers when Thor's knocked out and they're touching him and they're like, it's like this guy's made of lead. Mm-hmm. That's what it felt like talking to and shaking those guys' hands. Like I was shaking Metal Mario's freaking hand just thinking about having to tackle one of those
Metal
psychos.
Mario.
Yeah, Metal Mario was my draft comp for Amari and Hampton. Runs like
love
Metal
that.
Mario.
I love that. This could be a Siobhan Rebel spot too. They got Kyler Gordon in at the nickel spot. But I think the outside corner spots are kind of susceptible to add some talent, and then just the value that you would get by adding him to your team makes a lot of sense.
What about a Landon Jackson here?
Just thought about that. That's not a bad move, honestly.
What, it's Landon Jackson and then Princely as far as the edge guys at this point?
Edge guys at this point.
Yeah, I think so.
I like Princely a lot.
Yeah, Princely's got the.
Also a name
a little
that
more dynamic to me.
A name that I haven't heard. I'm curious where you guys stand. Where do you guys stand on Shamar Turner out of Texas A&M? Just like physical specimens that maybe haven't had the biggest production.
High ceiling dude. Definitely a high ceiling dude.
And at this point of the draft,
he a part of why they got Mike Elko as a coach right now.
Right.
Yeah. Like.
So those are the kind of guys that I look
like
at this point of the draft where if my team took him, like I'll never forget 4th round Eagles took Josh Sweat.
Yeah.
And I went, if this works out, and it did, it is such a steal because you go, yeah, of course he's 6'5", 270, and he runs a 4.5. Like, yeah, I want those guys.
Five-star recruit.
Like, I know he fits your scheme, but you might not be here in 2 years.
Correct. What,
Josh Sweat will be there.
And gained, 20, 30 pounds to kick inside this offseason?
I
Still looks like he's carved out of marble.
To play a completely different position,
Yeah.
He's one of those guys, too. Mike Tomlin always used to say, I'd rather say whoa than sick him. You're going to have to tell him whoa.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
Doesn't happen often, but we'll take it. Bears went out there and took the exact guy we were talking about. Shamar Turner out of Texas A&M. NFL scouts describe him as a foxhole type and an outstanding teammate. He grew up idolizing Ray Lewis. 10 sacks and 35 starts, and he was a second-team All-SEC. That was the year before. The kind of prospect we have here. Why don't you take it away?
Mutant. Just an app. Watching the Texas A&M defensive line, all I thought was, man, being an O-lineman in the SEC sucks. Because having to block those cyborgs is terrifying. Really active and violent hands. Again, part of the issue is, listen, he is a guy that was flagged for personal fouls 7 times for personal foul penalties over the last 2 seasons. But that's the thing. You got to coach him back. What he can do athletically as a one-gap penetrator is largely unparalleled in this draft class, outside of maybe like Walter Nolan at the top.
100%. 6'3", 290, 33 5/8 on the arm. Guy that plays with power, juice off the ball. Jeez. And I think this allows him to play Dayo, who Dayo's versatile. He plays D-end. He kicks inside as well. This is a move that's going to help them stop the run and then get very creative with their rush packages.
I think he's a B+. I'm going to go ahead and do
B+
that.
for me too.
Because the big thing for me is I love his versatility. We've seen him line up 4 different places.
Yes.
And I think that's important. I do think that, yes, there is production there, but I also think, and maybe this is a unit problem from A&M as a whole. They have all these guys that we've seen get drafted. and somehow they still weren't able to like get to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, God, I think a lot more of that had to do with the offense to us.
Kansas City, with the second to last pick in this second round, goes with Omar Norman Lott. Nearly 6'2", 291. He had 4 tackles for losses last year, which was a career high. And it had Mike Golic go,
Well, I was more going off Dame's reaction. I'm very interested to see that because that was a guffaw.
I like this a lot.
You do?
Yeah.
I do. Putting him beside Chris Jones, man. This guy
Is
gets
he
to
the eventual
quarterback.
Chris Jones replacement?
Potentially, yeah, when that time comes, I think he can be, which is a lofty expectation for who Chris Jones is. But 6'2", 291, 33 3/4 on the arm. This guy gets upfield in a hurry. He plays with heavy hands, strong hands. He knows how to collapse the pocket. And, yeah, I think learning from a guy like Chris Jones really helps his ceiling.
I like it.
Yeah, I think I get
Here's the
B+.
thing. Here's the thing. I think I gotta go B+. Here's the thing for me with him, and this is somebody that I go back to, and we were doing the draft, years ago.
Yes.
But he's got that a little bit of Grady Jarrett in him.
Guess who the Bears had? Oh, no, they're in the Chiefs. So you see Grady Jarrett.
He's short.
Yeah, I was going to say
He's
stocky,
short. He plays
active.
underneath. He plays underneath guys, and he can move you around. That's like, to me, you can call it Christian Wilkins. You can call it Grady Jarrett. Like, it's got that.
I like the Grady Jarrett just because, like you said, like such easy natural leverage. Like that's so hard. We've talked about Alfred Collins, the total other end of the spectrum, where you're going to have to coach him down a little bit. Low man wins, and we got the low man right here.
Eagles are up.
Oh boy.
It also means that
Yes.
unless they trade, Shedeur's a third-round pick,
Yeah.
which is wild.
Crazy.
Now, I was there doing the draft when the Eagles allowed the Ravens to move up and take Lamar Jackson with the last pick of the first round. When people were like, I guess he's not going to be a first-round pick. I don't know if that happens now. But who do I want the Eagles to take, guys? I want to listen.
Who do you want the Eagles to take?
I want Harold Fannin Jr. Goddard's in that contract thing right now. They brought in a bunch of possible tight ends in free agency, but I would love that pick. I think Xavier Watts, the way that y'all have talked about it,
Yeah,
they
he's still
traded
there.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the Houston Texans. They need a pick. Is Xavier a free or a strong?
Free.
Then that, to me, that would make the most sense from that perspective.
I think he's super versatile.
Yeah.
Oh, I
that's
agree.
great.
He can do pretty much everything, but he was that middle of the field.
Yeah,
cleanup
dude,
guy for Notre Dame.
if they go Jihad yesterday and then Xavier Watts today,
that young
middle of
core.
that defense where you
Yeah.
have the Nakobe Dean injuries and then trading C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you would take Xavier Watts over Kevin Winston Jr.?
Yes.
I would, yes.
Yeah.
I like Kevin Winston Jr. a lot. That man is violent.
I'm changing my pick. I'm going Xavier Watts.
I like Reed, too, from Penn State.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I like him, too.
I would also like your guy Revel.
Yeah.
And that's where I was going to go.
Were you?
Yeah,
Yes.
like Darius Slay no longer there.
Yeah.
You got Quinyon. You have
Cooper's
DeJean.
mainly, you want to keep him in that nickel because
nickel
he's so
spot.
darn versatile.
So it's like either you're really high on what Keely Ringo has shown you,
And he's been good.
and he's been good. But if not, then you definitely pull the trigger because the
And you would go
value
Revel
will
over
get-
Azariah Thomas?
Yes. I think I like Azariah,
Excuse me.
but I'd rather have Revel healthy. I think
Healthy
other-
Revel.
The only other thing I'm going to say, and this is not like Howie Roseman to do, they have not had a third wide receiver for years.
Yes.
And if Jalen Noel is going to be your underneath guy with Devontae and A.J. Brown, that's a nice little
I
piece.
love that.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, he's more of a catch and then like go forward for the first down guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I want Xavier Watts.
My thing is like, are you going to pass the ball that much to where
Yeah,
you really need a
that's
third
right,
guy if you're
right.
Philadelphia?
Right.
You already got the tight end.
Very good point.
And then the other question is did Stoutland see an offensive lineman that he's like, nobody knows about this guy, I need to get him?
Especially after losing Becton to
Yeah.
free agency.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I think they have Steen that will likely move into that spot, and he played a lot because, look, Becton's one of those guys where he misses 15 snaps a game.
Right.
You're like, Becton's on the sideline with an injury, and you're like, oh, crap. So it was Steen. All right, what are your
Marcus Bowe
predictions?
from Purdue is still on the board.
Oh, big sexy. Bo Allen announcing the pick. The pride of Wisconsin.
Hair down to the mid-back.
The mustache.
He is. Don't let the suit fool you. But first off, biggest set of thighs I've ever seen in person when he was at playing weight, and has a borderline six-pack now. He's he's the rare D lineman that's done the O line weight drop.
All
and
right.
is an absolute.
And with the last pick of the second round, the Fighting Howie Rosemans have selected, come on, Watts.
A player out of Georgia.
Come on.
Yeah. Some guy from Georgia.
Oh.
A different
Makuba.
safety that we were not even thinking, and I'm going to need immediate analysis. Andrew Makuba, 5'11", 186. Not who we're talking about. So, Felder, lead us off.
I think he is a good safety. You see him there playing in that deep back. No. Don't
Good
be
is such
upset.
a dangerous word.
Don't be upset.
Okay.
He's a good safety. I'm going to give this a B. He's a good safety. He flashes, but he's not consistent.
Okay.
And that's the biggest thing that I notice. He flashes, but he's not consistent. Do you disagree with that?
No, I give it a B+. His inconsistency is going to be tackling. He likes to throw the shoulder in.
How is he as a free safety?
Instinctive.
Okay.
Like, you turn on the Georgia tape, there was a rep where he's playing, I think they came out in too high shell. He rotated down on the hash, baited Carson back in the middle of the field, broke back inside, and took the ball from him. And I talked to him. I had actually interviewed him about 2 summers ago. This is a guy that studies film. Like, he's a student of the game.
Okay.
And, I think he recently became a father about a year ago. Maturity has really been a big thing for him. The instincts, the football IQ, I think this might have been the play against Georgia, and watch him get back over the top, read it, and take the ball away.
Yeah. Wow, that was special.
In coverage, he's going to be really good for you. It's going to be the inconsistency as a tackler where you're going to have to tell him, hey, stop the shoulder stuff.
CJ Gardner-Johnson, man, could finish off drive.
You're going to have to wrap up.
I'll go B on this one as well, just because I'm mad it's not Xavier Watts. But to your point, too, like we've talked about pedigree at a couple places, and I always like to remind people this. Defensive backs, little offensive linemen. Got to go backwards against some of the best athletes on planet Earth. Communicate across the board. They are very similar position groups. And so you need healthy, pedigree-filled rooms. And Pete Kwiatkowski's group in Texas, Jahdae Barron earlier in the draft here, they do a really good job on that back end. Good, healthy, mature room. Like, that was the same thing talking to Jahdae Barron. The most impressive player I've talked to in the lead-up. That's a testament to how they do business in that room.
I love that. I love that I got to do the second round. Thank you guys so much. So I have to go fly right now to Atlanta. I am filling in for Ernie Johnson tomorrow.
Gas up the PJ.
am hosting NBA on TNT. That is actually a shot from me 2 days ago. But, the makeup here with Woody can kind of change your appearance a little bit. But I just want to thank everybody. Also, we have some sights and sounds from night 1 to send you off. When we come back, it will be the third round, and Golic will be sitting in my fart-filled chair. Thanks, everybody.
Who's the first person you're hoping to speak to on your new team?
Myles Garrett. I want to learn from the best. I want to play with the best. He's, the most dominant players.
My former teammate, Mac, McKinley Jackson, Joe Burrow, Jamar, T. Higgins. No, never mind. Take that back. Trey Henderson, former teammate, Joe Burrow, Jamar.
Probably between Kyle Hamilton or Lamar Jackson or Roquan Smith. He went to Georgia. He's the leader of that defense. So just to be able to get there and learn from guys like that, I'm excited.
Ray Davis is my brother. But I got to say Josh Allen.
Who are you most excited to learn from?
I want to learn from Ray. That's my old teammate. That's my brother. I'm comfortable with him. I want him to teach me what my rookie year is going to be like. I want to learn how to operate in the NFL.
Trey Henderson.
What are you excited to learn from him?
Anything I can, I just want to be a fly on the wall. Anything he does, I'm going to do it.
Everyone. Everyone has a different knowledge of football. They view things a different way, so I'm just excited to see guys who've been elite for a long time at a high level, how they think about ball, how differently they view things.
Myles Garrett. I just want to learn everything from him. He's done this at the highest level for so long now. Just the tips and stuff he gives me, I'm going to take a long way.
All right. Welcome to round 3 here. Adam Lefkoe already on the PJ right now. Michael Felder going to the bathroom. Me and Dame here eating pizza. Let's take a look at the best available. And Dame, I know a lot of people gave ESPN grief night 1. Now, legitimately, with every passing pick, the Shedeur Sanders situation becomes more and more dire and more perplexing. Are you not stunned sitting here now?
Absolutely. I'm completely stunned, and I know. And I'm going to be very honest about this. When you see reports of, they're saying, well, he's falling because of talent. And I was like, okay, well, tell me what's the difference between him and Bryce Young?
Right.
He's taller. You can see over the line. No disrespect to Bryce, but Bryce is a short king. You know what I mean? But you say that, okay, the physical tools, he doesn't have the upper echelon physical tools. Well, neither did Bryce, and Bryce went first overall. But maybe it's the concerns of how Bryce has played since he's gotten drafted, which hasn't always been his fault. Maybe that's hurt Shedeur, but nonetheless, man, it's just really shocking to see him still on the board.
Yeah, I am stunned here as we get going into the third round now. The Giants come up with the first pick, and they take Darius Alexander, defensive tackle out of Toledo here. Dame, what's your thought on this one?
I love this pick. They needed another D tackle alongside big, sexy Dexter Lawrence. They needed one of the more elite defensive tackles and those tackles in the league. This guy can get upfield. He plays with power, play the 3-tech or the 3-4-eye or the 5. And, he has good arm length, again, the strength to be able to anchor against the run. But then he also knows how to split gaps and get into the backfield as a pass rusher. And I think pairing him, now you got Brian Burns, you got Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence, and now Darius Alexander. That's not even formidable. That's a really good front.
Felder, that's an identity that the Giants have, at least on defense and on that front four here. What do you think of this one?
I'm going to go with a B+. I love the fact that this is a guy, and I love the length, like you mentioned. I love the length. I love his ability to press. You see there, getting that kind of that long arm in there, which I think is really important. And then the other thing I really liked about his game is when you see a guy come from, whether it's from the MAC or in some cases FCS, you want to see them be pretty dominant at that level.
Yes.
And so I think that he did those things. So this is going to be really interesting. Look, we talk about Taylor Swift, right? Eras, like they're getting some pieces to enter the. I don't know if they're going to call it the Abdul Carter era or the Jackson Dart era.
Let me tell you what. You're in my era right now as the host of the show, and you're already speaking my language with the Taylor Swift references. So it is appreciated and it is loved. The Kansas City Chiefs with the second pick in round number 2. They take Ashton Gillotte out of Louisville. Felder, ACC country, as you mentioned here. This guy, he gave me shades of, we talked about a guy before in Kyle Van Noy, where maybe not the most impressive physical specimen, but he is difficult to stay in front of.
Yeah, Gillotte, here's the thing. I'm going to give this one an A because the thing is, you're right. The question becomes, does he play a true edge or is he a 5 technique?
Sure.
What do you think about that?
Man, I would give him opportunities on the edge. Like, I'd let him have those chances to rush the passer outside a little bit. He showed he can do it. Now, the ACC we know isn't the SEC or the Big Ten, but I don't know, Dame, where are you at on that?
I think he can play the edge. And to me, they have a type. Because George Karlaftis was another stoutly built, shorter arm rusher who played with power and motor and just knew how to, really frustrate tackles because they did not stop working uphill towards the quarterback. Ashton does the same thing. I think this is a nice move for them. They needed another edge rusher. I believe they lost Charles Omenihu in free agency, if I remember correctly. So just getting another guy that can help set the edge in the run game, but also give you some of that alignment versatility on that front.
Yeah, gone D-line now in 2 straight picks, so helping beef up that defense that had a tough time with the Philadelphia offensive line everybody there. So, but again, you see here, and I think you're right, they've got a type, and this guy extremely productive, 25.5 career sacks at Louisville, going up against some good
He's Miley Cyrus, man, wrecking ball. He's going to wreck some stuff up.
I love him sitting in a 4-eye too.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Especially if you're in a 3rd and 12.
Right.
Kick him in.
Well, and I think that's the thing, too. With Spags, you're going to get the opportunity to impact the game in a couple of different ways. So Ashton Gillotte, the second pick in the 3rd round of the NFL draft. Felder, we mentioned it when you were gone in the bathroom, but it's worth repeating
you don't
here.
Have to tell people.
I mean, listen, we deal in honesty on this show here. As I guzzle pizza and you guys have to hear the grease slop between bites, we mentioned before, Shedeur Sanders going to be sitting here on the board for, I mean, how much longer at this point? Now that we've gotten to the 3rd round, what does this actually mean?
Browns, Raiders, and the Pats is who we have coming up. This is going to, I don't know. I think it just means that they don't, again, talking to folks, I really do think that it's an issue of not his game. I don't think his game is the issue.
No, I don't think so either.
I think it's this combination of having to deal with his dad.
Sure. Who I will say, in Deion's defense, has been less apparent during the pre-draft process.
Absolutely.
I thought he took a concerted step back. I forget what show he was on where he said, we're going to be happy wherever he ends up. We're going to love it. It was a far cry from a year before where they
And
were
that's what I
posturing
think
for
rubbed
one
people the
overall.
wrong way. I remember talking to a scout, and he's like, "Man, we're a little worried about a LeVar Ball situation."
Exactly. I couldn't remember. I could not think of the name, but that's exactly what I was thinking
And
about.
I hate, because, I mean, heck, LeVar Ball, all his guys are paid, all his kids are successful in life. So shout
Big
out to
baller
him.
brand. I don't know if that's doing so
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
but
probably not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I
No
mean-
more of those shoes, but he's done well as a father, setting his kids up. And I think for me, it's like Coach Prime. Those comments rub people so much the wrong way.
Yeah.
Of that, oh, we don't want to go to a cold weather team. Like, just kind of talking about that type of stuff. And it just rubbed people the wrong way. I think for me, it's not the game because Shedeur is accurate. He's a precision passer from the pocket. He's got functional mobility.
Well, and that's kind of why, as the Browns keep coming up, I'm like, Kevin Stefanski's offense, pretty decent home for your boy.
You got a new running back,
Yeah.
right? You got you have the receivers. I think the O-line still needs some work.
But I mean, we're watching him right here. Like, look at like patience. He's willing to absorb that hit so that he can make that extra
The
pass.
late game against was it Colorado State in 2023?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That game had everybody on the East Coast awake. Not you, probably. You were fine.
I had finished calling a game, went back to my hotel room, had a 6 a.m. flight, and stayed up till 2 in the morning because I couldn't turn it
I'm
off.
on the East Coast. I think I was up to like 2 a.m. watching that game, and it was I'll never forget was it 93-yard drive to get them into overtime.
He's so for all the crap that we give him about the dad stuff, and I got to put on for my nepo babies for a second. that dude is tough as hell.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He
as
takes the extra
hell.
step and absorbs the hit. There we go.
Wow.
Oh, okay. All right, so we have pick off the board here. The Cleveland Browns go with Harold Fannin out of Bowling Green here. This is an interesting guy because insanely productive college player. We talked about guys at the G5 level dominate your competition, box check, but then as an undersized guy went to the combine and disappointed a little bit. Dame, that reaction seemed pretty strong coming off that as now he becomes a steal in the third round.
I give this a B+. I think this is a guy, former, I believe, linebacker in high school that converted to tight end, and you see it after the catch. He is physical. This guy that can make plays after the catch. He's a fairly good route runner as well. He's not going to be because typically when you look at those move tight ends, you're hoping that he's a 4.5, 4.4 athlete, just super elite, in that regard. But that's not what you're going to get from him. You're going to get physicality. He's going to punch you in the mouth. He's got a really good straight arm, that stiff arm to the face mask to break tackles. And then he's willing to jump over guys. When they played Penn State and Texas A&M, he was one of the best players on the field. And for me, that spoke big time because those are high-end athletes defensively, and they didn't have an answer for him.
To not having an answer, 117 catches, single season record for Bowling Green in 2024, 1,555 receiving yards, the first consensus All-American in Bowling Green history. In school, and the school second in any sport. So historically great player for them. And going to a team, Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator, I know Stefanski's going to call plays. Tommy Rees's kink is tight ends. And you look at that room now with David Njoku and him and what they've got to work with there. He's going to have some creative opportunities for this guy to affect football games.
100%. 100%.
Yeah,
I'll give this one a B+ for that reason.
I'm going to give it a 1 because a 1?
I was like, wait, that's a new grade?
I'm going to give him an A. And because I think that he has like a little Eric Ebron to him, as long as he can harness those powers, I think it's interesting. Here we go.
Oof. I like this fit. This is a wide receiver converted to corner in Darian Porter going to the Las Vegas Raiders. This young man tested as a freak athlete. 6'3", 195, 33 1/8 on the arm. And when you look at what he did at the combine, 4.3 flat, 1.49, 10-yard split, 10-11 broad. And he's still learning corner.
Yeah.
He's still, I think it was his first year, and he wasn't even the full-time starter this year.
I was going to say he only averaged 35 and a half or so defensive snaps a game, was a special teams ace in the lead up for that. Now you
saw that.
970 career special team snaps, more blocked kicks than anyone in Big 12 history. He had 5. He's the only player in Big 12 history with 5 or more career block kicks.
And you think about the Pete Carroll. Remember,
long arms,
the Legion of Boom, those long, athletic, physical corners. And I think this guy he's still rough around the edges, just learning that position and getting that playing time. But to me, you know what he reminds me of? A guy that went to the Colts a couple years ago, Juju Brents. He's the more explosive version of that.
I'm gonna go ahead and go B+. There's a lot of meat on the bone.
Yes.
And the length to me is the most interesting part. I only go B. I didn't go A because I wanted to. I'm saving that A for my man Roselle.
Okay.
I'm saving the A for my man Roselle. But
Yeah, for sure.
the length is there. You mentioned the special teams aspect. I think that's super important. Look, if you got a knack like this for blocking, I mean, come on, dude.
Block the punt.
Yeah.
Block the punt, tracked it.
It tracked it and fielded it.
And you see, like, spent the first 3 seasons at Iowa State, in addition to special teams, playing receiver.
Yes.
And I think those ball skills show up in a big way.
Yes.
When the ball's in the air,
Right here.
he does the thing so many guys avoid, which is always turn back, find the ball, try and make some sort of a play on.
And we've seen the Tariq Woolen, the Richard Sherman,
Yes.
those corners who were also receivers at one point in their career.
Yes.
It helps them when they get to the league. They understand the pre-snap alignment when guys
that's what I
are
was gonna say.
tightening their gloves and stuff. They know that the ball's coming to you.
Like it's not even just like the ball skills.
Yep.
It's when you play wide receiver, you understand route combos, you understand where they line up to how they can hurt you.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it.
Ooh.
All right, we've got another pick in here, another wide receiver off the board. Kyle Williams out of Washington State, heading to New England now, as we've talked about building around Drake May for Mike Vrabel's group here. Felder, let's start with you on this one. Where are you at on this as the new addition to the arsenal for Drake May?
He is 5'10", but he plays bigger than that. And that's what I noticed when I watch him play, is this is a guy that will make contested catches. He is not afraid to go up and challenge the guy for the football. And so when you watch Kyle Williams play, you're not getting just this little guy. Like people are going to automatically try to comp him to like a Wes Welker or something, because he's played, especially with the Pats. But he plays bigger. He plays bigger than that. And I think that's something we've got to mention. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a B+.
Yeah, same here. B+. He's got breakaway speed. He's got juice off the line. Good route runner. We saw him at the Senior Bowl, one-on-ones when guys were trying to press him. Good footwork in the contact window. Understands how to move guys off the spot. But then after the catch, I think that's where he's going to help Drake May the most, because you saw the highlight of him settling in on that kind of almost a spot throw situation where he's kind of that quick button hook, that inside hitch route, settling between defenders in the zones, and then he has that innate ability to feel for space around him. So once he gets the ball, he knows where defenders are. He can make guys miss, but then once he gets into that fast track, he can take it the distance with his speed.
Impressive, and took it the distance often last year. He was number 4 in FBS with 14 receiving touchdowns, only one behind Travis Hunter. So big-time dividends paid from him. We're going to pause and help some dividends get paid here and hear a word from our sponsor, TreVeyon, where money means more.
With TreVeyon, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. TreVeyon, where money means more.
4, 5, 6.
Money means more, and wide receivers mean more right now. There's a run going on here in the beginning of the third round. And we've got the Detroit Lions in this spot here with, I believe, Felders, you pointed out, is this a comp pick or do they trade into this spot?
I have no idea. I'm going to be honest with you.
I think this was a
this is a trade from Jacksonville. It's the pick they got to trade with Jacksonville. And so they pick Arkansas wide receiver Isaac Tesla.
Tesla, yep.
Tesla.
No, it's not like Elon Musk. It's Tesla. Tesla.
This is Tesla.
I like him. I like this guy. I give this a B. I think they got good value for him, and he played a lot in the slot for Arkansas. He's big, strong, physical, tracks the ball well. 4'4" athlete that ran at the combine. My comp for him, I truly believe he can play outside. He reminds me a lot of Alec Pierce. Guy that can go up, be a big body threat on the outside, the deep speed, the build-up speed. Not that instant burst off the line, but you talking about that flying 15, 20. Once that long stride gets going, he is tough too. Like a guy that can work on those over routes, those crosses between.
You play for the Lions, you gotta be tough.
You gotta be tough. So I think this could be a very good fit. They have Tim Patrick. I know that they said that they're not trading Jameson Williams, right? Which to me makes a lot of sense. Don't trade that guy. But this bringing him in gives him another physical, contested catch guy that can also work between the numbers and outside. Yeah, a good B for me.
I'm going to go with a B+. the guy that when I see him, reminds me a little bit of Adam Thielen. And, like, he is someone that can play outside of the numbers, but also you can play him inside. And I think and he can make contested catches.
Yes.
And I know that's not the name that jumps off the board for a lot of people, but that's what I see when I see him.
He had a good Senior Bowl too. He had a good Senior Bowl down in Mobile. A lot of people didn't know much about him in Mobile when he came, but he definitely caught fire while he was there.
Well, like Adam Thielen, and now spent the year at Arkansas, but before that, 3 seasons at Division II Hillsdale College. So another guy came up through a small school here, and to your point, kind of fits what they're continuing to try and build with skill players who will kick your ass for 500 outside of maybe Jameson Williams there, who's built to take off the top and certainly has when he's been available to them, which has been the one knock in the. And Dame, you mentioned the potential trade there. There were a lot of people that thought maybe the Lions would go and try and sell high on Jameson Williams right now. You think it's a good idea for them to keep what he adds to this offense for the time being?
Yeah, because I think we talked about it, man. Building your receiver core like a basketball team, Jameson Williams is your three-point shooter. He's your long-range sniper. He's the guy that spreads the floor. Yeah, he spreads the floor. He gives you the spacing you need. So if you trade that away, now who's taking the top off? Now who's making safeties pay for being too aggressive, for false stepping downhill? When you get the run game between, they call them Sonic and Knuckles, between Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. When that run game's going, you start pulling levers with the safeties. You want to play in 2 high shells? That's fine. I can run the ball, force that safety into the box, and when you do that, now I have speed with Jameson Williams that could absolutely kill you over the top.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is vital for them in the way they do offense. And again, for those of you who are just joining us, hey, welcome. Good to see you. For those of you who have been here all night here, the one thing we have mentioned before, and I've mentioned before with the Lions, is you're going through some big changes on both sides of the football.
Yes.
You need guys like that can just go out there and mash their foot down on the gas pedal and go find you work. So that pick in for Detroit. The Saints back on the clock now. They're the team that shocked everyone by picking Tyler Shough instead of Shedeur Sanders earlier in the draft here. As we sit here now, Felder, cornerback, potentially a need here. Could be Savon Ravel territory, your boy?
Ravel for sure. Obviously, your boy, Xavier Watts, for a team that is still looking for pieces, man. They've got they're trying to put together, and this is the thing. We don't talk about this enough. If they're not going to pick a quarterback, okay, so what are they going to do? If you're going to try to win right now, you look around your division, and we talked about who the one team's window is now. And then you look at the Saints window, and it's like, I guess we should just get some pieces.
Well, and you got to hit on draft picks because you're poor every year until further notice. I know you keep paying off one credit card with another, but we keep saying eventually something's got to give.
Yeah, so get a guy like Xavier Watts. Get a guy that's going to be there that you're going to have for at least 4 years. Keep him, and then see what happens next. Because I'll be honest with you, man. I have no idea what next year's college football season even looks like.
Yeah. I think that's kind of the issue with everyone projecting next year's QB class to look so much better.
And then
it's a lot of. We saw that this year though, like Carson Beck regress and different. Drew Aller didn't sustain the play that
we literally stopped talking about Carson Beck completely.
Yeah.
All right. They go defensive tackle, Vernon Broughton, another Texas defensive tackle prospect here.
Huge.
Beef has been on the. I mean, listen, as we've talked about the renaissance, 2 straight college football playoff appearances in the last couple seasons for Texas and the way Sark's built that program. It was in the trenches they made the mistake. We know Sark can sling it all over the yard. We know they got fast guys for days. But this Felder is where they have changed the trajectory of this program in the modern era.
And let me ask you something. I'm gonna give this an A. I guess they gave it an A+. But why do we think that they have changed this trajectory? What changed about Sark from Washington to USC to now? Did something change? Did he learn something?
Nick Saban's school of wayward boys.
Yeah, dude. It truly oh, you know what I should do? I live in Texas. I should get some large humans from here, get these big, huge dudes, and play football. And that's what he is. Vernon Broughton, he's a big, huge dude.
Yeah, I give this a good B, man. 6'5", 3'11", 35-inch arms, but he has a quick first step. You don't see guys at that size be able to get off the ball with that first step quickness to create that surge and that vertical penetration between the guards.
Penetration, but it's also speed to power.
Yeah.
That speed to power is really
with that great wingspan, being able to stack and being able to use that length and that wingspan to keep guys off of his chest.
The Buffalo Bills on the clock and the pick already in here. So round 3 starting to move fast and furious here. And the pick is in Landon Jackson, edge out of Arkansas. So another guy you see here, 6'6", 264, long, big-bodied, high-motor, long-levered guy here. Dame, what do you like about this pick?
Man, he can play with power. He can play with quickness, the arm length. He plays the run. He stands up. He's versatile. I think for him, you got to work with the pad level with a guy that's tall.
Yeah.
Make sure that his pad level and his hip level stays low enough to where he can really drive forward. It's kind of the same thing with with running track. That drive phase. Can you keep your shoulders low to cut through the wind?
Right.
For him, staying low to where then when you execute your punches and you fire off your hands with that length, that wingspan. Man, I love what Buffalo has done. They've put a lot more talent on that defensive line. Still got Gregory Rousseau. You got Joey Bosa. Adding him. You have Ed Oliver. This is going to be a good defensive line rotation. I think the Eagles have started a trend where everybody starts to value, it's good to have depth. It's good to be able to rotate guys in.
Yeah, I think that's a great mind. We always say it's a copycat league. And right now, beef is on the menu. Depth is on the menu at those spots here. Felder, this guy, the first player in Arkansas Razorback history since Stephen Conley back in 94-95 to lead the defense in tackles for loss and sacks in back-to-back year. We know the offense struggled mightily, but that defense still gave a lot of people problems. Go ahead, obviously.
I'm going to go ahead and give us A-. I think he's a good player. I think there's some other guys on the board that are interesting. But to me, when you look at what Landon Jackson's able to do, he's high cut.
Yeah.
He runs.
Yeah.
I love that about him. Again, we do have to work on the pad level.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Defensive back off the board for the New York Jets. Azareye'h Thomas out of Florida State. Honorable mention, All-ACC performer, led the team in interceptions and passes broken up this past season. Felder, we know it was a brutal season for Florida State across the board. This guy, one of the few bright spots.
So one of the few bright spots. I love his closing speed, as you can see right there. I'm going to go ahead and give this a B+. I think that the thing for me is I want to see him play more zone.
Yeah.
That's just he does feel like he's a man corner. So that's going to be really interesting as he gets into his Jets system.
I give it a B+ as well. They lost DJ Reed, who I think went to Detroit in free agency. So they needed a guy. Day 1 of Senior Bowl practice wasn't great for him, but he rebounded very well through day 2 and day 3 in the red zone, matching guys with his footwork, with his patience in the contact window. You talked about it. With him in zone, I think the instincts and the trust within the scheme, because it's a lot of communication in zone,
well, that's what
passing off, things like that.
Do you trust the guys you're playing with?
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that was a big thing for him, where it's just he would try and play 2 routes because he doesn't. If I pass this off, this guy might be wide open. He's got the length, he's got the height, the athleticism, and the ability to play man. And he pairs well with Sauce. Because I don't know how you guys feel. I've always felt like Sauce was a much better zone corner than pure man-to-man and travel and follow. I think he would give you the ability to run some combo coverages where you could have one side with Sauce playing off. You're not catching over Sauce.
I love Sauce Gardner. Since we're on that, I think he is a good man corner. I think he does have better instincts in zone.
Yeah.
And I think that's important. But Azareye'h, this guy is.
They needed another corner.
He's a man guy.
And at this point, listen, I always said, when you're inside someone's building and someone's picked at your position inside the top 4 rounds, you're sweating a little bit because they were brought there to potentially take your job. But at this point, special teams value also matters. Was a core 4 special teams guy in his first 2 years before he started getting on the field more consistently at Florida State. So you've got that juice in there as well for a guy that can come in there and try and pair opposite of Sauce Gardner. The Broncos now up to bat at this pick. This pick was also acquired via trade for them now. As we look in the draft for these guys, Running back already off the board and solved for them. Felder, we know, too, this is a team that attacked corner early on.
Right.
And tried to make a great thing that was already great better for that team on defense here. As they now get into the Bo Nix era here for Sean Payton, showed us last year, go out there, still be the quarterback whisperer he was always talked about being with Drew Brees. What else do you look at as a priority for this Broncos team?
I love Princely. The kid,
Umamielen?
Yeah, I love, like, if you can beef up that line, that's going to help. And football is simple, man. People don't realize it, but football is simple. One hand washes the other.
Yeah.
Both ways. And it's either, if you're just looking at offense, offensive line helps your quarterback. Weapons help your quarterback. But if you can get a pass rush, if you can get off the field on third down, they get the ball back. And they get a chance to make more, to do something else. And I think that's where Princely comes up for me.
Yeah, I would Princely, that first step quickness, that speed, the power off the edge. Man, I think you go back to that Ole Miss versus Georgia game this year.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart he gets banged up. He's not fully healthy throughout that game. And that defense dominated that Georgia offensive line. I think Princely might have had 3 sacks in that game by himself.
Because you know who didn't want to play in that game? Carson Beck.
Correct. So I think they could go edge here. This is a team that's in just a really good spot. Like, they don't have any major needs on the roster.
Could you throw receiver into the mix here potentially? Jalen Knowles still on the board, try and get more pass catchers out in the arsenal for Bo Nix?
Yeah, 100%. You still, honestly, because they drafted Jade, RJ Harvey, and I'm looking here to see what tight ends are still on the board. Tight end was a position that they were tied to. If Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren had slipped down the board at all, if teams really did go quarterback heavy in the top 10 and knock those guys down, 20 was that next landing spot for a tight end, but both tight ends were gone. So for me, I do kind of look at maybe tight end could be a position here. And we've had a good amount of tight ends off the board.
Gunnar Helm still available out of Texas. Mitchell Evans, a guy who this last season coming off an injury took a little bit of a step back. But you go back on, we've talked about a lot of impressive guys from Notre Dame, Ohio State. Mitchell Evans used to major in some of the most spectacular catches across the middle for a Notre Dame that's used to great tight ends coming through that school.
Yeah. No, we'll see what happens. Like, they are, like you said, they're a team that doesn't have like these like pressing needs.
Good place to be.
It's a great place to be.
I mean, it does show. I mean, last year we saw that run on quarterbacks in the first round, indicative of what people thought of this year's class outcoming. But to hit at the middle portion, towards the back end of those guys, the way that Sean Payton and company did with Bo Nix, another veteran guy, seen a lot of snaps, and it clearly paid off early for them to put them in this position. The pick is in. Dramatic pause. I'm staring so hard at this second uneaten slice of pizza. I'm the only fat ass that's taking a bite. God.
I ate some during break. Pat Bryant.
Wide receiver, Pat Bryant out of Illinois. We mentioned going and getting a weapon for Bo Nix, second team All Big Tenor this last year. Dame, looking at Isaiah Bryant, what do we got here?
Man, big, physical, strong-handed guy, can play. He's played all 3 wide receiver positions, Z, slot, X. He's not the most, I think he ran a 4.62 at the combine, so he's not going to be a great athlete for you. And he may project better as that power slot. He's got good short area quickness as a mover, but it's just a long speed to win on the outside. You know how corners are going to play. If you can't beat me in the foot race, I'm gonna force you outside and make you run vertical. And play everything underneath because I know I can catch up to you. So I think that's probably the main thing is going to be where does he line up the most. They have Troy Franklin, who they drafted last year. They have Marvin Mims as well. I think they have a nice collection of talent. It's more so figuring out where are we putting guys to let them specialize that spot to really help Bo Nix out. Because Courtland Sutton's going to go out there and give you wide receiver 1 production. Who's next up in the pecking order?
Yeah, I'm going to go B-.
I'll go.
Here's the thing. Who is he going to beat?
Yeah.
Who is he going to beat? Who is he going to beat, right? Mm-hmm. So he's strong through the catch point. Check. Yeah. He's a pretty good route runner. Mm-hmm. Check. But he does not have I don't know how he's going to – who is he going to separate from in the NFL? Who?
The 49ers pick is in. Nick Martin out of Oklahoma State here. Felder, 49ers, we mentioned earlier when they went defensive tackle and defensive line, trying to shore up that run defense here. Obviously, they have one of the best in the biz, and Fred Warner manning the helm of that defense. But how does Nick Martin add into this group?
Bro, this is a guy, I don't know where you play him on. Is he outside or you play him on your inside?
Oh, man. That's tough because he's undersized.
Right.
That's explosive and dynamic downhill, but he's undersized.
It's one of those things where, like, I love that.
The Will linebacker.
Does he play Will? He's your chase guy?
Yeah.
I think that's going to have to be what happens. Yeah. He's your chase guy, right? He plays backside, and if they pressure you front side, he's got the ability, as you see right there, to get the guy down on the ground. But it's not. I mean, I'll go B-. Like, the reality for me is, like, this is going to be. This is someone that's going to be on your 4 cores.
Right.
And then we'll figure out who he is.
Yeah, I give it a C+. It's tough because, like you said, where are you putting him consistently? They lost, was it Dre Greenlaw, who went to, I think, Denver.
Yes.
To play off-ball backer. He was a very good off-ball backer for them.
And I was going to say, we saw the importance of Dre Greenlaw when he left the field, and it tilts the balance of the Super Bowl.
When he got hurt, it was just like, oh, no.
He's definitely, to me, a Will, see ball, get ball, chase ball type of backer. Yeah. He can rush off the edge, be a guy that's, if you can advance, the ability to set things up and really create pressure, that he's going to be that free runner. You want him to be a free runner with his closing speed, his burst. I think he's functional, dropping off in coverage, but.
Well, and to your point, we've talked a lot about how guys complement each other, and when you've got Fred Warner there to sort of catch all the mistakes, sort of like I always thought about this when Roquan and Patrick Queen teamed up in Baltimore. You had Roquan there to control everything, and you allowed Patrick Queen to get downhill. Maybe the same there. Felder clapping in here as the Dallas Cowboys come off the board with Savon Ravel out of East Carolina. Felder, we've waxed poetic about this guy all evening. How do you like the fit now down here in Jerry World?
It's fantastic. I'm going to go A+, man. Savon Ravel, long. Look at him track all the way across the field. Get the guy down on the ground. He's got attitude. We told the story earlier. If you're just now joining the show, this is a guy that was working overnight in an Amazon plant.
Yep.
And he got the call that he could get a chance to go work out for ECU. They offered him on the spot because he was 6'2", 6'3", ran a 4.4. You can't teach. Those are all things you can't teach.
No.
You can coach me up all day. I'm never going to be 6'3". I'm never going to have those arms that he got. So for me, I love this pick. I feel bad for my dad, honestly. He's a Steelers fan, he hates the Cowboys.
And you said both your parents ECU grads.
Both of my parents went to ECU, so you got to be happy for him, happy for Ravel, and then we'll go from there.
Torn ACL and partial meniscus during practice September this year, so cut short would have probably been a season that could have, and without the injury, pushed him much further up into this draft year with all that ability that you mentioned. But Dame, this guy going down to Dallas, who quietly looking at Dallas, like they do the draft pretty well more often than not. Tyler Booker in the first round, Donovan Ezraku in the second round, and now Savon Ravel in the third round here. So addressing some important positions for the Cowboys, who have been banged up in the secondary for a number of years now.
Yeah, definitely been banged up. And I think, understand they do need running back. They do need another receiver besides CeeDee Lamb. But at the same time, you just think about it from this aspect of, what's more help to a quarterback? A defense that can keep offenses from scoring 20, 22, 25 points a game. 35. You know what I mean? And I think with Revel, the ceiling is so high for him to really be this isn't a situation where it's like it's going to be manufactured stats or, okay, he's gotten a lot of interceptions, but he's given up 1,000 yards, receiving over the season. No, this is a guy that can play and be a potential shutdown CB1 when he's healthy.
So we've got the Carolina Panthers that just had their pick come off the board. And after going with Tedero McMillan, who I've been told wants to go by T-Mac, not Tet.
Yeah.
That's the name
T-Mac,
that he wants.
yeah.
T-Mac is
Sounds
the choice
cooler
there.
than Tet, so I would do it too.
It does. But they have come off the board then with Nick Skelton out of Texas A&M. And now Princely Umanmielen out of Ole Miss joins a defense that needs all the help it can get, Dame.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here. I live in Charlotte. Not having Brian Burns
Yes.
Yeah.
is a big deal.
That old chestnut.
And Getting Princely is so huge for them, and as you can see on the film, like this is a guy that's relentless to the football. He's got good strength, good play strength. Too.
Yeah.
Like he can play standing up. He'll put his hands down. He'll run the hump, and he'll do all those things. I'm gonna go ahead and give it an A, man. This is the kind of guy you want.
This has led his team in sacks each of the last 3 seasons, 10.5 in 2024, the second most in Ole Miss history. So we've talked about it too. Pressure's great, but a guy that knows how to get home as well in that front, invaluable.
And I think what they did was the same thing, but at the same time opposite of the Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
The Falcons said we've had the worst pass rush in the last 20 years. There's data that backs that up. They have not had a good pass rusher in like 2 decades. There's actual data that backs that up. And they said, you know what? We're going to take a swing twice. So it's like, okay, if Jalen Walker hits, great. But if James Pierce Jr. hits, even better.
Right.
They said, let's get Nick Scourton and Princely Umami Ellen on the same day of the draft, day 2, back-to-back rounds. I love this for them because at the end of the day, they needed this. They went ahead and revamped that interior D-line. Yep. They were terrible against the run. They went and got some big bodies like Bobby Brown from the Rams. They played that big nose tackle. Derrick Brown's coming back healthy off of the injury last year. Putting Princely, think about it, in 2026, it'll probably look like this. Princely and Nick Scourton as your 2 edge rushers.
Yep.
And you're like, I got to get to Baker Mayfield. I have to get to Michael Penix Jr. And whoever, well, it's Tyler Shough now. I got to get to Tyler Shough and make him shuck it as much as possible. So I love it. Great job. I'll give that a good B+, man. Outstanding job on day 2. Getting tech, because that was my worry for Carolina, though.
Yep.
Not going Jalen Walker or Michael at 8. You get the receiver. I'm like, okay, your defense was historically bad in giving up points. Can you get the guys to help? And they were absolutely able to do it.
It is interesting how different that feels, because when you mentioned that sort of paradigm and how it felt coming off round 1, it made me think of the Atlanta Falcons last year. Where everyone's sitting there and saying, we need help. We need somebody to rush the passer on defense. And they spend that first-round pick on Michael Penix Jr., try and supplement it late. And injury kind of undermined what they tried to do in the rest of the draft. But now, similar blueprint here where Carolina Felder still says, hey, Bryce Young looked better at the end of last season.
Yes.
But we need to continue to help bolster that on one side. But now it's probably the depth of this draft going to continue to attack defensive needs.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, I mean, the Falcons are like, we did it right.
Yeah.
It's honestly, they get to stand up and take about now paying Kirk Cousins $100 million to ultimately not finish out a season for you.
Not good.
That money could have been spent elsewhere that now no longer gets to be. As we take a look at the best available here, going on through round 3, Shedeur Sanders still hanging out there. The Arizona Cardinals on the clock right now. The pick is in. Kyler Murray last year, Drew Petzing's offense, him being healthy for an entire season, adding Marvin Harrison Jr. to that offense. Trey McBride gets the payday, so he's not going anywhere. Shedeur Sanders likely going to sit through this pick too, which continues to be the theme of this draft in a way that's got to be very uncomfortable in the Sanders household.
Who's their running back?
James Conner, and they drafted Trey Benson last year.
Dylan Sampson.
Yeah, that would be a home run hitter with elusiveness. Oh, Jordan Birch.
Jordan Birch. Edge out of Oregon. By way of South Carolina as well. One of incredibly highly rated player coming out of high school. I mean, first team all off the bus. This guy fills out the uniform about as well as anybody here. But Felder, the production never quite seemed to always match up necessarily.
Yeah, he was rated in like the same world as a guy like a Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yes.
And it just never really came when he was in South Carolina, and then obviously he moved up to Oregon. I think there was a little bit more production. But it was also, like, I think he learned more there, which is interesting. Yep. And then think about how many South Carolina guys we've seen come off the board.
Right.
He was in that room with them. And it was just it wasn't really working out.
Second highest rated recruit in school history behind Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, so
that's insane.
I'm gonna go ahead and give it a B because there's something. There's something there.
Yeah,
you got to unlock it.
I give it a B as well, and I think, again, going back to the point, copycat league, They have Josh Sweat. They have B.J. Ojulari coming back off of the ACL. Baron Browning is still there. They drafted Darius Robinson last year in round 1. They got Walter Nolan, Dalvin Tomlinson. That defensive line, now adding Jordan Birch, you have a lot of depth. You have a ton of depth that you can absolutely keep guys fresh and healthy throughout games. This guy can play the run. He's got all the physical tools and talent to really be a difference maker. And so I like the pick, man. Good B pick, and like I said, more depth than anything.
Reunited, and it feels so good. The Houston Texans, with pick number 79 in the 3rd round, take Iowa State wide receiver Jalen Knoll, former teammate of Iowa State wide receiver and 2nd-round pick of the Houston Texans, Jayden Higgins. So the 2 guys that were the star of the show for the passing attack, catching them from Rocco Becht, now get to go to C.J. Stroud in Houston. Dame, how do you like this as another addition to the wide receiver room there?
Give this an A. To me, you know what this is? This is Tank Dell insurance. This is Tank Dell insurance. Another shorter build, twitchy, explosive route runner and mover who can make plays after the catch. Saw him down in Mobile. He doesn't have to be, he's like 29.5-inch arms, doesn't have the biggest wingspan, but there was a throw that was outside of his frame that he went up with body control, got 2 feet down like a back shoulder fade in one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl, came down with the catch. He can give you yards after catch, but it's the explosiveness off that slot fade, that ability to get upfield and vertical, man. I love this.
8 catches of 50 or more yards over the last 2 seasons to that point, 3rd most in FBS in that span. Felder?
I'm going to give it an A-. I think here's the thing. I love this. When he runs that skinny post, that's his route. He owns that route. I think it's beautiful football. I want to see where are you going to put him? Where are you going to put both of these guys?
Yeah.
That's the question.
And Christian Kirk's there.
And that's what I was about to say, Christian Kirk. So, because that's what he does too.
Exactly.
The draft moving fast and furious at this point. The Indianapolis Colts take Justin Wally out of Minnesota at cornerback in that defense. Felder, what are your thoughts here?
I like him playing like that tough technique, where you are kind of flat-footed at the 6, at 6 yards, between 4 and 6. I like that. Obviously, you see that you can play a little bit more off. But they played a lot of zone, and he understands how to see through to the quarterback because that wasn't his ball.
No, it was not.
That was not his ball.
Spoiler alert.
That was not his ball. So this is going to be really interesting. I think when you add in the fact that they are, they're on a new journey, I guess, if you will. Hopefully with a healthy Anthony Richardson.
Right.
I'm gonna go with a B+. He's a very good zone corner, so we'll see what happens.
5'10", 190. 30 and 3/4 on the arm, but he's a really good athlete, 4'4" in the 40-yard dash.
That's not his ball.
No, that's not his ball. Lou Anarumo likes it. He's kind of built similar to Cam Taylor-Britt that Lou Anarumo coached up in Cincinnati. But you see the ball skills, you see the instincts, the ability to peel off, work back down and rob. You know what I mean? Those the routes underneath them. So I think that this is a situation to have Kenny Moore, who plays one of the better nickel corners in the league. And they needed help. They needed athletes. They needed guys that can cover. And I think this is a good fit. I give it a B-.
A good reminder for everyone, if you were maybe not tuned in to a lot of Indianapolis football news, Lou Anarumo, now the defensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts. So go and enjoy that little nugget. The Bengals on the clock. Dylan Fairchild, the other Georgia guard in this draft. Dame, we talked about earlier, guard, a place that the Bengals should address. And Dylan Fairchild, not as much seasoning on him, but a ton of size to work with for a big body. To join, quite honestly, a Bengals offensive line that's got tons of mass to it.
Yeah, 100%. And you reignite him potentially if he plays that right, because they got Cordell Volson at left guard.
Yes.
You would reunite him with his teammate, Amarius Mims, who's playing at right tackle, who's like 6'7", 6'8", 330 pounds. This is going to be good for Chase Brown in that run game when they do want to be balanced. You know, they typically lean heavily on Joe Burrow. You see the wrestling background from Fairchild. He's strong. He can anchor. He'll move people off the ball. It just brings some punch, and physicality to that offensive line room for the Cincinnati Bengals. And again, I protect Joe Burrow.
Yes.
Protect him at all costs. I love the fact they did go defense. I wasn't expecting to go defense at all in this draft. Not gonna lie to you. I thought it was like, they're gonna go offense early on, maybe try and get some scragglers late day 3 on for the defense. They said we're going to go defense early and still find good value. I give this a B, man. I think this guy can come in and compete right away for one of those guard spots. And again, whether he's at left guard or right, I would probably try and put him on the right and get a real nasty combo between him and Mims.
I'm going to give it an A, and I'm going to shut my mouth. All I'm going to say is that I think he's a mean dude. So I'm going to let you talk.
Yes, I'll give this an A as well. Speaking of his former teammate, also a Bruce Feldman Freaks List alum here. Big-time player there. 28 games in the last couple of years. You saw the wrestling highlights if you were watching on TV. 47-0 as a junior at Fairchild, repeated as the state champion the next year. You see that wrestling background show up. Does some things at times, like, listen, there's more polish that needs to be added to his game. It's always really fun to get to watch two guys on the same team, especially when they're mirrored to each other. Because on one side, you saw Tate Ratledge and all the polish that comes with experience. Right. And on the other side, you saw a guy who is all of 6'5", 325. Like, he is no one's junior when it comes to size, but just needs to kind of fix the timing on certain things. And so going and getting a chance to do that, maybe kick it over to the right side there, I think.
Dude, his punch is sick.
Yeah.
Like, it's sick. Like, the way and I also love that he's got the ability in terms of movement to pass off twists and stunts, like TE games. He passes those off, but his punch to pass is remarkable.
Well, and that's one of those things you talk about the pedigree of the room too. Like, those are a bunch of, like, at some point we'll be talking about Jared Wilson, the center for Georgia as well, who was a one-year starter and had to replace a guy in Ced Van Pran that was one of the most important leaders on that group up front.
Yes.
But they all just come in with all that knowledge of learning from the guys around them, getting to have, even when Tate Ratledge wasn't on the field, because he missed a bunch of games with injury this year at important junctures for them, but having that guy to coach you through all of the finer points of how to do this means you come in with more of an arsenal than most guys who might get caught off guard by some of that movement at the next level.
It's like this kind of age-old thing, right? Where do you want to get a big guy from a big school who's, whether it's Notre Dame or it's Ohio State or it's Georgia or it's Alabama, do you want to get that guy or do you want to get a guy from a smaller school that did dominate, but which one do you want? Yeah. That's a huge question.
At this position, it is harder than ever to try and just say, we're going to take the toolsy guy and make him into something with the amount of time you don't have to coach them up on the field.
100%. You talked about the passing off, the twists and stunts, and a big part of that is, number one, trusting your teammates.
Yes.
Number two, being patient, staying square, you know what I mean, and just not allowing yourself to be too aggressive to take that initial defender and try to ride him out of the picture, and then that looper comes around and you're nowhere to be found. Your quarterback is dead to right. So I appreciate that with this game. And with Joe Burrow and the fact that they like to go a lot of spread, a lot of 11, 10 personnel, shotgun stuff, I think he's going to fit well on that interior offensive line.
The Tennessee Titans currently on the clock right now, already with edge rusher and obviously quarterback off the board with Cam Ward, the #1 overall pick. Best available, courtesy of the fine folks, like our buddy Dame over at the BR scouting department here. Shedeur Sanders just going to be sitting and waiting up top there. Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame still available at this point in the third round, which I think is a bit of a surprise to some people. Felder, as we've talked about this safety class, and we've seen some guys who we thought might not be coming off the board before Xavier Watts, what do you attribute this fall to?
I don't. I was going to ask you. I was like, I figure you got some Notre Dame insight.
Maybe he cut the dreads. Maybe that was it. Maybe people aren't as into Xavier Watts with the fade. I don't know.
Dude, I see Kevin Winston. I still like, was it Jalen Reed? Out of Penn State.
Oh. And the pick is in. It is another safety. It's Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State off the board.
There we go.
Before Xavier Watts as well. So Kevin Winston Jr., again, guy twitched up, comes downhill, lights you up a little bit. There's lots to like in a Penn State defense that was one of the best in college football last year.
This is someone that, look, he's playing straight up in the box right there, across the field. Let's go make a play. I love that about him. I think he's really good. I think he is probably more of a box safety than he is a free safety. But that's fine because he'll do it, and let's go take that ball away.
Yeah, I like this fit. It's another situation of culture, physicality, toughness to bring to the Tennessee Titans, because didn't they get Femi earlier today? And I think with this move, he can cover man-to-man, like you said, be a box safety that can cover some tight ends, but it's in the run game. And just as a tackler in space, he's physical. He's violent. He triggers downhill.
Yeah, Kevin Winston Jr. Was someone lauded by the coaching staff at Penn State. Tom Allen said he set the standard and elevated everyone in that room around him.
Well, they had to do, like, here's the thing. This is a third year in a row, maybe?
Yeah.
Between Brisker, Joey Porter Jr.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see Reed come off the board at some point.
Yep.
If not today, then tomorrow. And then, obviously, Kevin Winston Jr. So we're, like, this is who Penn State is.
Shout out to James Franklin, man.
We are.
Well.
Oh, here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa, heads to Pittsburgh to play for the Steelers. The colors, the style, Dame, everything seems to line up here for this pick in this city.
Funny thing, I got a quote from a scouting buddy of mine. He told me, this was months ago, he was like, have you watched Caleb Johnson yet? And I was like, I'm getting into his tape. He was like, he reminds me of Le'Veon Bell. He's like, he's so patient, he's got light feet, but he's so physical and violent with his stiff arm, his contact balance. And like I think you talked about his body type, Mike. And for me, it's like when you look at him, this is a Mack truck. This guy runs physical downhill, and he's a function. He catches the ball well. There was a play against Nebraska, fourth quarter. They were losing that game, and they threw it to him in the flats. And there was like 3 guys just on him, and he threw them all off. Made a nice little jump cut laterally, and then took it the distance to put them on the board. Then they were down 10-3 in that game, tied it up. This guy, to me, you let Najee walk. You brought back Jalen Warren. This right here is going to be the face of that run game.
I'm also going to give this an A.
Yeah, A.
Hang on. Read this.
A's all around.
Read this.
Right here,
Caleb
Johnson. Knock off Le'Veon. Tough as nails. Got some Le'Veon Bell to him. There you go.
Listen, man.
Well, to borrow another Felderism, too, while we're going with that, mentioned GMC before, do one thing.
Yeah.
Iowa only could do one thing last year, and
he
he
had to do
still managed to set a single-season Iowa record for touchdowns with 23, rushing touchdowns with 21, total points with 138, and became the 3rd player in school history to eclipse 1,500 yards rushing in a season. That rose should not have bloomed through that concrete, and yet he persists.
Everybody knew what was going to happen.
Yes.
Every play, everybody knew what was going to happen.
Every time.
They knew who was going to get the ball. They knew how he was going to get the ball. And between the offensive line and him, they couldn't stop him. Like, they couldn't stop him.
No, if he ran a 4 or 5 flat, he's drafted earlier.
Speaking of the draft, moving along here, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Jacob Parrish out of Kansas State, as the Kansas City Chiefs are now also on the clock via trade. But, Dame, let's start with you. Jacob Parrish out of Kansas State, great 10-yard split, ran the 4th fastest 40 among the corners at the combine at a 4.35.
I'll give this a B+, man. This is a good pick, good value for him. The guy that can play in the nickel, a standing athlete, can play man-to-man coverage, does a good job. He's tough, he's gritty, he will tackle. Yeah, he's a little bit undersized at 5'10", 190. When you say 5'10", 190, it's like not like he's small, but you look at his size, you're like, okay, he's going to play in the nickel, but at the same time, you need that in today's NFL. And nickels in today's NFL, now with the 2 high safety shells, you got to be ready to tackle. Yeah. And I like what he brings to the table. Instincts are there. He's tough, he's gritty, and he's physical to be able to get hands on and reroute some guys as well. This is a good fit because you already have Antoine Winfield. You have Zion McCollum, the young kid that they drafted a couple years ago. This is a really good pick for me.
Ooh, speaking of defensive backs, Kansas City goes with one of the guys I enjoyed watching more than anyone in this draft class in Noah Williams out of Cal, one of the most productive players in college football. And I say this with so much love and affection, plays like an absolute prick.
Mm-hmm. Legit. Absolutely. He wants to be physical. I'll give that a B+ as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go B+ as well. The big thing for me with Williams is he is around the ball constantly. And I don't know if that's a good thing all the time. If you're a corner,
14 career interceptions are the 2nd most in this class. So it's a good thing in that sense.
It's a good thing in that sense. But the thing that I want out of him is more denial football.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's something, like when we talk about football, I think denial football is the most important kind of football you can play as a corner.
Not just a river in Egypt.
Yeah. And it's just one of those things where he's always almost there.
Yeah.
So like you said, he's got an eye for the ball. And then he has a burst that allows him to go and take the football away. And maybe, you know what? Maybe he's doing what Deion did, right? Like right there, maybe he's doing what Deion did. It was a terrible throw.
Yeah.
But maybe he's doing some of what Deion did, right? Baiting.
Sure. And again, led FBS football in interceptions last year. 7 interceptions, 16 passes defense, number 1 in FBS, number 1 in the ACC. Combine fastest 45-degree back pedal measured in miles per hour, which is a thing that we can do now. Wow. But, that guy, I went back and watched. I saw Dane Brugler mention the game he played against Stanford and Alec Io Manor, where they had him move and follow him the entire game. Alec is going to be an NFL wide receiver and still have nightmares about what Noel did to him in that game. That was bullying, and it was very effective.
But yeah, it's one of those things. One of those things where I see where he's like, I get it, and maybe it is bait.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because I was slow. So what I did.
Stepped onto the therapy couch.
You want me to lay down? So, but for me, in my mind, I'm like, I don't want them to throw the ball over here. Why would I want them to throw the ball over here? I'm gonna get embarrassed.
Yeah.
He's like, throw the ball over here.
He's a guy that can play multiple schemes from man to off man, cover 3, quarters, cover 2 as well. I remember there was a play I was watching this film this year inside it was like low red zone, and his ability to play between 2 routes.
Right.
And he passed off the inside, took away. And there's a phrase that shout out to my guy Eric Crocker taught me years ago. He was like, hey, you take away something to chase something. And it's like, hey, if you force them into a throw that you want, like you could play it. And he did a good job of that.
You dictate terms.
Yes.
Like that's a huge part of anything is using angles to take away at least one option for someone you're going up against here. Plenty of special teams juice too, primary returner for them. And you see it, that shows up when the ball gets in his hands. I believe 4 touchdowns in 2 seasons at Cal, 2 fumble returns, 1 interception, and 1 kickoff return. So plenty of good work from there as he now is a Kansas City Chief. So all that to say, Steve Spagnuolo, here's another toy to play with in that defense. You mentioned the versatility, Dame. I think that's the thing that stands out is where you land also important, and that Kansas City secondary seems like a very soft landing spot for Dude. All right, the Los Angeles Chargers back on the clock here in round number 3. They have already in this draft gone, as I pull this back up quickly. We've got our best available up here now. Great job by our production staff covering for their host. Amari and Hampton in round 1 at running back. Trey Harris, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, in round number 2. So tight ends, defense, interior offensive line for them as well. Still something that could be addressed in that oft-talked about Greg Roman offense that wanted to run the ball a lot last year, just wasn't very good at it, was the issue. So where do you see the Chargers going at this point, guys?
I can see defensive tackle. I can see edge. You lose Joey Bosa, brought Khalil Mack, back. They do have Tuli Pelotu, who I like a lot coming out of college. So you have a young guy in there. But I definitely can see them upgrading that interior defensive line, whether it's just as a guy that could. There's multiple nose tackles and run stuffers in this class that you feel good about. Jordan Phillips out of Maryland, things of that nature. There's multiple guys that can fill some of the voids in their D-line.
Yeah, to your point, still plenty of those guys. Ty Robinson out of Nebraska in there. Jamari Caldwell out of Oregon. As we live and breathe.
Jamari Caldwell.
This is a really interesting, fun guy to watch. So big, lateral quicks off the chart, was a really productive player at Houston, transferred to Oregon this past season, and was on a D-line with a first-round pick in Derek Harmon, Jordan Birch, who's a freak, and still found a way to stand out here. I always thought that quickness from gap to gap you see right here on some of the stunts really stood out. What stands out to you with him, Felder?
The big thing for me is you mentioned that gap-to-gap quickness, but I love the fact that he does not get moved around.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy, you're not going to move him. He is going to anchor down. Doesn't matter if you put 2 guys, doesn't matter if you double team him to try to get him out. He's going to be able to find a way to anchor down, and that's the best part about him for me.
And I appreciate his pad level, right? When you're attacking, especially zone blocks, it's about striking and getting upfield and disrupting the kind of that chain of the offensive line. They want to step in synchronization and move guys laterally to create those cutback, that one cut lane for the running back. But when you are able to strike that inside, that near shoulder pad, free yourself of that guy, then split the backside offensive lineman and just be in the backfield. He does a good job of that, man, and anchoring down like you talked about, handling double teams. This is a move, and it felt like they've been tied to interior defensive linemen for years to help their run defense. It was Jordan Davis that the Charger fans wanted no part of because he wasn't going to be a pass rusher for you. Caldwell might not give you a whole lot as a pass rusher, but he's going to definitely help you in the run game.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Yes.
That's all that matters.
You want to stop. You want to get Mahomes off the field in the fourth quarter. Don't let Andy Reid call 4 consecutive runs with Isaiah Pacheco or whoever's running the ball for him.
Jesse Minter coming over last year, a big part of that defense, looking a lot better. Joey Bosa no longer there. As we know, they had sawed off their arm at wide receiver to be able to hold on to aging pass rushers. But now as things get cycled there, a little bit of beef, which to your point, going back to, I remember Sebastian Joseph Day, when they brought him over at Brandon Staley, and they thought him alone, he was the one, he's the Cheeto on that doorstop, trying to just hold things from giving way in Brandon Staley's scheme, and it just
I definitely remember Sebastian Joseph Day. They wanted no part of any interior defensive lineman because they had Sebastian. And I was like, I don't think that's enough.
Sebastian's like, help me. All right, the Green Bay Packers, hometown Packers, fully throated endorsement of whoever's about to join the Cheeseheads. Whoa. Lord Jesus. I am so sorry, Internet. Please have mercy.
Oh, my goodness.
Matthew Golden, Anthony Belton.
Wow.
Anthony Belton, excuse me. Savion Williams, wide receiver out of TCU, joining the party. So some is great, more is better. Apparently, they're just going to, now that Aaron Rodgers is gone, now granted, outside of the first round, they've certainly drafted plenty of wide receivers, but adding him along with Matthew Golden to a Dame already feels like a really crowded wide receiver room.
Yeah, that's what I'm giving this a C-. Wanted to go deep, but it's because of some fact of like you have a lot of receivers in that room. TCU basically turned him into Cordell Patterson last year, where they were running the ball with them in the backfield, and you know what I mean, flanking the quarterback in shotgun. You see him as the Wildcat QB stuff. He is a big physical guy, jump ball. He has issues with drops though, and I kind of feel like that might be a TCU thing outside of Jack Besh. He does. He's not a natural hands catcher to me.
Right.
He
Body
does have, even on that highlight play where he goes over 2 defenders, he double catches that. So it's like. To me, it feels like they're just bringing in competition at this point to trying to figure out who's going to be the guy. Christian Watson is not going to be there. Right? Another bad injury for him. Yep. You brought in Matthew Golden to double down with this young man. If they're playing him as full-time receiver, I'm kind of concerned of where they're going to put him.
I'm going to go B-. I think that they're chasing that Randall Cobb high. I do.
Yeah.
I really do. Like, he's going to help you on the teams. And he's hopefully going to be a guy that you can use in gadget spots, which you mentioned. And I think that's what they're doing. I think they're chasing that Randall Cobb feel.
Big body, 6'4", 222 pounds. Grew up idolizing Calvin Johnson, so another big body wide receiver. And as you mentioned, that sort of jack of all trades role that he had at TCU. Certainly, listen, the creativity of what Matt LaFleur has done with Green Bay offensively, especially this year when they had to start Malik Willis for a few games, and you saw him kind of pull out the trick bag. They've got plenty in their arsenal that they can use there. Caleb Ransaw out of Tulane, the cornerback, the pick here as we roll along in round number 3 here. Felder, he is the pick now off the board for the Jacksonville Jaguars. What do you see? I like him in zone coverage. I think that the big thing with him, when you watch him play, is how aggressive he is in the front. There's a little bit of Rondé Barber to his game, where he's Rondé Barber, we know, classic cover 2 corner, one of the best to ever do it. But the reality is I think this guy's got a little bit of that game in him where he's able to see through, make plays. You see most of the highlights that we show are him making tackles against the run. Right.
Like this is a cover 2 corner.
Yeah, 100%. Outstanding athlete, at the combine.
Yeah.
I believe he ran 4.33 jumped 40 inches, 10'9" in the broad, at 5'11", 197. So
that's good for tied for third in the 40, top vertical among corners, and third best broad among corners.
Explosive athlete. To your point, as a nickel, you playing him off ball, he's willing to trigger downhill quickly and tackle. But also, you think about just those manufactured touches, those quick hitches and different things.
Yeah.
The flat routes, you get the slant flats combo. He's a guy that can jump those with his ability to trigger downhill with that burst and explosiveness.
Jacksonville back on the clock right away, as they now have gone. Now, depends on what you think. Cornerback technically at both picks of the draft, as they had Travis Hunter, the trade up in the first round. You're going to be able to double up on that one, the daily double there, and then Caleb Ransaw now. So they'll go back-to-back in round number 3 for a team that does need plenty of defensive help. Certainly could go a variety of directions there. As we know, Travis Hunter also going to be there to help serve and help Liam Cohen figure out how to salvage Trevor Lawrence and get the best out of him at this point in his career.
Here's the thing, man.
Ooh, wow, he kicked the leg up.
Play corner.
Okay, so that's a good conversation, because I don't think we've had that. Obviously, we're in around night 1. You think he should major in corner?
Yes, play corner. Play corner. Play corner.
Why?
Because, this is the NFL, man. You play corner. Like if they give you a play on offense, sure, great. You're not going to catch 1,000 yards worth of balls and then also play a million snaps on defense.
No, you're not.
Play corner.
I guess just playing devil's advocate, we see this every time as the Jags now come back off and take Wyatt Milam out of West Virginia here, a guy who played tackle for the Mountaineers there, was big-time recruit for them. I remember he came in, played right away as a freshman on an offensive line that they really felt like was helping redefine that team's identity at that point in time.
Sure.
Really talented guy that projects in the inside at the next level.
This guy's going to play guard.
Yeah.
He's going to play guard.
For sure.
So we can go back to the Travis Hunter conversation.
Yeah, no, please and thank you. Wyatt Milam, solid pick, projects to guard at the next level here. So Travis Hunter playing wide receiver versus corner, though. We see wide receiver salaries going up and up every year. And we all hear about it's an offensive league. He's a guy with tons of juice, was the best receiver by far on that Colorado team. So why do you think cornerback should be his home? Is it because you think it's more important schematically for them, or because you think he's better at that?
I think he's better at it.
Okay.
But, I mean, yeah, I guess, and here's the thing. He's also getting he's also getting that Deion treatment, right? He's getting, that's another one that's getting that. So I think he's better at corner. I think corner absolutely is a position that you can get a wide receiver. And I understand the money part of it, but man, give me a guy that I think could be an all-time great corner.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to be an all-time great wide receiver. Does anybody think that?
No. Well, and I think to your point, Dame, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, what goes into playing cornerback? Shout out, I heard Dominique Foxworth, longtime NFL cornerback, talking about this.
Right.
There's a lot more going on in those meetings that you need to be a part of in terms of the communication, what's expected for you, all these different things. And if you've got a guy that already shows, I mean, his natural proclivity, his intelligence, developing under Deion the way that he did, the plays we saw him make, having that guy reach his full potential at that spot, and then sprinkle him in on offense where he's still electric enough to get you some plays, Dame, seems like the medicine.
Yeah, for me, I'm with you. And I've been saying this since last summer. He's a better corner than receiver. Do I think he has a high ceiling if he's able to play full-time receiver? Yes. His ball skills, his speed, his explosiveness. I call him a punt returner as a receiver because when he catches the ball in space, he feels and knows where guys are, and he's able to get yak really easy for you.
Sure.
But at corner, those instincts, the eyes, especially in zone, like the plays against UCLA, right? The diving interception, the ability to play half man against smash concept, right? Bait the quarterback, take away the underneath, bait the overthrow,
and then
steal it. And his ability to leap at the catch point to where if your quarterback thinks you're open,
and you're not.
You're not, because of the fact that he's right there. We saw, I can't remember if it was against Baylor, where they tried to throw like a 15 or 12-yard dig, and his closing burst in man-to-man coverage where he broke and ran right in front of the receiver and picked the ball off. You can't teach that. And I understand for him, it might be the money thing. You know what I mean? But if I'm Jacksonville, I got Brian Thomas Jr., I have Gabe Davis, right? Do I actually need him to play wide receiver full time? No. Like, I need another corner.
Like, and to your point, Golic, if you're not in my meeting, then you're in their meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it works both ways. Because if you're a wide receiver and you're not in the wide receiver meeting,
Sure.
because you got to go to the corner meeting, then you're not picking up on all the stuff that you need. And the NFL is a much more complex league than the Big 12.
Much more complex, and like the other part of it is much more physical, much more demanding.
That's the yes.
It is so admirable and impressive. Like,
I totally think it's amazing.
all that stuff. And
But
I appreciate the sentiment of him saying if he's not allowed to play both, he'll be done.
Yeah.
Competitor talking, not actually real.
Done what? Done where?
Yeah, right.
Where are you going to go?
Done with a certain stretch he'll do in line before practice that allowed him to be ready to do both. Because when the people that write your very nice paychecks say they want you to do this one thing great,
and that's the talking. That's the point that a lot of people don't discuss enough. Is I get it, Travis. You want to do that competitive. You feel, and don't get me wrong. You took care of your body, all that type of stuff. That's great. But in the NFL, with these owners cutting the checks,
yep,
they're cut. The best ability is availability.
Yes,
this is a grown man's league. Yes, it's not the 2000s in terms of hitting and striking and
sure, but
you still taking like hits, and I don't want to you getting 40 snaps on offense, taking punishment as a receiver, and then trying to tackle.
Playing markedly more games.
We're talking about 12 games versus 17 games. That's a lot of snaps.
Yep.
Like I don't know, and maybe I'm I don't know, selfish. Maybe I'm just dumb. It doesn't matter. The reality for me is I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to. But I'll say this, I'm a pureblood.
Sure. Well, and I think
like,
there is
truly.
also part of that where I always struggle sometimes to put myself in the mindset of someone who's an all-time great at anything, because I was a plugger. I was in there to be part of the meat of the bell curve. And so for him, who gets comped to Shohei Ohtani because he's that special, you can understand those guys believing they can do anything. Right. The Los Angeles Rams add to an already robust and young defensive front. Josiah Stewart out of Michigan now joins his old, wrong Los Angeles. That's fine. Either way, young defensive front here that he's a part of here. Dame, what do you like about this pick?
Sawed-off edge rusher, natural leverage winner, gets his hands fitted well underneath the chest plate of tackles. I think we talked about Ariante Ursary when he was drafted. He gave Ariante some problems because Ariante couldn't get down and play to his leverage, where he's able to play. He's playing up, you're trying to play downward, and he plays with good power. He can uproot guys because he has that shorter, sawed-off, thicker frame, can bend around the edge. A nice rotational edge rusher. Because they have Jared Verse, you got Byron Young. You know what I mean? Two guys who absolutely can collapse the pocket with speed, explosiveness, and power. Now you can rotate him in and keep guys fresh. Again, depth. It's a key thing right now.
What's that grade for you?
The grade for me, I'm gonna give this a C+. A good depth piece for him. A guy that was productive, got a lot of pressure on quarterbacks last year.
As you mentioned, I'm gonna give it a B-. I love the way that he plays with leverage, even when he plays from stand up. He's very strong, very powerful. We know from guys, obviously, we know about Georgia guys. We know about Alabama guys. We know about Ohio State guys. Michigan guys have to fit into that list as well.
Absolutely.
In terms of that defensive line play.
Good point.
He is super strong, very stout. He's not as, in theory, he's not as big as people think.
Sure.
But in reality, he will knock your block off.
He will. Now, doesn't address the primary issue that the Los Angeles Rams had, which is stopping the run when it came time to stop the run. He's another guy that fits in. Explosive, get upfield, make plays, do damage there as the Baltimore Ravens look to do damage there. They're the next pick up in the third round. And the other tackle from LSU, Emory Jones, who got talked about a lot going into this last season, and now is a guy everyone looks at and says, hey, this is a guy that's going to play along the interior at guard. 3-year starter at LSU on the other side of Will Campbell.
That might have been Scourton. That might have been Scourton he did that to just now.
Oh yeah.
That might have been Nick Skeleton. He did that too.
What do you got? Dame, I'll start with you here. What stands out to you about his game, and how big is this for the Baltimore Ravens on an offensive line that you mentioned is an area where they can continue to improve?
I give this a B+. I think Daniel Falele has been okay
Sure.
at that right guard spot, but he's not natural. It's 6'8", 6'9". I think with adding Emory Jones and the power and strength, 34 and a quarter on the arm, 6'5", 315. This is a guy that can kick down. He's got good lateral footwork and quickness. And I think his athletic profile suits better inside. And now you don't sacrifice or lose anything in the run game because he's going to be able to help you move bodies, double team, get up to the second level, cut off those second level linebackers. I think this is a really good fit in Baltimore addressing a big need. So yeah, B+ for me.
Yeah, I'm also going B+. I think that kicking him down inside is going to help him. I think he does have to work on that pad level, especially if he's going to play guard.
Yeah.
He's going to have to work on that pad level and keeping that butt low.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the most interesting element here.
Yep, I would agree. I'll give this one a B. Big, violent hands, and I think a lot of his issues came when threatened by quarterbacks who are advanced athletes and edge rushers that are advanced athletes. The reason I had that Freudian slip is because Shedeur Sanders, still not off the board. The Seattle Seahawks, who signed Sam Darnold this offseason, select Jalen McMillan out of Alabama, and the collective sigh, gasp, air let out in the room here. Felder, your hands are raised in victory. Why?
I love this kid, and we talked about it pre-show. Obviously, the athleticism is there, and he's got a cannon.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. But the thing that stood out the most to me with Jalen McMillan is him working hard to be a bridge from Nick Saban to Kalen DeBoer.
Yep.
And I don't know how many Alabama games everybody watched, and I don't know how closely people watch. But we're talking about a guy that would sprint to the locker room, sprint to the tunnel, and then he would be there. Come on, guys, we got this. 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 And I commented to Jalen Hurts on multiple levels. And I wish him the best, dude. I hope he succeeds. Honestly, for sure. I want everybody to succeed, but I don't know if he's going to be an NFL quarterback, but I know that this is someone that you want to have in your locker room because he is so, not only for his dynamism, right? We see that here, but he's also such a real, glue guy. Mm-hmm. So for me, did I already grade it?
You did not, no.
Oh, I'm gonna go A. I love this player.
Yeah, for especially where he is, I give it an A as well. And I think for me, this was and granted, I had him slated to go here when Geno was here. I was like, this would be a great fit for him on day 2. Learn behind Geno Smith.
Right.
You bring in Sam Darnold, right? So Sam Darnold is the guy that's going to be your starting quarterback. Yep. He comes in and he gets to sit. And Mike McDonald came from where? Baltimore.
Yep.
What did Baltimore have? And what do they still have? One of the most dynamic player.
And this guy is that level. He is, to your point about the Jalen Hurts comp, he is Jalen Hurts in terms of physically impressive with the Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels level Hemi on him.
That type of speed.
Yeah, and I was personally, I'll say this, I was rooting for him to go to the Ravens or the Eagles.
Yep.
Or even the Bills to back up those guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the Seahawks, as you mentioned, McDonald, they've got an opportunity to really work with him and figure something out.
And we just watched Joe Milton, who was drafted 7th round last year,
right,
get traded after preseason and then one regular season game against the backups, get traded, I think, to Dallas.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think this is a great fit for Jalen. I think Mike McDonald and that offensive staff get a chance to work with him behind the scenes. Because the thing with him is the inconsistency as a passer, it's more mechanical than anything.
Right.
And it's the lower body and not being lined up to throw.
His feet aren't tied to his upper body.
I was going to ask the billion-dollar question if hand size had anything to do with that because...
I
think it went up at his pro day, or it was below 9 at the Senior Bowl. Then it went up at the
it was down
combine.
at the combine too, but up at his pro day.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I think for him, his feet aren't tied to his shoulders, but you know why? because of that. He's right-handed.
Right-handed.
The arm that he has. He doesn't have to time. He's never had to.
A lot of fastball there. Really needs to develop a changeup in there, get a little more touch on those balls.
Start layering those passes.
Throwing those 2 balls like that right up above the linebackers, beneath the safety, that's where he needs to get better. Because everything's not going to be, like you said, a fastball.
He's got to slow down this process.
Yes.
Slow it down, trust your footwork, and I think he will. He's a hard worker. He's a very hard worker. I think you give him time, you're going to see growth with him.
To that point, 20 rushing touchdowns last year at Alabama. And Felder, you mentioned the character, son of 2 military parents, 2-time captain, won the Campbell Trophy. The academic Heisman was won by Jalen Milroe. So an impressive young man in a lot of ways, getting a chance to grow out in Seattle. Jonah Savaiinaea comes off the board now. And if I'm doing my math right, another safety. Xavier Watts still sitting, chilling. Big chilling right now as New Orleans adds a safety to the rotation.
I give this for New Orleans, I give it a solid B. I like Jonah Savaiinaea. Good size, athletic profile, 4.48 at the combine, or 10.8 in the broad. But a guy that can play in the box, be a man-to-man with a big nickel, but also, against especially a bigger body slot receivers. But against tight ends, again, always come back to it. Tight ends are the biggest mismatch on the field. If you don't have somebody that has the size to cover them, or you don't have somebody that has the athleticism to cover him. And he has both of those things. So I think this is a good fit for them. Just adding a guy because I think they still have Tyrann Mathieu. They still have the Honey Badger, if I remember correctly. And if so, it'd be a good guy to pair with him and just to learn.
I was going to say, learning would be super critical. I like the way that he plays downhill.
Yeah.
I like when he's in. I don't like when he gets pushed down the field by a wide receiver. I like when he is in zone and is able to come over and rob because he sees the quarterback. So I'm going to give this a B, and I think it's a good pick. And look, they've got a lot of stuff to fix there.
Yep. I'll join you guys on the B train there. You mentioned in that secondary, Dame, Tyrann Mathieu still there, as is now Justin Reed.
That's right.
The man who replaced Tyrann Mathieu in Kansas City now joins him in that defensive back room. So lots of good guys to learn from there. Kool-Aid McKinstry, second-round pick from last year. Alontae Taylor playing nickel in that room as well. So a lot of good young defensive backs in that room, joined now by Jonah Savaiinaea. As you can see up there, Kelvin Banks, the first-round pick. Tyler Shough, as we have beaten into the ground, but as the Cleveland Browns are up right now, the next 4 picks, Cleveland Browns, New England Patriots, Philadelphia Eagles, and Minnesota Vikings here. Every time the Browns or the Raiders are up, we're going to wonder if this could finally be Shedeur's time, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks left in the 3rd round before we are officially in the territory of Shedeur Sanders becoming a day 3 draft pick.
Insane.
Did not see this coming.
Never in a million years.
Never, me either. And I think if you're Cleveland, they've done good things in this draft.
Sure.
But how do you tell your fan base either Joe Flacco or Kenny Pickett is starting game? Not just the fan base, but the locker room. Like these guys who are Myles Garrett.
That's the thing. Guys they talk.
Yeah.
The writing's on the wall, absolutely.
Like, because if you don't take a Shedeur to try and right the ship at quarterback, and you run into the season with those two, with Joe Flacco and with Kenny Pickett, you're essentially telling everyone we are punting on this season.
They're basically saying we're playing for the Arch lottery.
Yeah, which we have to figure out what the Tank for Arch slogan is going to be. The March to Arch, something like that.
Probably. That's probably going to be it. You might have just created it. You should probably coin it and
go ahead and just, intellectual property. If any of you trying to use that without crediting me, I will.
TM,
gang. But no, it is difficult. I mean, it's the reason Myles Garrett was getting ready to posture for a potentially messy exit, is because he saw this team is going nowhere fast and I'm going to give my prime years to nothing. And then they said, well, what if we gave you $40 million a year? Right. Would that be something you might be interested in?
Oh, sure.
And of course,
the answer is always yes.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
I can be in Hell Sans ice water for $40 million a year and feel damn good about the situation.
For Cleveland, you played against Kenny Pickett. You saw him when he was in Pittsburgh. And in Pittsburgh, how quickly did they get rid of him and get him off the roster so they can figure something else out at quarterback?
Yeah.
I just people can feel however they feel about Shedeur. That's fine. But to me, there's no way I don't select him here if I'm Cleveland. You've won defense. You've improved your roster. You know what you haven't improved? The quarterback position. Like, you haven't. And, yeah, you have 2 first-round picks next year. But, again, like, just assuming and projecting that Drew Allen's going to get better at Penn State, that Carson Beck is going to get back to 2023, that Arch Manning is even going to declare, because word has been that the Manning family rather him play 4 years of college football and leave with the experience that Peyton and Eli had. Wow.
Oh! Whoa.
Whoa. What is going on?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and give this one
F?
For those not watching, Dillon Gabriel. That's right. A quarterback selected by the Cleveland Browns. Dillon Gabriel, by way of Oregon, by way of Oklahoma, by way of UCF, as UCF quietly has branches out all over college football in terms of quarterbacks. But we know, guys, one of the most productive players in college football history, undersized, at the helm for the Oregon offense last year, that was the #1 team in the country and put up a boatload of points, and is also notably not Shedeur Sanders.
I'm going to give it a C+. And here's why. I just like this player. And I don't want to give him a little too low of a score. I like him. I liked him when he was committed to Army.
Yeah.
Coming out of high school. And then UCF gives him a chance.
Yeah.
What is he? All he does is go there and be productive. And then he gets another chance at Oklahoma. What does he do there? Go there, be productive. Then Oregon gives him a chance. Go there, be productive. There's a little Baker Mayfield to his game. A little scooting boogie.
Yeah.
He's got some of that. I also think he's a good leader. It's one of those things where you have to, if you're going to be on 3 different teams and they're going to trust you tremendously, there has to be something about you in that locker room that matters. Go ahead.
Man, I am. I'm gonna give this. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna give this a C minus. I kind of like him. The arm talent bothers me a little bit. Like seeing it in Mobile, and I'm just like,
it's okay.
Yeah, it's just okay. And then it's like going into this cold stuff like that. But you know, he's an undersized quarterback. I think with the experience he's played with, he's a timing and rhythm quarterback.
Yes.
Kevin Stefanski can definitely get the scheme and the offense around him. But I think for me, it's just kind of like, okay, I understand Seattle going with Jalen McMillan because that's a kind of a project for you.
Rare athlete.
Cleveland, you don't have a legitimate starter right now, and I don't know if Dillon Gabriel gives you in the conference. I mean, in the division against Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, 2 dudes. I don't know.
To the point you made before about them having 2 1s next year and trying to prognosticate, this is a pick that they feel comfortable moving on and leaving by the wayside.
This feels like the Panthers when they took Matt Corral.
Yes, 100%. And listen, accomplished player, 63 starts, set an FBS record with 189, like leaves as one of the most accomplished college quarterbacks of all time. Tons to be proud of in that career. Very excited for the young man. But this is also a pick that just feels like, hey, maybe we can do without him in a year if all of a sudden we have a chance to turn those 2 1s into something special. Something special here, the New England Patriots beef up the offensive line. Jared Wilson, 1-year wonder at Georgia, starting for them at center in between 2 of the guards in Tate Ratledge that have already gone in this draft. I really like this guy. Plays with a real natural bend, like great low center of gravity here. Really solid feet. One of the faster times for an interior offensive lineman at the combine. I need to look this up and confirm it, but this guy flew, and it shows up on tape when he gets out into the open field. I will say that much. Yes, led all offensive linemen at the combine, ran a 4.84 40 and 21.04 miles an hour, is the fastest ever for a center. So didn't play football in high school till high school, was a soccer player before that. You can see it show up in the feet. I think he showed a lot of good smarts, especially for being a first-year starter, and there's a lot of upside for this guy heading to the next level. I'll give this one a B.
I'm going to give this one an A. I think what he's able to do is remarkable, especially in such a short time frame. And I'm not just talking about as a 1-year starter. I'm talking about the timeline from high school to now. Like this is like, he can learn and he wants to learn. And that's the part that's going to benefit him in the NFL. He wants to learn. And that's something that not all guys have. Very few bad habits. Love his game.
Yeah, I give this a B as well. And I think David Andrews, former Georgia Bulldog, retired if I'm not mistaken. So they have a need on this O-line. And for me, just looking at what they've done this offseason, understanding, and even in this draft, on today, getting Kyle Williams, getting Jarrett Wilson, adding another receiver to that room, got Will Campbell, last night. So being able to go ahead and improve this offensive line, so that Drake May doesn't feel a bunch of pressure in year 2, and then getting another weapon that he can get the ball to. Their receiver core is kind of like how we look at certain teams' offensive lines. It's like, just give me the best 5. That's kind of what their receiver core looks like. Just give me the best 3 to 4 guys.
Exactly.
And we can roll with this.
So he goes to protect Drake May. Xavier Watts finally off the board to the Atlanta Falcons. So Notre Dame's favorite son, who combined for 13 interceptions in the last 2 seasons. Only 1 pass interference penalty in his career, and was the anchor on the back end, the eraser for a Notre Dame defense that was one of the best in college football this last season. As we look at how he projects into Raheem Morris's defense, Felder, what do you like about his fit going to the next level of what you saw?
He could do everything. Swiss Army knife. What do you want him to do? You want him to play in the deep middle? He can do that. You want him to line up 5 yards off the ball? He can do that. You want him to line up 7 yards off the ball? He can do that. You want him to cover, play like that tough technique where he catches? Where he catches a guy and then reroutes him? He can do that. I don't know why he's still around, but this is an A+ for me. This is someone I thought was going to go way earlier. And so I love watching him play football. And I mean, look, this guy lines up on the line, takes on a block, goes make the tackle. He can do a lot.
I'll give this one an A+ as well, Dame. I mentioned to you guys in the meeting before, Harrison Smith was on the team when I was at Notre Dame, and there always used to be a joke in the defensive meeting room. They paused the tape, there'd be a wide open hole on offense, and Harrison's nowhere in the screen. And then you'd hit play, and he's there the next second. They called him the eraser, and this is the first guy I've seen since that has that same sort of capability to really just erase problems as they come up. What do you got, Dame?
I have an A+ as well. I think that Week 17 loss to Carolina, you could tell it stung. You could tell it stung. Get 2 edge rushers, and then now add in the safety to pair with the guy that could play on top of the roof of the defense that you already have, and Jesse Bates, and then you can use Xavier Watts in multitude of ways in that Raheem Morris defense. He's a prototypical Robert. Like, this guy takes the ball away. Great eyes in zone, great instincts, and the click and close to be able to squat. And this is why I think this is a Bryce Young, Dave Canales thing. The Panthers' offense was very good on crossing routes. That's where Bryce Young lives. Crossing routes, those overs. When you got a guy where you can show too high, and a guy with the ball skills of Xavier Watts to post snap, he rotates down and robs Adam Thielen on that crosser. And then you start to get in the head of Bryce. He wants to try and get the ball down the field and get Jesse Bates involved. The Falcons, I don't agree with trading that first-round pick for next year. I don't agree with that. But I love what they've done defensively and just like adding playmakers to all levels of the defense. They already have the linebackers and the interior D-line. They got the edges, and they got some secondary help now. This is a great fit. Great pick.
It's awesome for the young man. As outstanding, was a leader in that defensive room. Another guy, former wide receiver when he first got to Notre Dame, made that transition over to defense, and you can see it every time he gets his hands on the football. So congrats to X. A lot of very happy Notre Dame fans who already get to root to Atlanta, some Notre Dame guys down there. USC, a team that did not like when they saw him, by the way. 100-yard interception return that helped seal that game. Him and Christian Gray got the drink in him going back-to-back on that. Jalen Smith from USC, though, going to be calling Houston home. They had pick number 97 in the 3rd round, cornerback out of Southern California here, is to make sure to not offend the South Carolina folks in the chat as well. Felder, how do you like this fit for the Houston Texans?
I think he's a good fit anywhere. This is a guy that obviously we see him trigger, we see the length, we see he likes to hit, and I think that's one of the coolest things about his game. is he does want to get physical. He's not afraid to get physical, and we call him Olivia Newton-John. I'm going to go ahead and give this thing a B+. He's a good fit. This is someone that does want to play, does want to hit, wants to make tackles, and the question becomes, you play him at corner, you play him at safety.
Mm-hmm. I give it a B+ as well because this is a guy that also could play in the nickel. They have a multitude of nickel defenders right now between him, Jalen Petrie, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson that they brought in. And honestly, when you have Kamari Lassiter, who was outstanding rookie outside corner, knowing that he was going to be targeting his team, don't want to go at Derek Stingley all day. He played well. Derek Stingley's an all-pro. So now, and then you got Kalen Bullock at the top of the defense that they drafted, I think, 4th round last year. DeMeco Ryans just continues to add pieces to this secondary that now you can mix and match depending on who you're facing and what type of receiving core you're dealing with. I remember seeing him at the Senior Bowl. He was one of the few guys that was actually able to get hands on Tez Johnson in the slot because they would not play Tez outside for anything. They kept him in the slot, and he was working everybody. And then Jalen Smith had a couple reps where he was able to get hands on, reroute him, and take him out of the play. And, yeah, you see the movement skills, the quick hands. I like this kid.
Be some good battles in the slot in Texans training camp as Jalen Knoll, part of the Iowa State tandem that got drafted to go play in Houston.
Iron.
It's going to be a ton of fun for a Houston team that is going to be expecting a major, major bounce back this season. We are coming very, very near the close of this NFL draft as we look now towards the end of the 3rd round. The Raiders going back-to-back here, pick 98 and 99 in the last 5 picks of the 3rd round. We've beaten the drum. Obviously, we've got names that have crept up here. Dylan Sampson as the running back group still has plenty of great names. Damian Martinez, Oregon State to Miami on the board there. Jeffrey Bassa, really active and jittery linebacker out of Oregon. And Shedeur Sanders sits atop the board as he has the entire second day of the draft now. And guys, if we get past these 2 picks with Las Vegas, it's over.
A wrap.
Yeah.
It's a wrap. You can go ahead and call cut.
I like Billy Bowman.
Yeah.
I really like Kobe Bryant.
Same.
Like, I'm ready to see more linebackers come off the board, though.
Pick is in.
Dun, dun, dun. Steve Wisniewski making the announcement here. It was a glass eater.
Right.
Here we go.
Ways. Some long speeches on the picks.
That's
from the guest speakers at the draft here.
You gotta love it.
Look at them. They're tired.
Yeah.
Shout out, God's strongest soldiers, the people braving the weather tonight in Green Bay. As the Raiders select offensive tackle Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech with the 98th pick in this spot. So again, the Raiders go back-to-back. There's still the brief glimmer of hope for a Shedeur Sanders pick, but they address offensive line out of Texas Tech here. I want to try and give these guys their due, but it's just wild to think we're 1 pick away from Shedeur Sanders not making it out of the second
that is.
or making it out of the second day.
It is pretty insane. And I think the Raiders, if I'm the Raiders, I have no problem taking him here. Like, we just watched the Seahawks draft Jalen McMillan, even though they paid Sam Darnold. Like, yeah, you paid Geno, you extended Geno. So what? Geno's not your future, he's your present.
Perfect guy for him to learn under.
Exactly. Like, and that's a guy he's actually been comped to by a lot of people. They've comped him to Geno Smith. So I think this should be the pick, but anything's possible at this stage of the draft.
Caleb Rogers, let's talk about him for a second. I really think that he's someone that, I guess the question becomes, does he play guard or does he play tackle? But I think the reality for me is we've got to talk pad level. I think this is a good C. It's still a developmental pick as a guy that played a lot out of the shotgun. I don't know what his movement looks like at the next level.
Yeah, to your point, developmental in that, yes, there are plenty of things to work on here. Started 52 games in college, both tackle spots and 3 games at both guard spots where he'll likely play in the NFL. Not an overly powerful dude by any stretch of the imagination, as Steve Wisniewski still up there. Going to go back-to-back. Wow, they go back-to-back with offensive lineman Charles Grant out of William & Mary. Wow, all right. So again, we've got the 49ers, the Eagles, and the Minnesota Vikings all left, none of whom look to be in position to draft. Again, Lefkoe was the one espousing a lot of fun takes over here. San Francisco, where are you at with Brock Purdy? Are you going to play hardball with this? Right. Are you going to try and potentially play the tag game if it comes to it after this season? Would you like to have an insurance policy for that? And a guy who's played a bunch of football, has a similar physical skill set, the fact that he's not the most mobile, doesn't have the strongest arm, fits into a Shanahan-McVay system here. I guess it wouldn't be insane at this point, and Kyle Shanahan, if anyone could do it, it'd be him. But it certainly seems like with the addition of Charles Grant off the board now, back-to-back O-lineman for the Raiders, this door seems like it is nearly shut for Shedeur.
100%. I think it is basically nearly shut. I mean, to your point, San Fran could do it because of the fact of, hey, we have not locked up Brock Purdy. And it's like, are you comfortable paying Brock Purdy the $60 million, $55 million, and making him one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league? That's going to be up for, their front office to determine. But Shedeur does kind of fit that offense and could be a very good, hey, Brock, if just in case you don't play well in 2025, we don't have to pay you, and we have a guy sitting behind you.
How much hardball they want to play becomes very interesting. Drafting Shedeur Sanders is the guy to do that. Would ensure that Brock Purdy, who's also been already at the head of the Discourse Olympics, would only have that jumped into the upper stratosphere. Felder, as far as Charles Grant, 41 games started, all at left tackle at William & Mary. Incredibly accomplished player at that level. We always say, if you're going to be at a lower level, we need to see you dominate. He's certainly got that in addition to some very long levers as well.
Yeah, long arms, and I love watching the way that he was body slamming people. Unbelievable. I'm going to go ahead and give this one a B+. Obviously, there's still some polish to go, but man, he plays mean, and I think that's what you want. You want somebody that's going to play mean. You want somebody that's going to,
I always love, especially for an offensive tackle, that torque, that ability, especially on the front side of zones there. And listen, some of the wrestling stuff is eventually going to get you in trouble like it does there where you draw flags. A lot of that, I mean, honestly, the New Orleans Saints, who just moved on from Trevor Penning, know all about the difficulty that can come with a guy who's a little too much wrestler. But at the same time, a guy who does have that ability to torque on the edge when you're trying to stretch on the front side of the zone, something like that, always valuable for someone making that jump to the next level. And good for the Raiders. 2 third-round picks spent on offensive line, a position that, as you've drafted Ashton Genty in round 1, added a premier weapon to Chip Kelly's system that, listen, with all the movement, with all the window dressing that he does, it can help an offensive line. That group at Ohio State was beat to hell by the end of the season and still was able to go out there. They did get help from those guys, but adding some more beef to that group to develop, good move.
Like I said, adding some beef, 6'5", 311. 34 and 3/4 on the arm. So he's got the arm length in the frame. Now it's just more so, like I said, polishing the technique, getting used to the speed at the next level.
Because it's 2 jumps.
Yes, 2 jumps, legitimately 2 jumps for him. And, a guy that you'd view as, like he's probably not going to be a day 1 guy for us, but you have him sitting there kind of cooking in the crock pot, slow cook him, and really develop him. And then you potentially have yourself one of those tackles where you say, if somebody wants to price themselves out, fine, we can price you out. You can hit free agency. We have a guy that can step in and do an admirable job on a cost-efficient contract.
And, Lord knows, I mean, God, now it was a very different offensive line coach, but in Pete Carroll's former life in Seattle, they loved trying to take guys that were, hey, a lot of tools, maybe not playing at the highest level. Some of them weren't even playing offensive line and say, we'll bring you over here, we'll coach you up, and we'll get you ready to go. The San Francisco 49ers on the clock. The pick is in. We're seeing former tears from Mike Green back with the Baltimore Ravens pick. Mac Jones, by the way, I feel like that's something that over the course of this offseason got mentioned a little bit, but Kyle Shanahan kind of get to go back and play the what-if game from the Trey Lance draft. If he had taken the quarterback that it sounds like by all accounts Kyle wanted and got overruled on for the talent of Trey Lance. Certainly not the same version of Mac Jones showing up there, but
no, not at all.
The pick is in.
I feel like they shouldn't even make it to the podium. Just walk out and here's the and then just go.
We need to be in stick mic mode.
Yeah, 100%.
Walk out, hand them the stick mic, walk back. Save these people.
Upton Stout.
Upton Stout. All name team right off the bat.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
WKU.
I give this I give it a good C. What is it? Oh, there we go. Give it a C+. Tough kid, undersized, but he doesn't let that stop him. You know what I mean? He had a good Senior Bowl. He covered well down there against a lot of bigger guys. He's 5'8.5". You know, 5'8.5". So he's going to probably he's going to butter that bread on special teams more times than not.
Yep.
But a guy that can come in, be a feisty, physical nickel for you. And you think about the nickel, the undersized Mike Hilton.
Yes.
Right? I think he gives me that type of vibe. And Robert Saleh coming back home to San Fran, giving him that nickel corner to go with the, I think they drafted Renardo Green last year, things like that. Like this defense, they want to get it back to being one of the better defenses in the league.
I'm gonna give it a B. I like him as a player. Like you said, feisty, great word. He's it's like, when you get a fly in your house?
Yep.
And you're just like, what? That's what he is as a player. And I think he'll probably end up being one of those nickel guys. But he is. He looks like he's annoying to play against.
100%. He was very much a gnat at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good thing to be. So that's what I'm going to get at.
Concerted effort, by the way, from the 49ers this draft. All defense through the first 3 rounds for them right now. Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, and now Upton Stout added to the mix. To your point, Robert Saleh returns home, and they're making good and damn sure they restock the cupboard on that side of the football. We're all focused on the offense. Deebo Samuel leaves town. What are they going to do at quarterback? Aaron Banks leaves. Trent Williams getting older. But they looked at what's happened on defense relative to the standard and said that's simply not good enough.
And I think San Fran, this also sends a message that we're comfortable with what we have offensively.
True.
We're comfortable with Jacob Cowing as a year 2 slot, explosive, dynamic receiver. We're comfortable with Brandon Ayuk coming off the ACL. We have Ricky Pearsall.
Juwan Jennings, who you signed to that 3-year, very affordable deal.
Exactly. So you got George Kittle, of course, who's going to do what George Kittle. They have to figure out the contract situation with him as well, because it's a little dicey right now. But
yeah, I was going to say, that's kind of quietly getting weird. I know he sort of disputed some of the claims that were out there about it. But either way, he ain't there, and there's a contract that needs to get done. And I'd say he's the guy that needs to be a 49er for all of his days.
100%.
Another pick off the board. The second to last pick, the penultimate pick of the 3rd round, TreVeyon Jones out of LSU. Edge defender goes to the Broncos, who traded into this spot to, again, add to a defensive front that was incredibly productive, got 5 guys around the line of scrimmage often, and really, Felder, to borrow a term we used earlier, dictated the terms to a lot of people last year.
Yeah, this is another one of those guys. We talked about it with the South Carolina players. I think he also fits into that box as a bigger body. Probably going to end up playing 5. I love him with his hand down. I don't know that I want him to be just like my primary pass rusher.
Yeah.
But I do. I'm going to give this one. I'm going to give it a B because he is a big body. He can move him around a little bit, and he's going to throw people around. And let's be honest, man. LSU, they got them swamp monsters, and he's one of them.
I give it a B minus. I like him. I think at 6'5", 280, 33.5 on the arm. Going to, because he went to Denver. Van Joseph has a type. You know what I mean? He has a type. In Arizona, he had Zach Allen, which I think he has Zach Gallen. In Denver, those type of guys that can play that 3, anywhere from that 3 to that 5, and be versatile depending on the actual down and distance on what we need you to do. So I think TreVeyon Jones kind of gives him that depth, but also gives him another guy that can collapse the pocket right in the face of the quarterback.
To that point, his first 3 seasons, 38 pressures combined. 2024, 43 pressures. So did a better job of effectuating that. Different guy, Braden Swinson on the other side, who's that smaller, more stand-up guy, complemented each other well. As we've got the final pick of the 3rd round coming off the board, Ty Felton out of Maryland, the wide receiver, joins the Minnesota Vikings receiver room here. I see an ooh over there from Dame. That's a positive ooh, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's a positive ooh. I'll give it a good B, man. I think this offense, now they do have TJ Hawkinson, who's the tight end, but they kind of lacked a 3rd wide receiver behind Jet, behind Jordan Addison. Ty Felton, a guy that 4.37 in the 40, 39.5-inch vert, 10-10 in the broad. He's a good route runner, slender kind of build. He's a guy for me that I expect Kevin O'Connell to motion, give him some free releases so he can get that built-up speed run on upfield defenders, whether it's a safety in the nickel or just a corner. And he's got a little toughness to him after the catch. This is a good fit. You know, another guy that you take in fantasy and be like, man, he's going to really save my team. But he's going to help this team in their passing offense. Yeah, I give him a good B on this pick. Good pick.
I'm going to give him a B as well. He is slender.
Yeah.
So
very.
When you watch him play, I'm always like, please don't get hurt. Like, surely. He's fast, but he is a really good route runner.
Yeah.
After the catch, it's hit or miss, depending on if somebody gets hands on him or not.
Yeah. Needs manufactured lanes.
Yeah, he does. Like, this is not someone that's going to be like DK or like AJ Brown, but he runs good routes, finds ways to get open. And you know what? One of the things I really like about guys like him, as we close this out, one of the things I really like about guys like him, they know they're small.
Yep.
You know what they don't want? People to touch them.
Yeah.
So you get fast. That's all.
Good place to go if you don't want to get touched. Minnesota,
Minnesota,
where defenses have something entirely different to worry about that will come far before you as they add another weapon for J.J. McCarthy, getting set to take over and begin his time there. That wraps up the third round here in the NFL draft. We will give you winners, losers, surprises. We will try and figure out what the hell is going to happen with Shedeur Sanders. But first, we got to pay the bills. Bleacher Report NFL Draft Live is presented by our friends at TreVeyon that we're going to hear from now.
With TreVeyon, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. TreVeyon, where money means more.
Shout out to the folks at TreVeyon, man. The BR NFL Draft Live is presented by TreVeyon, where money means more. And a lot of guys got money tonight, and we love that. TreVeyon's going to help people with their money. The NFL Draft got these guys money right.
There we go.
Love that. It's one of my favorite things about the draft. A bunch of young men just had their lives changed. Maybe the future of their families' lives changed.
Sure.
They get to realize a dream. I know in the NIL era, that might be different things now than it did before, but still ascending to the highest level. So we are done now officially with round 3, which means as per the bylaws surrounding the draft, we are required to give winners and losers. So, Felder, I'm going to start with you as we look at night number 2, rounds 2 and 3 of the draft here. Who's your big winner of night 2?
I'm going to say Texas, like the University of Texas.
Are they back?
I don't know if they're back or not, but I will say, like, when you have that many big guys get picked, it seems like you're doing something right, especially in back-to-back years. And so Sark's doing something right, and you know what he's going to do? You've seen it before. I'm sure you've seen it before as well. Every recruit that he is talking to right now, they're going to get that. They're going. You know that in the mail is going to show all the guys that they got drafted in the first 3 days, first 2 days. That's going to happen. To me, Texas is the biggest winner.
Man, to me, looking at that night, to close out night 2, I have to go to that team up north in Boston, Massachusetts. The New England Patriots. We know what they did, on day 1, getting Will Campbell. They closed out day 2 with TreVeyon Henderson, Kyle Williams, and Jarrett Wilson. So through the draft, they stuck with their offense.
Right. 2
offensive linemen and 2 explosive, dynamic playmakers for their quarterback.
Yes.
1 in the run game, 1 at receiver. I love what they've done. If I'm Drake May, because I think with there was a little worry with Mike Vrabel coming in, like, oh, you're going to try to build this the way you built Tennessee.
Tennessee, exactly.
Whereas, like, okay, you're trying to hide the quarterback and run through a big, burly running back 30 times a game. And he said, no, I know what I have at quarterback. I love the talent I have at quarterback. I'm going to enhance that talent with protection on the O-line.
Right.
2, you'll get another receiver and then get me a playmaking running back, man. I love what the Patriots have done. Listen, going into the season, you have to feel good about what this team, the outlook. That, hey, not saying they're going to knock off Buffalo, but those games might not look so lopsided anymore. Now that they have a trigger man and some weapons and now an offensive line.
All right. Solid winners there. The New England Patriots on one side, Texas on the other side.
I mean, we can just all say one of the biggest losers is Shedeur.
Yeah,
like he's not a loser. Like, he is losing in this process.
Yes,
I would agree. I will say, just for sport, I'll go this. interesting offseason for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think in day 2, Omar Norman-Lott, Ashton Gelati, Noel Williams, some good players to go in and continue to supplement this defense that did get pushed around a little bit in that Super Bowl. We talked a lot about the offense. Josh Simmons that they got in round 1 certainly addressed that. But I like that group of players a lot. Ashton and Noel Williams are 2 of my favorite guys in this draft overall. And going to a defense manned by one of the greatest coordinators of all time only amplifies the value of all those. So there are some winners. Felder, you mentioned it.
Yeah.
We got to talk about the Shedeur Sanders size elephant in the room.
Yeah.
You said, and you phrased it right. We call it a surprise. He is not a loser, but it's hard to look at the situation and not now feel bad for the young man at this point. And one of the worst slides that we've seen.
5 QBs off the board. He was none of them.
I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, if you're laughing about this, like, you're probably kind of a piece of garbage. Like, this is not good. And unlike some guys who, quote unquote, get wrong advice.
Sure.
No, he didn't get wrong advice. He got the advice, and then the teams just decided, no, not going to do it. So I don't know what their thought process was. I don't understand it. I'm sure the stories will come out at some point, but this isn't like a kid that doesn't know anything about the draft getting told by his uncle that you should go in because you can get some money. This is a guy who has all the resources in the world and has all the numbers that you need. Like 74% of his passes are completions. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
And Dame, I think to Felder's point about a lot of things are going to be written and talked about. We knew the narrative going into the draft was, oh, how he interviewed. Yeah. Oh, the Dion factor of it all.
Right.
A guy with made money already coming out of college who comes from a family with it already here. Are the results that we're seeing now kind of bearing out that this response from the NFL might mean that some of what's been written about has some truth to it there?
Could be. I know, like I said, at the end of the day, you think about the fact of teams not wanting me getting the text or the quote that they tried to call Coach Brown LeVar Ball. And it was like not wanting to deal with the circus and different things of that nature. And it's just like, at some point, even the anonymous quote that came out about the NFL exec said that Shedeur made you feel small. And I tweeted it out. There's no way in the world you are cut out for this business as an NFL exec to say he made you feel small. A draft prospect, a young man made you, who was probably 40, 50, 60 years old, because you've probably been in this game a long time, that he made you feel small. That is a ridiculous statement to make. And for me, it's just a fact of Cleveland, we got on you. You needed the quarterback. Yep. You said we're going to get Dylan Gabriel. We could put the tape on side by side, and you're going to have to show me where Dylan Gabriel is a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders. I get it. He's bravado. He's got a lot of confidence in himself. And
that's a good thing.
That's a great thing.
Right. And that's the double standard with all this, right? Is so much of what we talk about in that is stuff that we lionize and prioritize for other positions, other players that don't have that last name. He helped
change 2 different programs. And typically, in college, when the quarterback does, I love Kyle McCord out of Syracuse, who transferred from Ohio State to Syracuse.
Yeah.
He changed Syracuse's program in 2024.
Yep.
My ex-Cam Ward in Miami, why they didn't go to the CFP. It was Kyle McCord in that offense that put points up and knocked them out of the playoff contention, man. I love that type of stuff. That's the storyline you want. A guy that can come in who's not afraid of the bright lights, a guy who's tough, do you have to build a stone wall in from him? Do you have to spend $200 million on your offensive line for Shedeur? No, you don't, because he knows how to throw from muddy pockets when he does set his feet and just say, you know what? I know I'm going to get hit. Screw it. I'm going to get this ball out. It's just like you said. If people are laughing about it, okay, cool. Get your jokes off. Get your laughs off. But this is not a good thing. This is not a good thing for the league, because at the same time, you also have to you're telling the young college players that's coming in, okay, so if you come into our meeting room at the Combine overconfident, we're going to dislike that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think it's also different at different levels, right? The confidence when you're thinking, and originally, because remember, after the season and going back to last year, the talk was Shedeur Sanders could be in contention to be the top quarterback off the board. That's overplaying your hand if you think you're in that conversation and coming in with that kind of bravado. But he's been a value for the minute the clock started today. And quite honestly, at the end of beginning of round number 2, I should say.
Yeah.
He was a value at that point if you had picked him here.
Yes.
It's insane and now turning into somewhat of an underdog story. I mean, Mel Kiper Jr., I saw him banging on the table for Shedeur Sanders and referenced Tom Brady as someone that people passed on and regretted. That's the kind of chip, the boulder that you're putting on this young man's shoulder.
Absolutely.
For all the success he's had, Felder, he's going to walk into an NFL camp somewhere ticked off about the way this went.
Yeah. I mean, it just like we said before, like this is a guy that just, I think there should be value in a guy that he just wants to play football.
Yeah.
He just wants to play quarterback.
You said it, he doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to.
He doesn't have, but
he just wants to.
Here's the flip side of this thing. You're worried about his confidence now. You put that boulder on his shoulder, and he comes out here, he becomes a Pro Bowl quarterback, and you get him that second contract. You're really not going to like the fact, because now it's that simple aspect of you passed up on me time and time again. You said these things about me.
Every single one of the teams in the entire NFL passed on him multiple times.
Multiple times. So he comes out here and he actually hits as a day 3 pick. Yeah, you probably are going to hate to have to deal with him, because he is going to talk trash to your defense as he's slicing and dicing with his offense. Like, you don't want to have to deal with that. It's just, you're going to create a bigger monster than you portrayed.
It's already been created.
Yeah, 100%. It has been.
It is one of the more surprising draft developments we've seen in recent memory. And a guy that, again, I never thought was the number 1 pick in the draft, but, man, feels like a value on day 3. And day 3 is exactly where you will see my 2 co-hosts tomorrow, Dame Parson, Michael Felder, going to be rounding it out. Guys, getting an early call time tomorrow for you guys.
Yeah,
quick turnaround. Felder, you getting up to run tomorrow morning, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Brave
man. Brave man. Lots of great stuff that you can check out here. Again, rounds 4 through 7, live on the Bleacher Report app. You can check it out on YouTube. You can check it out on Max. It has been a ton of fun hanging out. Thank you to all of you guys for watching. Thank you to our entire great staff who put together everything that you saw throughout this broadcast here. And thank you for all my friends on the couches here. They'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you sometime soon. Have a good night.